Chapter 1, White Mist. I've been reborn? No girlfriend or wife to betray, no brothers to stab in the back, no bitter enemies with a deep grudge. Can I eat rebirth with this configuration? Ding dong. The goddess of the end times salvation system has been activated. The novice gift package will be distributed the moment the end times begins. My dear baby, I like this system. Calm down, let's see the time first. How long until the end times begins? Lin Changsu muttered to himself, then came back to his senses and reached into his pockets. Ah! That hurts. Behind him, Xu Qingman, who had been accidentally stepped on by the momentarily excited Lin Changsu, looked painful. Lin Changsu heard the sound and turned around to look at Xu Qingman behind him, an absolute top schoolgirl. She is very beautiful, with a youthful, innocent, school beauty type of style. Her face is delicate, her red lips and small mouth radiate a faint, dazzling light, very attractive. Her proud, upright figure, with slender long legs, is suitable for splits and shoulder carrying. Ding dong. Name, Xu Qingman. Age, 21. Appearance value, 9.7. Inner value, 9.4. Number of people in a relationship, 0. Favorability, 0. Overall score, 9.6. Ding dong, you meet the system requirements. Lin Changsu was looking at the information on the systems panel when a man and a woman came up behind him. The man, Zhu Lv, scolded the woman. You can't even say you're sorry? That's so rude. Zhu Lv scolded Lin Changsu, while stealing glances at Xu Qingman. He muttered to himself, thinking that if he helped this beautiful woman out strongly, he should be able to win her favor, and there might even be a story of a double date in the future that would be great. Lin Changsu was pulled back to reality by Zhu Lv's accusations, and simply glanced at this arrogant guy who looked like he was just trying to act cool and was rich. And quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket to check the time. July 8, 2026, Wednesday, 11:59 a.m. 1 minute left until the end of the world. What a piece of trash, a loser, mute. Can't you apologize? Can a loser like you even look at a beautiful woman like her? Zhu Lv was very unhappy when he saw Lin Changsu ignore him and scolded him again. Who is he? He is Zhu Lv. Usually, when he yells and shouts, no one disobeys him. Anyone who dares to disrespect him will be taught a lesson. Not to mention Lin Changsu in front of him, who looks like an ordinary, hard-working office worker. If they were in a restaurant, shopping mall, or entertainment venue, this kind of office worker would bow and scrape to people like them, acting like a toady, with a smile on his face and flattery coming out of his mouth. The moment Lin Changsu put down his phone. Pop! A loud slap sounded. Lin Changsu stepped forward and slapped Zhu Lv directly, sending him to the ground. The force was so great, and the blow so fierce, that it shocked everyone around. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, Lin Changsu grabbed Zhu Lv's head and slammed it against the wall next to him 3 times, knocking him unconscious. The end is near. Whoever your mother is, and no matter how rich and powerful she is, from now on, I, Lin Changsu, will be the one calling the shots in this doomsday. There was silence all around, as everyone looked on in shock and fear at Lin Changsu, a fierce man who had gone mad. Lin Changsu then swept his fierce gaze over Zhu Lv's girlfriend, a woman whose relationship with him he had only just confirmed that day. Name, Su Xiaolu. Age, 24. Appearance, 9.5. Inner beauty, 9.8. Number of people in a relationship, 0. Favorability, 0. Overall score, 9.6. Ding dong, you meet the system requirements. Su Xiaolu was so scared that she put her hands on her chest and involuntarily backed away. Lin Changsu remembered what had happened to Su Xiaolu in her previous life. This woman would be betrayed by Zhu Lv 3 days later and reduced to a plaything of Gu Xiaozhe's gang. She was still a virgin when she was sold, and at the time, many people didn't believe it. After all, she was Zhu Lv's girlfriend. Gu Xiaozhe even bragged about it in her circle of friends, so Lin Changsu knew about it. From the perspective of Su Xiaolu's character in her previous life, this woman is quite hardworking and desperately trying to survive. She learns everything, does everything, is good at everything, and is proficient in all kinds of skills. Of course, this refers to the aspect of pleasing people. This woman is about 165 centimeters tall, with a slender waist and fruitful body. She is suitable for being held up and loved dearly. However, there is one thing that comes with another. In the afternoon, the focus will be on Xu Qingman. This evening, Su Xiaolu will be rescued again. Because Lin Changsu remembers very clearly, Xu Qingman will encounter two bad father and son who have had ideas about her for a long time this afternoon. He will let his wife trick Xu Qingman into opening the door first, and then force Xu Qingman to do things. Mainly because Xu Qingman is a bit gentle and kind, and a bit less cautious, and with this kind of personality, she will only suffer in the end times. After being rescued, she still needs to be trained properly. Lin Changsu thought to himself. After Lin Changsu came back to his senses, he walked over to Xu Qingman, who had just been accidentally stepped on by him. "I'm sorry," Lin Changsu apologized in a flat tone. "Since there is still no end of the world, then apologize according to the rules of a civilized society. If the end of the world comes, then we will, the strong will prevail and the weak will be preyed upon." The people around him, having just recovered from their shocked expressions, were again surprised by the contrast between Lin Changsu and the rest of the world. Lin Changsu was tall and handsome. At this moment, his slightly gentlemanly and civilized apology created a huge contrast between good and evil. In a previous life, Xu Qingman had helped Lin Changsu when he was at his lowest ebb. Lin Changsu still had a good impression of this woman. Just then, suddenly a thick white fog appeared. The fog came so suddenly that visibility was close to 1 meter. Bang! The sound of a violent car collision sounded, followed by the sound of various shrill horns. The city was in chaos, full of car accident scenes. Screams and shouts could be heard everywhere. The people living in the community opened their windows one after the other, looked outside, and asked loudly what was going on. Meanwhile, heavy rain began to fall in the fog. The crowd outside the community quickly rushed home to their respective community buildings, while constantly asking what was going on. The fog came so suddenly and strangely that everyone noticed the strangeness of the white fog. Lin Changsu quickly returned to his rented room and, as soon as he arrived, continued to check his system. He soon understood the system very well, which was to rescue beautiful women of excellent quality and gain points, which could be exchanged for various resources in the system mall. Then Lin Changsu began to check the novice gift package that the system had given him. Reward 1, a Type 06 microsound pistol and 2 magazines full of bullets. Magazine capacity, 20 rounds. Effective range, 50 meters. Reward 2, proficiency in marksmanship skills, max level. Reward 3, 100 virus resistance pills. Antidote for the first stage of the end of the world. Reward 4, a manual on the technique of controlling women, which will automatically lead to enlightenment and self-cultivation. Reward 5, the Chaos Golden Young Divine Body. From now on, there will only be fields that can be plowed to ruin, and no cows that can be worked to death. Lin Changsu couldn't stop smiling, he was satisfied with the system. Without hesitation, Lin Changsu began to collect the novice gift pack the system had given him. With a thought, he reached with his right hand and grabbed a virus-resistant pill, which he quickly took. He reached again and took out a Type 06 microsound pistol, which he inspected personally. After receiving Reward 4, Lin Changsu suddenly felt many images appear in his mind, and he had an epiphany about the method. Click to receive Reward 5. Lin Changsu's whole body began to heat up, and he felt like his blood was boiling and burning. He started sweating heavily. It only lasted about a minute, and Lin Changsu felt a bit sticky all over. There were black stains on the surface of his skin. He felt refreshed and energized, like a golden dragon rising to the sky. Lin Changsu let out a long breath, grabbed some clean clothes, and went to the bathroom. He turned up the volume on his phone to the maximum and took a comfortable, hot shower while listening to music. At this time, chaos had already broken out outside. All over the world, everyone began to fall ill, starting with the symptoms of a fever and cold. Then the whole body began to ache, very painfully. After about an hour, large numbers of people began to die in pain one after the other. The older they were, the more likely they were to die. As the pain intensified, many more people would commit suicide because they could not bear the pain. This process would continue for 7 days. If the body can withstand the first 6 days, it will basically improve rapidly on the 7th day, and once the 7 days are over, it will be the next round of disaster. In the second round of the end of the world, after the fog disappears and it starts to rain black rain, the entire world's order will completely collapse. In the midst of round after round of disasters, life forms began to evolve rapidly. Humans became the bottom of the food chain, either becoming extinct or evolving and embarking on the martial path, ushering in an era of high martial arts and a new era of prosperity. And half an hour after the white fog appeared, strange creatures began to appear in it. Anyone who entered the fog would basically be bitten to death and dragged away. All these changes came too suddenly, too violently, and cruelly. Just 2 hours later, Special forces and heavily armored troops from various countries drove into the fog to gather information, but they suffered heavy casualties. They captured a lot of videos of mutated creatures attacking. As these videos spread at home and abroad, end-of-the-world talk began to spread widely. Here, Lin Changsu took out all the snacks and beer in the house after his shower, and while listening to music, he had a comfortable and satisfying meal while organizing his next plan. After struggling to survive the end of the world until the third round, it had been a long time since he had felt so good. Since he had been reborn with the system, he, Lin Changsu, was going to enjoy life to the fullest in this end of the world. Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, and Lin Changsu reminisced about their past lives, listing the most beautiful women they knew. Then they thought of someone. The top innocent Korean female star who had just debuted, Han Xiu, was in a hotel on one of the streets across from the community. There happened to be an international brand exchange meeting these past 2 days. Han Xiu, who came to China to discuss cooperation, also accepted an invitation from a Korean brand to come and participate in this exchange meeting. This woman has to be taken. She should meet the system requirements. After all, she is indeed very beautiful and can sing and dance well. She can also do the splits. Then, when the fog ends, get a top-of-the-line post-apocalyptic RV and head north. This includes Japan, South Korea, and the United States of America, and we have to go for a tour. After all, we have to have a big horse. Lin Changsu muttered these words to himself. Soon, after 4 p.m., the door of Xu Qingman, who lived across from Lin Changsu, was knocked on by an auntie disguised as a community worker. Lin Changsu stood behind his own front door and looked quietly across the street through the peephole. The mantis preys on the cicada, and the bird is waiting in the wings. Chapter 2, Be My Woman and I'll Give You the Antidote. Lin Changsu watched quietly from behind his door. A frail-looking woman in her 50s, dressed in community workers' clothes, was holding a bottle of mineral water in her hand. She used the same line as before. Community workers were going door to door to distribute government relief supplies of mineral water and instant noodles. She held up the bottle of mineral water to show Xu Qingman. Xu Qingman believed her and opened the door. Wu Xiulian was quick and used her body to block the door. Then she grabbed Xu Qingman's hand. "Come here quickly, I've got her," Wu Xiulian shouted excitedly. At that moment, 2 men hiding in the corridor, Wu Xiulian's husband and son, rushed out quickly. Xu Qingman was stunned by this sudden turn of events, and then desperately tried to break free while screaming and yelling, "Ah, help! Keep screaming and I'll kill you," the young man yelled viciously. At that moment, Lin Changsu opened the door, holding the silenced pistol in his hand. With a cold and calm expression, he walked over quickly and raised his hand, firing 3 consecutive shots at close range at the 3 people. Without any nonsense. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot was a headshot. He made a cool entrance and solved the problem cleanly, like a cold and ruthless killer. Xu Qingman was so scared that her chest was beating wildly, as if it were billowing with waves. She screamed and froze in place, her beautiful eyes staring wide and round, staring straight at Lin Changsu in front of her. There was only one thought in her mind: this killer is kind of handsome. "Stop screaming," Lin Changsu's cold voice spoke in an order-like tone. Xu Qingman stopped then, breathing heavily, still in shock. Her exquisite and beautiful face and body were covered in blood. "The end of the world is here," Lin Changsu took a step towards Xu Qingman. "Drag the body to my room." Lin Changsu walked up to Xu Qingman and continued to order. Xu Qingman leaned back against the wall, nervously watching Lin Changsu, who had walked up to her, his cold, handsome face close at hand, overbearing and charming. "Didn't you hear me?" Lin Changsu snapped. Xu Qingman was so scared that her body shook, and she came back to her senses. Then she walked unsteadily over to the corpse, grabbed its feet, and dragged it towards Lin Changsu's house. In her head, she kept thinking about the message she had just seen on WeChat and other social media platforms about the end of the world. She muttered to herself. The end of the world, the end is really here. Suddenly. A man's shrill cry of fear sounded out in the white mist outside the building. The next moment, a crunching sound like a monster chewing on a person could be heard. For a moment, it seemed as if the community had become much quieter. After about 3 seconds, the sounds of doors and windows being closed could be heard. Xu Qingman was so scared that she went numb. After a few seconds, she came to her senses. Although fear was still in her eyes, she was obviously less confused. This is the end of the world, the end of the world, the end of the world. There is no rescue, and there is no going back to the past. Xu Qingman looked up again. Standing in the doorway was Lin Changsu. Scared by Lin Changsu's direct and serious gaze, she lowered her head. Once again, she endured the pain in her body and dragged the corpse with all her strength to the living room of Lin Changsu's house. Where should I put it? Xu Qingman asked. The living room is fine, Lin Changsu replied in a flat tone. He didn't want to live in the rented house anyway, and moved to Xu Qingman's house. Lin Changsu's goal in asking Xu Qingman to carry the corpse was simple: to teach her, starting with the simplest thing, to follow orders, and to get used to various scenarios in the end of the world. For example, corpses, murder, etc. Okay, Xu Qingman nodded, and then continued to carry the corpse. Wait. Lin Changsu saw Xu Qingman's face, which was suffering from the virus, and took out the antidote, looking at Xu Qingman. Then he continued in a straightforward manner. I have the antidote here. If you are willing to be my woman, come and get it. After you take it, you will feel better immediately, and then you can go take a shower. Xu Qingman's face turned slightly red as she looked at the antidote in Lin Changsu's hand, her expression full of surprise. After 2 or 3 seconds, Xu Qingman nodded, a little shyly, and walked over, took the antidote in Lin Changsu's hand, and took it. Xu Qingman thought very clearly. In the end times, she had to find a man like Lin Changsu to rely on. Besides, Lin Changsu also had the antidote. And the other person had a gun, so she was afraid she would have to agree even if she didn't want to. A few seconds after taking the antidote, Xu Qingman felt the pain in her body completely disappear. The surprise on her face turned into surprise, and with a look of admiration, she looked at Lin Changsu. The bloodstains at the entrance of your house, rinse them off, then when you're done, go take a shower, and hurry up, Lin Changsu continued in an order-like tone. Okay, Xu Qingman continued to nod, recalling the words take a shower. A blush of shyness gradually rose on Xu Qingman's delicate and beautiful face. Take a shower? That should be next. I'm going to give it up today? But, if it's this man, it seems like it's worth it. Bah, Qingman, what are you thinking? Don't think about it, get to work, get to work. Xu Qingman shook her head, put aside her wandering thoughts, and continued to work seriously. Lin Changsu walked over to the sofa in the living room of Xu Qingman's house, picked up the snacks on the table, and ate them at the same time. He took out his phone and joined the WeChat group for the community. He changed the name of the note to I have the antidote. I have the antidote. At everyone, beautiful women who want the antidote, message me in private, send a full-body selfie first without any filters. You can test the efficacy of the drug first, and then we can talk about the deal. Limited quantities available. As Lin Changsu sent the message to the WeChat group of the residential community, the group message suddenly exploded. Building 3, number 1101, doesn't eat radishes, brother, what time is it, and you still have the heart to lie about your appearance? Building 2, number 202, Zhang Guojun, director of the neighborhood committee, really? If you have it, I can contact the authorities and contribute it to the country, so that scientists can find the cause of the disease, mass produce it immediately, and save the whole country and all of humanity. Building 5, number 502, Milky White Shuezi, it's obviously fake. And even if there is an antidote, it would be nice if it could save the whole country. Especially that little guy, just let them die. And save all of humanity. 5th building, number 18-year-old cold stepmother, although it's obviously fake, this LSP behavior is disgusting. Lin Changkudu didn't bother to pay attention to the comments of these people, but went to watch videos and look for other information. Here, Xu Qingman, who had finished cleaning up the bloodstains at the door, had already gone to the bathroom. At this moment, the sound of rushing water came from the direction of the bathroom. After a while, Xu Qingman walked out wearing a white, loose-fitting bathrobe. In one hand, she gently held a soft, dry towel, while in the other, she slightly tilted her head to the side, carefully wiping the long, wet hair that was still dripping with water. The crystal-clear water droplets fell to the ground along the silky hair, others flowed down her fair, slender neck and disappeared between the faintly visible snow-white skin at the collar of her bathrobe. Her graceful and curvy figure, with her bare feet in slippers, slowly walked towards Lin Changsu. Xu Qingman simply locked eyes with Lin Changsu for a second, and immediately blushed, looking down and avoiding Lin Changsu's scorching gaze. I'll get the hairdryer and blow dry your hair, Xu Qingman said in a soft voice, her voice pleasant to the ear, with a kind of sweet sensation. Xu Qingman felt her heart beating fast, her whole body tense, a little inexplicably excited, and for some reason, a little sweetly happy. Lin Changsu's scorching and direct gaze just now was very clear to Xu Qingman, and she understood it very well. It was the gaze of someone who wanted to eat her up. It could strongly arouse Lin Changsu's interest, which made Xu Qingman both happy and grateful, and a little proud. This cold, handsome, and incredibly powerful man is her future support. She must firmly grasp this opportunity to make Lin Changsu happy, satisfied, and very, very happy. Xu Qingman had a clear understanding of this. Xu Qingman walked over to the TV cabinet in the living room, crouched down, took out the hairdryer from the small cabinet, and began to blow her hair methodically. At this moment, Lin Changsu discovered that a message from Zhu Lv at herself had appeared in the WeChat group for owners of the mobile phone. Zhu Lv, 503, Building 4, kid, give me the antidote, I'll buy it for 100 million and transfer the money on the spot. Zhu Lv, 503, Building 4 at everyone. Does anyone else know who the person who hit me at the entrance to the residential compound this afternoon was? If you name the person and know the specific unit number of the building, I'll reward you 100,000 yuan, and I'll transfer the money immediately. Zhu Lv, 503, Building 4, if anyone wants to work with me to kill him, I'll give you 1 million each. After a dozen seconds, Zhu Lv sent a friend request to Lin Changsu again. Lin Changsu was temporarily idle anyway, so he agreed as a result. As soon as he agreed, Zhu Lv sent a message. Zhu Lv, tell me, how much, name your price. I have the antidote, sell me your girlfriend, and I'll give you one. Lin Changsu immediately replied. Zhu Lv, humph, you fucking loser, you're not getting it with trash like you in this lifetime. Zhu Lv, kneel down and call me father, I'll let you hold my girlfriend's hand, hurry up and call me. I have the antidote, just wait. Lin Changsu's face revealed a sneer, and he snorted inwardly. Looking for revenge on me? Kneel down and call me father before you can hold Su Xiaolu's hand? Kid, you won't live past tonight, and the girlfriend you just made is mine too. Just watch and see how willingly your girlfriend will follow me. I'll be right there. Lin Changsu casually put his phone aside and got up to go over to Xu Qingman, who had already blown out most of her hair. He didn't bother to waste time talking to Zhu Lv. He reached out and gave her a princess carry, picking her up. Xu Qingman was startled shyly. Xu Qingman looked at Lin Changsu's eyes, and her face instantly turned red. Lin Changsu hugged Xu Qingman and walked towards the bedroom, the soft and comfortable big bedroom. This Rebirth Plus system is just great. This kind of top-notch school beauty, or still a virgin, can easily be great, but in the future, I can also be great with any kind of top-notch beauty. Great! Lin Changsu thought happily in his heart. Chapter 3: The Pleasure of an Experienced Driver. Xu Qingman felt Lin Changsu's strong and powerful arms and warm, sturdy chest, and suddenly became a little confused. A few seconds later, Xu Qingman suddenly thought of something in her head, looked at Lin Changsu shyly, and asked in a very small voice, do you have any medicine? I'm doing it for the first time. I can't go out now, and I don't have any medicine to avoid the cloud. What should I do? Xu Qingman quickly added. So as to avoid Lin Changsu thinking that it was the kind of medicine that Lin Changsu took. If there was a misunderstanding like that, Xu Qingman felt that with Lin Changsu's body and the medicine, it would be dangerous. Don't worry, there is some. Lin Changsu nodded, and taking Xu Qingman himself would get him system reward points, and you could buy anything in the system mall, so naturally he wasn't worried about it. Xu Qingman slightly relaxed, and shyly lowered her head. Dawn. The bedroom door to Xu Qingman was closed. A light fragrance filled the room, which smelled very nice. The room was beautifully decorated with a few cute touches, and there was a spacious, clean, and tidy Simmons bed. Xu Qingman blushed and looked at Lin Changsu lovingly. In the living room, on the sofa, the two snuggled up to each other. Brother, are you a killer or a special forces soldier? Xu Qingman asked curiously. In her opinion, Lin Changsu had a gun and still had this physical strength. She couldn't think of anything else except for these types of occupations. A legendary top-level killer? Xu Qingman breathed heavily, muttering to herself. Neither. If I had to be a soldier of any kind, I'd be an infantryman and artilleryman. Lin Changsu simply replied, sighing inwardly, this woman is truly a rare woman. Then, brother, your secondary occupation is a top-level killer, the best of the best, the strongest kind. Xu Qingman looked at Lin Changsu with adoration in her eyes, praising him. Not bad, very good at sucking up the emotional value is full. Lin Changsu liked it. He nodded and opened his system interface to check his rewards. 1 million points, mall credits. Hostility automatically detected, range 10 meters, no time limit. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully started the martial arts path. Name, Lin Changsu. Age, 28. Physical strength, 34 100 F class. Strength, 82 100 level F. Agility, 95 100 level F. Mental strength, 23 100 level F. Overall rating, level F. Lin Changsu got up and went to the large balcony outside the living room, opened the window, and looked out at the white mist outside. Although he couldn't see it, as long as Lin Changsu concentrated and felt carefully, he could hear some subtle sounds in the white mist. He could even feel a faint sense of danger, as if it were a sixth sense. Lin Changsu looked at the iron window grills in front of him, reached out and tried to gently bend them with a strong force, and they bent directly. It was obvious that he had become much stronger. Lin Changsu turned around and returned to the living room, where he began browsing the system mall. Lin Changsu discovered that the system mall was really powerful, and there was nothing you couldn't buy if you could think of it. At this time, Xu Qingman washed up and walked into the living room wearing loose and somewhat sexy loungewear and an apron. "Brother, almost ready for dinner. I have some ingredients in the fridge for a meal," Xu Qingman said. "Oh?" Lin Changsu was slightly surprised looking at Xu Qingman. It seemed that she knew how to cook. It was still quite rare for a beautiful and exquisite top schoolgirl like her to know how to cook. Xu Qingman's face flushed, and her heart skipped a beat. "Judging by the way you're wearing the apron, it seems that you're pretty good at cooking." "That's quite a surprise, and it's quite rare," Lin Changsu continued. Xu Qingman let out a sigh of relief, her face turning even redder. She thought to herself, so, the word "ode" here really is just the word "o." Ugh, you bad boy, you made me want to mispronounce this word now. What's wrong? Disdain for me. Xu Qingman held up her little hand into a fist, and like a cat, she pretended to be angry and waved her little fist in the air at Lin Changsu. At this moment, Lin Changsu remembered the hostile automatic detection function that his system had given him, and then looked at the detection result of Xu Qingman. No hostility. There is a green mark on her. This function is quite good. In the future, when I go out, I can directly tell whether someone is a friend or foe. In addition, Lin Changsu also saw that Xu Qingman's personal attributes and favorability had changed. Favorability, 98 evaluation, devoted and loyal. This favorability has increased a bit too quickly. I remember it was less than 90 before. After 90, it becomes more difficult to increase. Is my charm poisonous? I have made the school beauty queen, flight attendants, and all the goddesses fall unconsciously into it, following me wholeheartedly, taking the initiative to offer advice on polygamy? It's really possible. I'm loyal, so it's okay to reveal some of my cards, otherwise it's quite troublesome to hide everything I do. Lin Changsu was thinking these things in his heart. Xu Qingman saw that Lin Changsu seemed to be thinking about something and didn't answer her, so she walked over to the refrigerator. At this time, Lin Changsu waved at Xu Qingman and shouted, "Good wife, come here." Xu Qingman's body trembled slightly, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. She turned around and looked at Lin Changsu happily, feeling so happy inside. "Wife, my brother called me wife. I have my brother's approval, he is my husband." Xu Qingman happily took a few steps and walked over, her face filled with a happy smile. "What's wrong? Husband." After shouting it, Xu Qingman's face flushed, and apart from the fact that she couldn't help but shout it in the room just now, this was also the usual initiative to call this title. For the first time, it is inevitable that you are a little shy. Well, don't get carried away, Lin Changsu is my only husband, and I am such a strong husband, and there will be many good women in the future. I have to do my best and assist my husband. Xu Qingman soberly reminded herself, and then walked over to Lin Changsu's side. Lin Changsu reached out and pulled Xu Qingman into his arms, and they sat down. With a thought, he projected the page that could only be purchased in the mall onto the snow-white wall behind the large TV. Xu Qingman froze for a moment, surprised, and recovered after a few seconds. I heard that in this apocalypse, people with superpowers will appear, so is my husband a superpower? My husband is so strong. Superpowers are actually just an internet rumor. The truth is, after a few rounds of the end of the world, martial arts will be opened up, and the humans who adapt and survive will begin to evolve and embark on the martial arts path. Xu Qingman thought in shock, but didn't ask out of curiosity. She knew that she shouldn't ask what she shouldn't, and that her husband would naturally let her know what she should know. Choose whatever you need to eat. Just buy enough food for a day or two, Lin Changsu said. Xu Qingman looked at the wide array of goods and was very happy. You have to know that you can't go out right now, and you can't buy food at all. And at any time, the water and electricity may be cut off. Okay, honey, Xu Qingman nodded happily. Lin Changsu suddenly thought of something. Then on this holographic projection screen, he bought a box of cloud avoidance medicine, spending 20 mole points. Xu Qingman's face turned even redder when she saw this, to the point where it looked like her face was about to bleed. Then, Xu Qingman extended her delicate, white fingers and began to swipe on the projection screen. It was just like operating a touchscreen. Xu Qingman found it very convenient and quickly selected the food category, beginning to browse and shop. There were so many things that she didn't know what to buy. Girls are quite hesitant when shopping. "Well, brother, I'll choose this," Xu Qingman said. It took her more than an hour to choose a single food item. In the end, she didn't buy much: a steak, some pork belly, and some vegetables. Then Xu Qingman went to the kitchen to cook. Lin Changsu glanced at the clock. It was almost 8 p.m. He stood up, looked in the direction of the kitchen, and said, "I'm going out for a bit. Don't trust anyone but me, and don't open the door." "Okay, the strongest and best husband," Xu Qingman replied happily. "Oh, how long will you be back, honey?" "I'll serve the food at the right time, otherwise it will be cold when you get back," Xu Qingman asked again. "No more than an hour," Lin Changsu answered, and then walked out. Xu Qingman looked out the window at the fog and started daydreaming, wondering what her brother was doing out and whether he would find a pretty girl to come back with. That would be, really, so happy. The door slammed shut. Zhu Lu's room, Lin Changsu remembered. Besides, this guy even wrote his specific unit room number in the group name of the WeChat group. Saving the goddess will make you stronger, so naturally Lin Changsu didn't want anything to happen to this Su Xiaolu. Take her tonight, before there are more complications. One step forward, and you're ahead of the pack. After a few disasters, someone will begin to evolve and gradually embark on the path of martial arts. Lin Changsu naturally wants to be a generation ahead of everyone, in an absolutely invincible position. He will be the man at the top of the food chain. Moreover, Zhu Lv has openly recruited people to come and do Lin Changsu in. Lin Changsu is a hot-tempered person. Chapter 4, Giving and Taking. Lin Changsu was on his way out when he took out his phone to check WeChat. It was only then that he realized that during the time when he was feeling happy and content, Xu had posted the first 2 sentences of their chat to the WeChat group. Lin Changsu was then bombarded with comments from the group members. "Dancing Grandma Su, I have the antidote. You're shameless, Mr. Zhu is, you're truly a loser." The most active one is this Grandma Su who loves to dance. In the group, she is crazily sucking up to Zhu Lv, cursing Lin Changsu, and saying all kinds of nasty things. To sum it up, a loser like Lin Changsu is not worthy of a beautiful woman like Su Xiaolu, only Zhu Lv is worthy. Lin Changsu's forehead is about to split open. "No, Grandma, it's the end of the world, and you're still crazily sucking up to Zhu Lv. You don't really think you can go back to the way things were, do you?" At this moment, in room 503, Su Xiaolu, curled up in a ball, heard the sound of the door closing outside her room. She picked up her phone and read the message Lin Changsu had posted in the group. Now that Zhu Lv had gone out, she could just send a message to Lin Changsu. She wasn't worried about video verification. If this person really has the antidote, then I'll follow him. Although many people scold Lin Changsu, Su Xiaolu feels that she has to try it out and ask. There was no way around it. She had physical problems, was very sick, her body was in pain, she felt like she was dying, but she didn't want to die. So Su Xiaolu didn't hesitate and initiated a WeChat friend request. Her beautiful face looked a little pale from the pain of her illness, but she still looked so beautiful and moving. "Fortunately, I'm still healthy. If he really has an antidote, then he must be someone extraordinary. It's the end of the world now, definitely the end of the world. I have to find a man who can give me security. Zhu Lv is a rich second-generation, arrogant idiot. I definitely can't stay with him." She had always been clear about what kind of life she wanted and what price she was willing to pay. Find a rich second generation, someone who will spend money generously on her. Even if they break up in the end, she will have made millions and will never have to worry about money. If he can treat her well and marry her, then she will be devoted to him and follow him wherever he goes. She has put in a lot of effort for this. She has learned everything she can about the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and she has watched a lot of old porn videos on the internet to learn about sex. Her goal is very clear: she wants to live a rich life. Unfortunately, suddenly, the end of the world came inexplicably. Su Xiaolu also had to readjust her goals. Find a strong man and use every means to please, ingratiate and hook him so that she can be safe and worry-free for the rest of her life. So at this moment, Su Xiaolu nervously kept staring at her phone, wanting to make sure that the man who had sent the message really did have the antidote. For some reason, Su Xiaolu suddenly remembered the man from lunch, Lin Changsu. Tall and handsome, powerful and cold, he was really too manly when he decisively hit someone. Now that she thought about it, Su Xiaolu suddenly felt that such a man was an absolute high-quality stock in the end times. Could it be that this man with the antidote is the one from earlier? Su Xiaolu had this bold thought and quickly shook her head. She felt that the idea was a bit bold, and it would be a bit of a coincidence if it were the case. 2 minutes passed, and Su Xiaolu saw that the friend request had not yet been approved, and she became a bit nervous. She didn't know how long Zhu Lv would be gone, so naturally she hoped to get it approved sooner so that they could chat sooner. Lin Changsu had just walked out of the room door and was briefly checking the WeChat group messages when Su Xiaolu sent a friend request, specifically mentioning her real name and emphasizing that she was a genuine beauty. Lin Changsu immediately approved the friend request. It was a coincidence, but it was just as well, because Lin was about to go and find her. Lin had seen this woman at lunchtime, and she was indeed very pretty. But what made Lin even more curious was her 9.8 rating, which was definitely top-notch. As soon as they had become friends, Su Xiaolu sent a WeChat message. Su Xiaolu, do you really have an antidote? I have the antidote, yes, I'm not lying. If you agree to be my woman, I can give you the antidote first, and you'll know the effect when you take it. Besides, you can tell by looking at my condition. Su Xiaolu, if it's true, then I'm willing. Lin Changsu looked at Su Xiaolu and immediately replied to the WeChat message she had sent seconds before. I have the antidote, honestly wait at home, I'm coming right now. Su Xiaolu was very surprised. He agreed before she even sent the picture. Is he too horny? No, how did he know where I live? He knows who I am. Su Xiaolu quickly figured it out. But who is this man who says, I have the antidote? Su Xiaolu was full of curiosity, but she had a vague feeling that it might really be the man she met at noon. It had better be him, it absolutely had to be him. Su Xiaolu's heart suddenly began to pray and make wishes for this matter. Since she had to give it away anyway, why not give it to a tall, handsome, and very charming man? That's what Su Xiaolu felt. After sending the message, Lin Changsu was about to walk over to the elevator. At that moment, suddenly, there was a dull sound of a thud from outside the building. Then someone shouted. Ah, a jump, a suicide. This person witnessed the jumper's body fall from his window, followed by a dull and loud sound as it hit the ground. He was the only one in the community screaming, the rest were long since numb. Suicide images and videos like this one were everywhere on social media. Moreover, their community was not alone anymore. In the evening, another elderly couple, unable to bear the pain and suffering caused by their illness, hanged themselves together. SB, yelling and screaming, have never seen a dead person. Song Weijie, holding onto the wall of the stairwell, walked up, talking to himself, and then looked up and saw Lin Changsu, who had just come out. Song Weijie looked at Lin Changsu a little out of breath, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. The man in front of him looked ruthless and cold, and the key thing was that Lin Changsu didn't seem to have the slightest sign of illness. Song Weijie's mind was quick to react, and he immediately thought of the man who had posted the WeChat message in the community group. Looking at his current state, he really seemed to have the antidote, and what he had posted in the WeChat group was all true. He had struck it really rich, with food and beautiful women all around. Catch this person and force him to tell us the antidote. But it seems like he can't be beaten, so we have to use underhanded tricks. Song Weijie muttered to himself, and a harmless smile appeared on his face. He nodded and shouted, Brother, I'm a community worker here to help everyone. Lin Changsu's face was expressionless as he watched the system's tag on this person's head change from light yellow to dark yellow, and a sneer appeared in his heart. Lin Changsu directly reached behind himself and pulled out the silenced pistol out of thin air, pointed it at Song Weijie's head, and asked, Fess up, what were you trying to do? Song Weijie was scared out of his wits. His whole face was full of terror, his eyes were wide open, about to pop out of their sockets. He swallowed repeatedly, and said in a trembling voice, I was listening to Brother Xiaoji's orders, and came from door to door recruiting people. Big brother, don't kill me, I'll follow you. This person said, Little Jigu, and Lin Changsu knew that the full name was Gu Xiaoji. The manager of a nearby bar was recruiting people. This guy was very good at deceiving girls. His 16-year-old girlfriend was tricked into working for him. And it wasn't just one, but at least 5 or 6 girlfriends that he had lured into working for him. He spent his time hanging out in bars all year round, moving around at night, and smoking betel nuts and cigarettes, and his powers were boundless. His teeth and mouth looked like they were rotting away, and if he came out in the daytime sun, his eyes would squint from the light. He was only about 30 years old, but his health was already very weak. He wasn't good at fighting, but he was good at scheming, talking, and managing people. If Lin Changsu remembered correctly, this guy knew an extremely delicate girl, absolutely the best in the world. She was 1.6 meters tall, and just one glance at her would make you want to love her fiercely. At this point in time, she has not yet been in a relationship. Lin Changsu is certain that this extremely delicate and gentle girl definitely has a high overall score in the system, and her score is definitely not low. Bang! Lin Changsu decisively shot. As long as it is someone who wants to do harm to him, Lin Changsu will never let them go, no matter who you are. He has to say that the system's hostility detection function is really good. Lin Changsu strode over, grabbed the freshly killed corpse with ease, walked over to the floor window, and threw it directly out of the building, into the darkness and white fog. There was a popping sound. Lin Changsu didn't hear the corpse hit the ground, but instead heard the sound of a monster swallowing the corpse in one bite. What kind of monster was in the fog? Lin Changsu wasn't sure, but he knew that in the next stage, the fog would disappear from most areas. And then some areas would be left with different colored fog. The situation inside became even more dangerous. Within one day, no one who did not come out of the remaining fog ever came out again. Soon, Lin Changsu arrived at the door of Su Xiaolu's room. In the early stages, women were the easiest to collect, otherwise order would completely collapse and break down. Basically all the best women had already been taken. So Lin Changsu knew very well that since this was the system, he had to be quick, ruthless, and precise when collecting women in the early stages. Chapter 5. So what if you came back? Lin Changsu sent a message to Su Xiaolu. I have the antidote, open the door. How many people are inside? Su Xiaolu had been holding her phone, and when she saw the message from Lin Changsu, she immediately replied to him. Su Xiaolu, I'm here, just me. Su Xiaolu, Zhu Luguang just went out, I don't know what he went to do. Su Xiaolu was afraid that Lin Changsu wouldn't believe her, so she immediately sent another message to add to what she had already said. I have the antidote, okay. Lin Changsu saw the message that Zhu Luguang had just gone out, and a wicked smile curved the corner of his mouth. Wouldn't that be perfect for him to steal a woman, only to be caught in the act if he came back later? Gee, this Zhu Luguang is going to see him get cheated on with his own eyes, and that's going to be quite a sight. You want to kill me? I'm going to fuck your woman right in front of your face, make you a cripple, and throw you out the door to hear the sound. Anyone who wants to harm me won't have a good time. Lin Changsu recovered his thoughts and guarded his surroundings. He would not easily trust others. Soon the door was opened by Su Xiaolu. Su Xiaolu was bent over, her face pale, but she had deliberately applied lipstick, and her seductive red lips were shining brightly. She was wearing tight loungewear that highlighted her perfectly seductive curves. This woman had an excellent figure and looks, and she was also talented, so there were really endless possibilities for her. Su Xiaolu endured the discomfort in her body and looked at Lin Changsu in shock, feeling that everything was unbelievable. The moment she saw Lin Changsu, Su Xiaolu felt her heart beat violently, a feeling like falling in love. It really was him, the charming man who had made such an impression on her at noon. Handsome, very charming. Su Xiaolu's face unconsciously flushed slightly. Her heart was ecstatic. If there really was an antidote, being his woman would be too blessed. No, even if there was no antidote, in this end of the world, being his woman would also be a very cool and safe thing. Su Xiaolu stood in a daze at the door, muttering to herself. Lin Changsu relaxed a little and stepped inside, closing the door behind him, after looking at Su Xiaolu's green mark. Lin Changsu looked at the luxuriously decorated room and briefly inspected each room. Really not here, I'm telling the truth, Su Xiaolu said again from the side. Lin Changsu walked back into the living room, looked at Su Xiaolu in front of him, with a very serious expression, and asked again. I'm asking you seriously in person once again, will you give me the antidote and be my woman? Do you agree? Su Xiaolu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Changsu to ask her so seriously. This made her feel, on the contrary, as if she were being proposed to or given a marriage vow, and she felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Su Xiaolu nodded and replied with an implicit and shy voice, I'm willing. Lin Changsu nodded with satisfaction, having saved another stunning beauty. He then took out the antidote, spread his palm, and handed it to Su Xiaolu. Take it, it will take effect immediately, and then you can go take a shower. Su Xiaolu looked at the antidote in Lin Chansu's hand, her eyes shining. She was certain that this antidote was absolutely real, otherwise Lin Chansu would not seem so mentally healthy. Su Xiaolu couldn't wait to come forward and took the antidote from Lin Chansu's hand. Then she suddenly thought of the next sentence Lin Chansu said, "Take a bath." Su Xiaolu looked at Lin Chansu with a worried expression and said, "This room? Now. Xu Lv, he might be back in a while. So what if he comes back? What's the matter, are you still afraid of being seen?" Lin Chansu said with a smile, already having a plan in mind. "When Xu returns, I'll just cripple him and throw him out the door. After I've finished what I came to do and had my fun, I'll go out and get rid of him. He still wants to find someone to get rid of him, it's like looking for death in a toilet." Su Xiaolu's face turned even redder, and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. Afraid of being seen? It seemed like he was a little shy, but why did she feel an inexplicable excitement and a vague sense of anticipation? That useless guy, it's fine for him to come back, but it's still him who will solve it in every minute. Su Xiaolu thought about this, and suddenly realized that she still didn't know Lin Chansu's name. She then looked up at Lin Chansu and continued. "I will listen to my brother. If my brother likes it, I am willing." Brother, what's your name?" "I still don't know your name." Lin Changsu simply replied. "Lin Changsu?" Su Xiaolu almost blurted out, her eyes wide after she finished speaking, her face instantly turned red. "Female drivers, the speed is just fast." Lin Chansu nodded and said, "Take your medicine quickly and go take a bath." Su Xiaolu's beautiful eyes widened even more, and her fair face became shy and rosy. The beautiful, shocked, firm face gradually revealed a smile. "In that case, I've made a fortune, haven't I?" Su Xiaolu quickly took a bottle of mineral water from the table, swallowed the antidote, and waited for a few seconds. She could clearly feel the weakness and pain in her body disappear in just 3 seconds, and her body regained its usual vitality. Su Xiaolu was completely happy. She had been tortured by illness and pain, and she thought she would die if she couldn't last 3 days. Now, she was alive. "Brother, wait for me, I'll go take a shower," Su Xiaolu said happily, then walked towards the bathroom, barefoot and in a happy mood. Lin Changsui sat on the sofa in the living room, observing his surroundings. Sometimes he felt that he seemed to be quite busy, either rescuing beauties or on his way to do so. A bit ridiculous? No. I gave myself this system, so this is my work. I am striving to become stronger, fighting hard all the time. In order to become stronger, to work, and for the future of mankind, there is no rest in the struggle. This sounds like such an inspirational story. Lin Chansu felt his face turn red as he thought about it. This system is really fucking awesome, and it can make you stronger. Who wouldn't fucking struggle hard? After saving Su Xiaolu this time, what kind of reward will his system give him? Lin Chansu was a little excited. All kinds of delicacies, definitely, he can buy them all in the system mall. He wants to try all kinds of food and wine from all over the world that he has never tried before. He will also buy all kinds of clothes and let his beautiful wives wear them. He will also experience all kinds of entertainment, such as ice and fire, heaven and earth, and so on. Lin Changsu muttered to himself. Soon, the sound of rushing water could be heard in the bathroom. After 7 or 8 minutes, Su Xiaolu walked out of the bathroom. This was quite an efficient time, much faster than the usual time for a girl to shower. "I just showered this morning, so I just gave myself a quick rinse," Su Xiaolu said, afraid that Lin Changsu would think she wasn't serious, so she deliberately explained. At this time, Lin Changsu was already full of energy and fighting spirit. His cold eyes had already turned into direct, bold, greedy glances, staring directly at Su Xiaolu. Her beautiful, pale, fresh face still had a hint of crystal clear water droplets, and the blush on her face looked very good and attractive, making people unable to help but want to go up and kiss her. Su Xiaolu was stared at, and she lowered her head shyly, ecstatic inside. "Brother Changsu, let's go into my room," Su Xiaolu said softly, shyly, with a gentle and pleasant voice. Lin Changsu glanced at Su Xiaolu and then at the luxuriously decorated living room. The sofa was quite soft and comfortable, the dining room table was just the right height, and the dressing mirror next to the TV in the living room was also quite good. Lin Changsu felt that these were all good places. "Why don't we lock the door? That way Zhu Lv won't be able to come back. We won't be disturbed by his sudden return," Su Xiaolu said again. Lin Changsu stood up and walked directly towards Su Xiaolu, in a very disdainful tone. "If he comes back, let him lie at the door." This Zhu Lv was used to being arrogant and domineering, and had done a lot of bullying and insulting people. He also wanted to find someone to get rid of Lin Changsu, and now that he was in Lin Changsu's hands, naturally he wouldn't have a good time. So Lin Changsu couldn't wait for Zhu to return. Lin Changsu picked Su Xiaolu up and walked towards her bedroom. Su Xiaolu felt her heart pounding, speeding up, feeling both nervous and excited. What a warm and broad chest. This body full of firm muscles and sexy lines is just too good looking, even for a woman who likes sex. Wow, I've met this kind of perfect man, I'm so happy. Su Xiaolu's face was getting redder and redder, until it was flushed, like a red apple that had just been washed, moist and rosy. Dong. The door was gently closed. Chapter 6, Trashy Girl. Lin Changsu had just entered the room at that moment. The phone rang, sounding very inappropriate. Lin Changsu frowned a little irritably, reached for the phone, and then half lay on the bed, leaning his upper body on the head of the bed looking at the incoming call on the phone. The name displayed was Meishu. I still have her number? Lin Changsu recalled an unpleasant memory from the past. This Meishu is indeed very beautiful and has a great figure, but she is a complete scumbag who likes to raise lapdogs. She likes everyone to lick her. Not only does she cheat on relationships, but she also cheats for money. You say this kind of scumbag try to trick you. It's not good to trick those second-generation rich kids. I don't know if it's because their methods are not high enough or they just like to trick ordinary families. I heard that even those licking dogs from bad families are also being deceived. In Lin Changsu's opinion, this kind of woman is 100 times more disgusting than her mother who sells herself. At least she doesn't steal, rob or cheat, and makes money with her body. At that time, Lin Changsu was raised in a fish pond for a week. Fortunately, he reacted in time, quickly stopped the loss, and stayed away from this Meishu. This was all 3 or 4 years ago. If it weren't for the fact that this woman is indeed pretty, but also a complete scumbag, Lin Changsu really can't remember this woman, who he has only known for about 2 months. Hello. Lin Changsu answered the phone. Meishu was a little uneasy. Finally, the call was connected, but listening to the cold voice, it felt like she didn't know her. No way, I'm so pretty, even though I only gave you a little time to be my lapdog, but a woman like me, a top-notch woman. Letting you be my lapdog is a happy thing that you'll never forget. But you've even forgotten me, and you've deleted my phone number, or did you not write down my name? Meishu's mind was quick and she was a little angry at the same time. Lin Changsu, don't you remember me? I'm Meishu, Meishu said in a deliberately gentle and soft voice. Oh, Meishu, what's up, what do you want? Lin Changsu asked. Meishu heard Lin Changsu's cold tone, especially since he still knew that she was Meishu, and still acted so coldly, which made Meishu very angry. But then she thought, it must be just Lin Changsu's tactics. Oh dear. After 3 or 4 years, you lickspittle dog, you've learned some tricks. If you really have the antidote this time, then I'll do my best to train you into my lickspittle dog again. I'll just give you some tangible benefits. I'll hold your hand, okay? Meishu muttered to herself, and continued in a very pleasant, gentle voice. Brother, do you really have an antidote there? I have a friend who licked, your neighborhood and forwarded the news of your WeChat group. I saw it and the first thing I thought of was the handsome brother you. Oh, licking it up, I'll see how good you really are at licking. There's a saying that's very true. Don't let down a good woman and don't waste a bad one. Yes, it's guaranteed to work, Lin Changsu said with a sneer on his face. Well, can I have it, brother? I can promise to go out with you and give it a try. Meishu's tone was getting more and more flirtatious. Promise to go out with you and give it a try? Give it a try? No, where did you get the nerve to say such things? Is your mouth gold-plated? How dare you say such things? A genuine antidote can save lives. To put it bluntly, if it weren't the end of the world, Lin Changsu would have created a pharmaceutical company and sold the medicine, and he would have become a billionaire. Lin Changsu snorted inwardly, but his tone did not change. He deliberately smiled and said, you can consider it. Where do you live now? Let's find out the woman's exact address first. Damn it. You like to toy with people, right? Then I'll let you experience the feeling of being toyed with mercilessly. Lin Changsu thought very clearly. Meishu was a little angry at first, but her pretty face instantly lit up with a smile. She was even more ecstatic in her heart. A dog licker is a dog licker. I want to keep the fish, and none of them are going to get away. Now she's smiling and talking to me, so it's true that her previous cold tone was just an act. Shen Meishu, this kind of superb beauty, using a little trick on you to charm you, is not a piece of cake. In the garden community, Building 3, Apartment 601 brother, why don't you deliver the antidote to the person's home now? My home. Shen Meishu continued in a coquettish tone, saying. I bet you're excited to come to my house. When I get the antidote, I'll let him hold my hand a little as a reward. Shen Meishu muttered to herself. Add me on WeChat and send me the address again. I'm busy right now, so I won't say much, Lin Changsu said. Lin Changsu was about to hang up, but Shen Meishu continued in a coquettish tone, asking, what's wrong? What are you busy with? I'm going to go play a fun game. Remember to send me the address. I'm hanging up. Lin Changsu hung up the phone directly after saying this. Hang up on me directly? Means, it must be another trick, intentional, just deliberately pulling with me. Lin Changsu, after not seeing each other for 3 or 4 years, you've really become quite something. I've added you on WeChat, you should approve, otherwise what's the point of me calling you? Damn Lin Changsu, how dare you delete my WeChat? Shen Meishu became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. Then a sudden pain came from her body. Shen Meishu continued to curl up and lay on the bed. On the other side, Zhu Lu was in room 403, talking to Xu Xiaolu. He was a bit distracted, not sure if he was sick and hearing things, or what. He just felt that there was a sound like a bed moving in his room upstairs, and he also inexplicably felt that he heard a thumping sound. Zhu Lv shook his head to wake himself up. This sudden change made him very angry and unhappy. This inexplicable situation where everyone was sick and many people had died, it was simply the end of the world. He didn't like the end of the world. He was a rich second-generation heir. I said, you find the person, and I'll talk to you again. Money, is it going to help me? You can't really think that things will go back to normal. Someone fucking filmed it in the fog. There are unknown strange man-eating creatures. Let's just think about getting through this virus. Xu Xiaolu waved his hand impatiently. He didn't want to talk to Zhu Lv anymore. He had lingered and chatted with Zhu for a long time just to see if he could get some useful information from the man who said, I have the antidote. He also wanted to find out about the information on the man Zhu had mentioned, the one who was so fierce that he beat up people. He also had an important goal, to get to know Zhu and then, if possible, to take Zhu's girlfriend, who was a stunning beauty. If it weren't for the pain, and the fact that he had absolutely no interest in that area, Xu Xiaolu would want to take her right now. But for the sake of the greater good, Xu Xiaolu resisted. Right now, he was arranging for someone to go into the building and start organizing people, pretending to be a community organizer. Once he had a clear picture of the situation and had bought off the right people, he could then act completely wantonly. Now that he has been exposed in advance, Zhu Lv has posted it in the WeChat group of the owners. His carefully cultivated positive image and plan to use community organizations to control the masses will be ruined. Xu Xiaolu is very clear-headed, so after chatting for a while, he let Zhu Lv leave. Xu Xiaolu returned to his room. He was very grateful in his heart that the 7 or 8 people he recruited all lived in the same building as him. As soon as the end of the world came, he immediately had an innate advantage. Zhu Lv had a gloomy face and was very unhappy. While enduring the pain in his body, he walked out the door and headed for the elevator. Damn it, when order is restored, I will definitely kill all these people. Especially the one at noon who dared to slap me. Thinking about this, Zhu Lv touched the wound on his forehead that had been simply bandaged, and his anger deepened. No, judging from the current situation, it really is the end of the world. I need to find a way to win people over and gain my own power. I need to think of a way. With these thoughts in his mind, Zhu Lv got into the elevator and returned to the 5th floor. And that piece of trash, the smelly loser who said, I have the antidote, I'm going to take care of him too. You think you can have my girlfriend? Zhu Lv muttered to himself. Chapter 7, Incompetent Rage. Zhu Lv had just stepped out of the elevator door when he suddenly felt a strong pain in his body. He immediately crouched down, and tears almost welled up in his eyes. It was obvious that his constitution was weaker and he was in more severe pain than usual. Damn it, am I going to die? Zhu Lv suddenly had this thought, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. After all, many people had already died. No, if I really have to die, I want to have a good time before I die. This Su Xiaolu, I spent a lot of money chasing her, and today I was going to have sex with her, but then I got so fucking unlucky as to run into this kind of shit. Zhu Lv had already made up his mind. I'll die with a smile on my face, I'll die under the peony tree, and even as a ghost I'll be a charming woman. Meanwhile, Zhu Lv had just left for a minute or two, and at this time, Gu Xiaojie received a report from one of his subordinates that Song Weijie had disappeared. He didn't reply to WeChat messages, didn't answer the phone, and couldn't be found. The key point was that a small amount of bloodstains were found at the entrance to the 16th floor stairwell. This made Gu Xiaojie's subordinate, Zhang Weiqiang, very worried, and quickly, he rushed to Gu Xiaojie's room to report the matter in person. After hearing Zhang Weiqiang's report, Gu Xiaojie immediately sat up in bed, looking worried, and asked seriously, "Do you have a photo?" Zhang Weiqiang nodded repeatedly, took out his phone, and said, "There's also a video. I don't know if he's been killed. Right now, my brothers and I can't find Song Weijie, and we're a little worried." Gu Xiaojie looked at the video of a little bloodstain on the scene. "Didn't you hear any noise?" Gu Xiaojie asked. He muttered to himself, if he really was killed, then logically, there would have been some noise. Besides, who is this guy? He's ruthless enough to kill someone on the first day. I'm just organizing people in the name of the community. If there's really a 1% chance that order will be restored, I'll have an excuse. I don't know, maybe I heard it wrong. It felt like I heard a thud. I was chatting with an older woman and got a little carried away, so I'm not sure. Zhang Weiqiang continued, not quite sure. 2 people in a group, keep looking, report every 5 minutes. Gu Xiaojie gave his orders. Okay, brother Xiaoji, Zhang Weiqiang nodded repeatedly. Then, Gu Xiaojie took out a notebook and began to record the specific situation of the building with his subordinates. How many people were left in each household, who believed in them, who had defected to them, and so on. Soon, after Zhu Lv recovered his breath, he entered the password for the electronic lock, opened the door, and walked in. Just as Zhu Lu pressed the button, the sound was heard by Lin Changsu, who knew that Zhu Lu was back. With a thud. The door closed. Zhu Lu supported the shoe cabinet at the door and stopped, his ears immediately standing up. Zhu Lu's face became ugly, his facial muscles twitched angrily, his eyes full of shock, shaking his head repeatedly, muttering in his mouth. No. You son of a bitch, you bitch, I just left for less than half an hour, and you're fucking cheating on me behind my back. Fuck you, you slut, and there's also a dead asshole who dares to cheat on me and steal my home. I must kill you today. Zhu Lu's face was in a rage, and he cursed wildly in his heart. After running out 3 or 4 steps, the whole person instantly calmed down. No, I need to get a knife. Zhu Lv immediately slowed down, walked quickly towards the kitchen with light steps, and at this time, Zhu Lv's expression on his face was very distorted and ugly, and murderous rage was flashing in his eyes. Tonight was supposed to be his own, and it was still in perfect condition as a result. He left the room for half an hour, and it was unexpectedly intercepted. Who would believe this if I told you? Who wouldn't feel bad and want to kill someone? Zhu Lu walked to the kitchen as quietly as possible, picked up the kitchen knife hanging on the wall, and then turned towards the bedroom. I don't care who you are, today you must die in that room, with your head cut off by a sharp knife. Zhu Lu carefully made his way to the bedroom door. Honey. Hearing this in the room, Zhu Lu froze for a moment, his whole body suddenly filled with rage. He couldn't hold back anymore, opened the door, pushed it hard, and shouted. Dong! The door slammed against the wall with a loud crash. Zhu Lu, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, rushed into his bedroom, and after 3 or 4 steps, he stopped in a hurry. Ah! I'll kill you, you pair of dogs! Zhu Lu shouted, ending with a weak voice. Su Xiaolu was startled and her face paled. Lin Changsu, however, remained composed and unruffled, his cold and domineering gaze looking at Zhu Lv with icy amusement. Zhu Lv's mouth twitched repeatedly, his right hand holding the cleaver. The hand raised in the air shook inexplicably. Zhu Lv's throat moved, as if he wanted to speak, but he couldn't. He wanted to act, but didn't dare. He wanted to turn around and leave, but he didn't want to. Lin Changsu's gaze was full of murderous intent, and it made people shudder. At this moment, Lin Changsu had an expression of calm confidence, as if he was fully prepared and not afraid at all. This made Zhu Lv suddenly recall the scene from Noon, when he was easily slapped by Lin Changsu, sent flying to the ground, and then slammed against the wall 3 times. Thinking back, Zhu Lu felt a dull pain in his head. Su Xiaolu didn't expect Zhu Lu to come back and rush in with a knife from the kitchen. Rush in, just rush in. But Lin Changsu gave him a fierce glare and he stopped in his tracks. A coward, a wimp, a total loser, a useless rich second generation. At this moment, Su Xiaolu despised Zhu Lv even more. "Oh, it seems you really want to kill me," Lin Changsu said coldly. Zhu Lv's facial muscles kept twitching as he frantically thought about what to do, and kept asking himself, "Can I beat him? I have a knife in my hand. Damn it, I really want to kill this guy, I hate him so much I want to skin him alive." Despite his overwhelming hatred, at this moment, Zhu Lv could only feel powerless and furious. After Lin Changsu got to the ground, he suddenly accelerated and kicked Zhu Lv away with one kick. Bang! The sound of a strong body hitting a wall resounded. The entire room was filled with this echoing sound. Clang! The cleaver fell to the ground. Wow, that felt good. After opening the martial arts evolution, the body's strength, power, and agility have increased many times over. This feeling of effortless killing is really great. Lin Changsu looked at his masterpiece and was very satisfied. Pucci, Zhu Lu's mouth overflowed with blood. At this time, he only felt severe pain in his internal organs, and a sense of death was spreading towards him. His eyes gradually widened, and he stared at Lin Changsu unwillingly as he walked towards him. You dared to kill?" Zhu Lu stuttered, asking in disbelief. "You trash, you are only destined to be trampled underfoot by people like us, the superior people, for the rest of your life. How is this possible? Damn it, the end of the world. Damn you, you trash." Zhu Lv was furious and very unwilling as Lin Changsu walked step by step. He was overcome by a powerful sense of fear. Don't kill me." Zhu Lv begged for mercy, with blood still spurting from his mouth. Lin Changsu glanced coldly at Zhu Lv and then closed the door. "If you want to kill me, you'd better be able to do it. Otherwise, just wait outside and die. I'm not done having fun yet." Lin Changsu muttered coldly to himself. Click. The sound of a door closing faintly. Anyone who tries to kill me will not have a good outcome. In this end times, I, Lin Changsu, am here to enjoy it. 2 kilometers away in a hotel, Jiang Jinfeng, leader of the fan club of the pure Korean actress Han Xiu, a former lecturer in the organization, infiltrated the fan club after joining and left, and with his energy and eloquence, became the head of the local fan club. After reading a lot of doomsday theories, Jiang Jinfeng put down his phone, walked to the window, looked at the fog, and his eyes gradually went from calm to burning, and finally went crazy. The corner of his mouth curled up into a devilish arc. This is fucking the end of the world. Han Xiu is in a hotel near the International Brand Exchange Conference. Such a perfectly fresh and beautiful woman must be mine. Chapter 8, The Cause of the End of the World. Zhu Lu lay helplessly on the ground. He wanted to get up, but found that he had no strength. His whole body was sore and weak, and his eyelids seemed to be getting a little heavy. Zhu Lu's mood gradually turned from anger to numbness. And finally his eyes became vacant. It was as if the whole world had gone quiet, and he had been abandoned. Gradually, the figure of a grim reaper walked towards him. After a long time, Lin Changsu, half lying in bed, pulled Su Xiaolu into his arms, while looking at his system. Lin Changsu looked at his system backpack, and at this time, his rewards had been distributed to the backpack. Lin Changsu began to collect them one by one. Reward 1, Illustrated Book of All Species. After collecting it, any evolved creature you see will automatically identify the species and give a detailed introduction. Reward 2, Underground Safe Fortress House LV1 level, can be upgraded continuously. Subsequent upgrades require mall points to improve comfort and safety performance. Reward 3, 1 million mall points. Reward 4, Bond bonus, get 10,000 mall points every day, and the more goddesses you have, the more rewards you get. Reward 5, Doomsday Evolution Survival Guide, 1 copy can predict the next disaster in advance. Lin Changsu collected them all and then checked them up. This underground safe house is very comfortable up to level 2. You can put it away and put it back every day. This means that Lin Changsu can drive around in an RV and stay in an underground safe house that looks like a luxury villa at night. The 400 square meter space has a couple's room, a private movie theater, a karaoke room, an e-sports room, a recreation room, a large bathroom with a bathtub and shower, a dressing room, etc. A large living room with luxurious fine decoration, a dining room. Protection against 2-star biological disasters, absolute safety in the early stages of the end of the world. As for points, Lin Changsu looked at the system mall, and there were all kinds of post-apocalyptic RVs, comfortable, off-road, and even ones that could erect barricades. When he saw the survival guide to the evolution of the end of the world, he finally understood this sudden apocalypse. If put simply, it is similar to the beginning of the era of high martial arts. But it is shuffled in the form of elimination in the end times in terms of human history. At the lowest point, the number of humans was less than 100,000. And this time, at the lowest point, perhaps less than 1,000th of the people will survive. Of course, there is a worse possibility, the extinction of the human race. After 7 consecutive rounds of various disasters, there will be a period of calm. The humans who have survived are considered to have survived the survival of the fittest, their bodies have been strengthened, and they can barely adapt to this new world. Next, there will be the even crueler law of the jungle, facing the invasion of all kinds of strange creatures. Therefore, I must hurry and become stronger. Lin Changsu muttered to himself. Just then, the phone rang with a message alert. Lin Changsu took the phone and read the message, which was from Xu Qingman. Lin Changsu then realized that it had been 2.5 hours since they had agreed to go out for an hour. In that case, Lin Changsu looked at Su Xiaolu. This woman is still worth it. At the same time, Lin Changsu found that there were a few more friend requests on his WeChat. And in the group, that Auntie Su who loves to dance was still chattering in the group, saying something about kicking her out of the group and finding her to teach her a lesson and at Zhu Lv. Little did she know that Zhu Lv had already eaten the peanuts. Lin Changsu could only say that this Grandma Su who loves to dance has already sealed her own fate. It's the end of the world, and you can keep on like a mad dog for hours, insulting people in the group, morally blackmailing them, and inciting others to get me arrested and tortured. Good, very good. I'll find you and get rid of you tomorrow. Lin Changsu had already made up his mind. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Changsu looked at Su Xiaolu and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home, and it's time for dinner." "Okay, honey," Su Xiaolu's sweet voice happily shouted. Then Lin Changsu got out of bed and got dressed. Su Xiaolu had originally wanted to wear the sexy bathrobe she had just worn, but then she thought, if it suddenly aroused Lin Changsu's interest, then she would be in trouble. So she quickly walked over to the wardrobe and found something else to wear, something very conservative with long sleeves and trousers. The door opened. Zhu Lv had already passed out from the shock, dying, obviously not long for this world. Su Xiaolu was shocked, her whole body tense and panicked. The joy she had felt earlier had made her forget that this was the end of the world. Lin Changsu stopped in his tracks, thought for a moment, took out his pistol, and then handed it to Su Xiaolu, saying in a cold voice, "Give him a quick death, so he doesn't suffer." "Ha!" Su Xiaolu was shocked again, and took a step back. Su Xiaolu had seen a lot of these videos this afternoon, and she was barely used to it, but to actually kill someone, Su Xiaolu kept shaking her head, she just couldn't do it. The end times have come. Anyone who wants to kill us has to die. If you don't do it, then I'll be disappointed in you. Lin Changsu's tone was cold and serious. They have to be taught to get used to the end times, and those who deserve to die must never be merciful. Su Xiaolu was shocked by Lin Changsu's words. She could see the disappointment in Lin Changsu's eyes, and the image of him abandoning her. Just thinking about it was terrifying. She had to follow Lin Changsu and obey her husband. This guy was going to kill her husband, the damned bastard. Su Xiaolu kept repeating this in her head, and then took the pistol with a slightly trembling hand. Lin Changsu moved and stood behind Su Xiaolu, then took Su Xiaolu's slightly trembling hand in one hand and aimed at Zhu's head. "It's very simple, just pull the trigger," Lin Changsu whispered in Su Xiaolu's ear. Su Xiaolu took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The silenced pistol fired. Blood splattered, and Zhu Lv was completely dead. Su Xiaolu gasped for breath, her body trembling a little. Her eyes were wide open, looking at Zhu Lv, whom she had killed, and her emotions were very complex. I killed someone? I killed someone. This is the end of the world, this is the end of the world, what I did was right, I relieved this person, yes, what I did was right. Su Xiaolu kept repeating this in her heart, comforting and convincing herself. At this time, Lin Changsu took the pistol that Su Xiaolu was holding tightly and pulled it out, then put it away again. Then he took Su Xiaolu's hand and walked out. Let's go back and eat. Gurgle. Su Xiaolu's stomach was so hungry that it was growling. She looked up and saw Lin Changsu walking in front of her. She felt that this figure in front of her was so strong and broad, giving her a sense of security she had never felt before. In this world of doom, such a strong man is my only support, I must hold on to him. Hubby, hug me, I'm sore and weak, even walking hurts a bit, Su Xiaolu said with a very sweet and pleasing voice after taking a few steps out. Lin Changsu turned around and glanced at Su Xiaolu. After a moment's thought, he decided that it was understandable, as it was the first time, and since it was her own fault, she should take responsibility. Lin Changsu then took a step forward and picked Su Xiaolu up in his arms. Su Xiaolu seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly and anxiously reached out to cover her impressive figure, burying her head and not daring to look at Lin Changsu. She prayed repeatedly in her heart that she had not tempted her husband to commit a crime just now. Lin Changsu smiled and didn't say anything. This woman's little actions were clearly visible to Lin Changsu. Then Lin Changsu suddenly remembered the favorability rating, and immediately clicked on the Su Xiaolu's attribute panel to take a look. Favorability rating, 99 evaluation, loyal. Lin Changsu was a little surprised. Against the heavens, this woman's favorability rating for him was 99, which was even a little higher than Xu Qingman's. But Lin Changsu thought about it carefully, and it seemed that this Su Xiaolu really admired strength, and a favorability rating of 99 was normal. But would there be any rewards or bonuses for a favorability rating of 100? Lin Changsu was a little curious, but he didn't think about it much, and just let things take their course. Maybe after a few days, the favorability rating would be 100. Soon, Lin Changsu, holding Su Xiaolu, returned to the door of Xu Qingman's house and he sent a WeChat message asking Xu Qingman to open the door. Xu Qingman, who had already been waiting for her husband to return, opened the door with a smile and excitement. "Hubby, come in quickly," Xu Qingman shouted in her pleasant, gentle voice. Then Xu Qingman's expression froze as she looked at Su Xiaolu in Lin Changsu's arms. Su Xiaolu also froze, looking at Xu Qingman, who was dressed conservatively like her and wearing an old apron, and whose appearance and figure were almost comparable to her own. The two women stared at each other in astonishment. Lin Changsu looked at the two women, planning in his heart. Let Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu rest well tonight, and collect useful information tomorrow during the day, especially information about the beautiful woman, the top innocent Korean actress who has just debuted, Han Xiu. Focus on her. Chapter 9, The Tacit Understanding Between the Two. You're not also dressed so conservatively, are you? You're not also dressed so conservatively. After a moment of surprise, the two women exclaimed almost simultaneously in their hearts, and then deduced from their own eating speed and experience that, well, good sisters should be like themselves. In a sense, the two were quite tacit. Having an extra sister was pretty good. The two smiled at each other. Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu. Lin Changsu walked into the house, closed the door, and then pointed at the two briefly, giving a brief introduction. "Hello, sister." Su Xiaolu had a sweet mouth, and she couldn't tell the other person's actual age. It was just this dignified and virtuous appearance, plus the other person came first, so Su Xiaolu didn't think much of it and directly called her sister. Xu Qingman's face flushed with shyness at this sister. "Call me Qingman, I'll call you Xiaolu," Xu Qingman suggested. Lin Changsu walked over to the dining table in the living room and said, "Let's eat first." "Okay, honey, I'll go reheat the food," Xu Qingman said. "Qingman, I'll help too." Su Xiaolu followed Xu Qingman and went to the kitchen with her to serve the food. After a while, the two arguably the best-looking women on earth, carrying delicious food, walked to the living room table. The three of them ate and chatted mostly small talk, getting to know each other. In-depth communication, this Lin Changsu was very good at it. It was soon evening, and in the bedroom, Lin Changsu noticed that they were all sleeping in conservative clothes and pants. Who are they protecting against? After a good night's sleep. The next morning, after waking up and having breakfast, Lin Changsu took Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu next door to practice marksmanship. Lin Changsu had already planned the day's schedule. In the morning, he taught these two stunning beauties marksmanship. In the end times, even if they are your women, they cannot just be flower vases. At the very least, they must have the ability to protect their lives, so marksmanship practice is the next important part of the two women's work. In the afternoon, he gathers information on beautiful women, especially the top innocent Korean actress Han Xiu, who has just debuted, and handles the anti-Su who loves to dance. In the evening, they have free time. After practicing marksmanship in the morning, around noon, Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu are busy in the kitchen, while Lin Changsu is sitting on the sofa in the living room resting. Lin Changsu takes out his mobile phone and sees that there are more than 10 messages on WeChat, including several requests to add friends. Chen Meishu, good morning, baby. Chen Meishu, cute emoticon.jpg. A WeChat message from Chen Meishu at 10:05, then another at 11 o'clock. Chen Meishu, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied? And then, 10 minutes ago, another angry emoticon. Lin Changsu, I just woke up and just saw it. Lin Changsu, send a full body, no retouched selfie. Lin Changsu had to take a look at this woman to see if she satisfied the system's requirements. Chen Meishu's garden district. Lin Changsu had looked at the location last night, 10 kilometers away from his district. Lin Changsu would not risk going that far in the first stage, when visibility was only 1 meter due to heavy fog. If Chen Meishu passes, this kind of trashy girl can be collected and played with, and the system will give rewards. When she gets tired of playing with her or if she is not satisfied, she can throw her away at any time. Don't waste a bad girl, right? Of course, if she fails, Lin Changsu will not even bother to touch her. He has plenty of women, what's the problem with this one? After sending a WeChat message, Lin Changsu approved a few requests to add friends. With the same operation and content, he simply asked these people to send selfies without beauty filters. After a while, Chen Meishu finally sent a selfie to Lin Changsu. Lin Changsu clicked to view it, and the system automatically scanned and immediately came up with the information. Name, Chen Meishu. Age, 27. Appearance, 9.4. Inner beauty, 9.3. Number of lovers, 0. Favorability, 10. Overall rating, 9.3. Ding dong, you meet the system requirements. Lin Changsu saw the favorability of 10, and thought he had read it wrong, so he looked again. Goodness, this woman is sending me messages that she likes me, but deep down, she doesn't like me at all. While Lin Changsu was thinking about this, Chen Meishu sent another WeChat message. Chen Meishu, what do you think? Do I look good? Lin Changsu, it's okay. Chen Meishu lay on the bed, looking at the WeChat message Lin Changsu had sent, and she froze for 3 whole seconds. It's okay? Humph, you're such a loser. I'm so pretty, and you actually said I'm okay. You better really have the antidote, or I'll definitely get back at you and play with your feelings. You loser. Chen Meishu muttered to herself, while sending a new chat message. Chen Meishu, oh, okay. Chen Meishu, so when will you bring the antidote over? Lin Changsu, I'll be there tomorrow. I have some things to do today, so wait. I'll stop chatting now, I'm going to have lunch. He definitely won't go tomorrow. It's too far away, and the risk is too great, it's not worth it. If Chen Meishu survives this round of the virus, the day the fog clears, Lin Changsu will just go and take the woman for himself, and get the reward from the system. After Lin Changsu sent the message, he just ignored Chen Meishu. Instead, he processed the messages from the few friends who had just passed. Among the friends who passed this time, 2 of them looked okay, but they did not meet the system's requirements. And one of them never sent a photo, so Lin Changsu directly blocked and deleted him. After processing the messages, he had lunch. Lin Changsu went directly to the sofa in the living room, lay down to rest, and prepared to watch some videos for a while and collect information from the outside world. At this time, Lin Changsu discovered that Su Xiaolu had sent him a WeChat message. Su Xiaolu, honey, do you have a dancing app that you watch specifically? Send me the download link and the account and password, and I'll do your daily tasks for you. Lin Changsu's expression froze as he read it, but after a moment's thought, he understood Su Xiaolu's intention. She must want to see which videos he had liked and saved, so that she could learn from them. Lin Changsu muttered to himself, I'm a 498 permanent member, do I still need to do daily tasks? Without hesitation, Lin Changsu decisively shared the download link for the app. At this moment, after reading the WeChat message on her phone, Su Xiaolu's face slightly relaxed, and her nervous and tense mood eased a little. In the future, there will definitely be many women around her husband, and I must be one of his favorites. Su Xiaolu muttered to herself, determined. After eating the food Xu Qingman made last night and today, Su Xiaolu knew that it was impossible for her to conquer Lin Changsu's stomach with her cooking and thus capture Lin Changsu's heart. If she couldn't cook, then she would just go to the master bedroom. Su Xiaolu thought clearly about it. Soon, Su Xiaolu downloaded the dancing app, put on her headphones, and logged in with Lin Changsu's account and password. In Su Xiaolu's room, Su Xiaolu hid under the covers, holding her phone, and watched the videos attentively for entertainment. This one isn't very good, I've seen this one before, it's just so hey. This one has quite an interesting content, I can watch it. Wow, my husband likes watching this. Su Xiaolu's eyes widened, her face quickly flushed, and she felt her face getting hot. Tonight, shall we arrange to dance this dance? No, I can't be too proactive. Su Xiaolu continued to mutter to herself. At 2 p.m., Lin Changsu initiated a friend request to add Auntie Su, who loves to dance. He prepared to engage in small talk and get this person's address. Seeing that Auntie Su, who loves to dance, did not respond, Lin Changsu took out his phone and looked up information on this top innocent Korean celebrity, Han Xiu. Lin Changsu only knew that Han Xiu was in the hotel opposite the community, but he didn't know which one it was. He looked up some information online, but couldn't find any clues. It's understandable, as the specific hotel information of a celebrity is sometimes leaked. Lin Changsu took his mobile phone and walked to the balcony, looking out the window at the thick white fog and thinking. This heavy fog is dangerous, and without a specific location, it is a bit risky to go out and look for it, so it's not really worth it. If he waits 5 days for the fog to clear, and then goes, Lin Changsu is worried that Han Xiu will be beaten to the punch. Suddenly, Lin Changsu had a flash of inspiration and thought of the system, and immediately searched and inquired. Top hacker function, find the specific hotel information of the Korean female celebrity Han Xiu at this time priced at 500,000 points, results in 8 hours. It really works. It's just that these 500,000 points make Lin Changsu feel a pang of pain. He only has less than 2 million points. He still needs to buy an apocalyptic RV, which starts at 800,000 and an underground safe house of level 1 costs 1 million and underground safe house of level 2 costs 3 million points. After thinking about it, Lin Changsu still spent the points to buy it. After all, it was nearby, and if he took Han Xiu early, he would also be able to reap a wave of points and a bond bonus. It wasn't a big loss. Then, Lin Changsu looked at the WeChat message again. Auntie Sue, who loves to dance, still hadn't approved the friend request. Lin Changsu looked at the system and checked the specific building unit number location of this Auntie Sue. It sold for 130,000 points. Damn, it's going to cost 130,000 points. She hasn't replied, so let's wait a bit. If that doesn't work, I'll become a coolie and go door to door to get those 130,000 points. It's only a matter of kicking in the door. I'll consider it exercise. Wait, I'll see if dancing Grandma Su replies in the evening. Lin Changsu muttered to himself. When Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu came to the living room together, Lin Changsu turned to look at the two beautiful wives. Do you have any particularly pretty friends or girlfriends who send photos? Take a look, Lin Changsu said. The two women's expressions froze slightly, and then they nodded, their faces turning slightly red. Okay, honey, Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu answered almost at the same time. First, gather information. There's no rush after all, they can only move around the immediate area. As a reward, Lin Changsu took the two women to the living room to watch a movie. Popcorn, Coke, a big screen movie. Lin Changsu sat on the sofa, Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu sat on either side, each holding one of Lin Changsu's arms, snuggled up to him, their heads resting on his shoulders. In this doomsday atmosphere, it can be considered a luxurious and happy activity. After all, outside, it can be said that from time to time, there will be the painful screams of people who can't bear the pain of illness. The afternoon happy hour passed in a flash, and it was the second day of the end of the world, in the evening. Lin Changsu was lying on the sofa in the living room, brushing short videos, when someone else sent a friend request. Lin Changsu chose to approve. Lu Oyu, do you really have an antidote? Lin Changsu, of course there is. Send me a selfie of your whole body, no filters, and don't be lazy. Everyone keeps asking the same thing, and Lin Changsu is getting a little annoyed. After 3 seconds, the other person sends a selfie. Lin Changsu flops up from the sofa. Chapter 10, Yellow Brain, Red Heart. Lu Oyu sent Lin Changsu the selfie she had just taken, and her heart started to race. She didn't know if this person really had the antidote. She was anxiously hoping that this person really did have the antidote, so that she could be saved, not only cured of this unknown virus, but also spared from being humiliated. She was in a hotel, and the rooms next door were occupied by foreigners, including 2 black men. Today at noon, when she went to see the cleaning lady for her hotel room, she met this group of people on the way and happened to hear them communicating in English about their views on the sudden fog. In the end, they all agreed that the end of the world was here. Even abroad, there was a white fog at the same time, and chaos had already broken out abroad. Then a man named Jack fixed his gaze on Lu Oyu and even proposed to start robbing women in food and water. Jack felt that they were big and strong, and one of them was a big black man weighing nearly 300 pounds. If they got into a fight, this group of people could easily beat all the useless Chinese people here and take over the hotel. Lu Oyu was so scared that she took 2 steps and ran into her hotel room, locking the door. Fortunately, it was close to her room, otherwise Lu Oyu felt that she was about to be gang raped by these foreigners. This kind of body, with its perfect curves, is absolutely top-notch even in a foreigner's aesthetic sense, not to mention that Lu Oyu was also very pretty. Among this group of foreigners, Jack's physique is obviously better, and it seems that the virus has not had a significant impact on him yet. So Luo Zyra knows very well that if she delays for another day or two, this group of people led by Jack will definitely do evil and do something to her and the other people in the hotel. It so happened that when the disaster occurred yesterday at noon, the hotel cleaning lady was in her room and was also shocked by the sudden situation. Luo Zyra helped the hotel cleaning lady to the bedside to calm down, and then the two of them chatted and became familiar with each other. This hotel cleaning lady lives across the street in the Linchangsu community. She even specially showed Luo Zyra the WeChat group message sent by Linchangsu to discuss whether Linchangsu really has an antidote. At first, Luo Zyra didn't believe it either, but she saw Linchangsu sending messages in the group for 2 days. Luo Zyra added WeChat to the group on a trial basis. Even if it was a hoax, Luo Zyra still wanted to give it a try. Because Luo Zyra knew that if Linchangsu had an antidote, it would definitely not be simple, and there must be helpers or people on the inside. This could save her life. Back to Linchangsu's side. After seeing Luo Zyra's photo, the system immediately scanned the results. Name, Luo Zyra. Age, 25. Appearance, 9.7. Inner beauty, 9.8. Number of people in a relationship, 0. Favorability, 0. Overall score, 9.7. Ding dong, you meet the system requirements. This score is a bit high. This woman is very pretty, the ultimate sweetheart in the world. That face naturally shows a happy smile, making people feel sweet just by looking at it. Her figure is amazing, and it makes you imagine infinite possibilities. Linchangsu immediately sent a WeChat message. Linchangsu, where are you? Luo Zyra, the Sovereign Hotel, it's right across from your community. Linchangsu pondered. Even though it was across the street, it was still a few hundred meters from her apartment building. It was still risky. Linchangsu, you passed. Linchangsu, but you have to think about it carefully and answer me. If I give you the antidote, will you be my woman? Luo Zyra looked at Linchangsu, and after almost a minute, the WeChat message came through. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. What she had treasured for more than 20 years was about to be lost? And to a stranger, tall, short, thin, fat, she didn't know. What if he was ugly or an old man? Lu Zyra shuddered a little at the thought. Lu Zyra, can you send me a photo of yourself? Lu Zyra anxiously stared at the WeChat message interface on her phone. Linchangsu, I won't send you a photo, but I can say that he is tall and handsome. Luo Zyra let out a sigh of relief when she saw this line of text. As long as he wasn't ugly, she was fine with it. But if he really was tall and handsome, then she would be more than willing to follow him around, eating, drinking, sleeping, and doing everything together, living a dull life without any excitement, even if it was the end of the world. Luo Zyra, Hotel 2116. Do you want to come over now? Linchangsu, come tomorrow morning. Although there is a certain risk, the reward is high. What if Luo Zyra doesn't survive the virus and dies? As long as Linchangsu plans the route to the hotel across the street, the risk can still be reduced. It's just that it's nighttime now, and Linchangsu doesn't want to act now. From his previous life, he knows that abnormal creatures in the fog at night will be much more active, so he can only act tomorrow during the day. Luo Zyra, can I learn more about you? You really have to come tomorrow morning. I'm afraid something will happen if I'm late. Linchangsu, it's fine, we can get to know each other better when we meet. What do you mean something will happen if you're late? Luo Zyra hesitated for a moment, organized her thoughts, and then told Linchangsu about what had happened to her and the situation the group of foreigners might be in. Linchangsu will definitely come over tomorrow morning. His brain may be yellow, but his heart is definitely red. These guys even came to our territory to act cocky, and there are 2 big black guys. Linchangsu can't stand it. This end of the world is supposed to be an evolutionary path of the survival of the fittest, so internal fighting is allowed, and in the end, the adapters will survive, but Linchangsu will not let these foreign guys come to his territory and do whatever they want. Linchangsu had already thought it through. After the initial apocalyptic disaster and once things had settled down, he would go to Xiaoyingguo and rule the area with an iron fist. From historical experience, whenever there is a major reshuffle, these sons of bitches will take every opportunity to cause trouble and wreak havoc. So he would go and rule the area with an iron fist. After all, judging from the nature of this nation, if you suppress it hard enough, it will become a good dog that obeys you. Of course, it is also an option to kill the men and keep the pretty women. Linchangsu, stay in touch, I'll be there tomorrow morning. Luo Zyra, okay, I'll wait for you. After sending the WeChat message, Linchangsu immediately opened the map and began to study the detailed past routes, trying to go past each apartment building one by one. If there was danger, he would promptly hide in the apartment building. Finally, he crossed the street and arrived at the hotel across the street. Lu Oyu stared at the last message sent by Lin Changsu, and was in a daze for at least a minute or two. She continued to mutter to herself. He should come over tomorrow. He doesn't seem like a liar. Then I'll be his woman tomorrow. He collects and rescues beautiful women in such an open way, he will have a lot of women around him. Lu Oyu thought about this, looked down at her body, and then became confident again. With my figure and looks, I must make this man fall in love with me. I have to let him know that the most beautiful scenery is with me. As she thought about this, Lu Oyu blushed with shame. Never before had she wanted so strongly to make a man fall in love with her. Around 7 p.m., Xu Qingman had finished cooking, and Su Xiaolu followed her around the kitchen helping out. "Honey, dinner's ready," Xu Qingman called out. Lin Changsu finally put down his phone, walked to the dining table in the living room. Xu Qingman walked to the main seat, pulled the chair back, and once again in a gentle and virtuous voice, said, "Husband, sit down." Lin Changsu sat in this seat, which symbolized the head of the family, and Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu sat to the left and right of Lin Changsu. Lin Changsu glanced at the dishes on the table that night. Cold cucumber salad, stir-fried pork with garlic shoots, braised fish, tomato and egg soup, shredded potatoes with meat. 1 portion of braised pork, 1 portion of boneless chicken feet, and 1 portion of braised vegetables. It was very sumptuous. Even if it was just an ordinary dinner in ordinary life, it was still sumptuous. Not to mention that in these end times, when no one can go out and buy food, it could be described as super luxurious. Of course, Xu Qingman purchased all these dishes from Lin Changsu's system mall together with some snacks and fruit. It cost less than 300 points. Moreover, Lin Changsu discovered that this system mall allows you to order takeaways directly. For example, you can order hot pot from Shu Daxia, Chaos Han Beef, etc., and it's just like eating hot pot in a physical store. Lin Changsu decided to order takeaways for lunch tomorrow and try a big meal. "Qingman's cooking is delicious," Su Xiaolu praised. "It's not bad, your cooking is also pretty good." Xu Qingman blushed slightly when she was praised. "Honey, wait a minute, let's go back and get my clothes, pants, cosmetics, and whatever else, and bring it all up." Su Xiaolu then looked at Lin Changsu and pleaded in a very pleasant, gentle, and coquettish tone of voice. Originally, at noon, Su Xiaolu had thought that under the circumstances, she definitely could not go out and run around on her own, and she would have to call her husband. But once she thought about having to organize all those sexy clothes, and if Lin Changsu took a fancy to them, she would be in trouble again, so she decided to wait. That's why she waited until the evening to mention it. At this time, Su Xiaolu felt that she had regained her strength. Chapter 11, Be able to protect yourself. Okay. But if you want to buy something, you can come to me and I'll buy it for you. After dinner, we'll go to your place to pack up the things we brought and then go shopping. Lin Changsu proposed, thinking to himself that it was about time he bought some special clothes for his 2 stunning wives to try on. Such as school uniforms, oil suits, nurse uniforms, police uniforms, bikinis, gym clothes, tulle, lingerie, aprons, wedding dresses, cheongsams, hanfu kimonos, cosplay. Wouldn't it be possible to have a fashion show? Lin Changsu was thinking about all this, and if he knew what Su Xiaolu was thinking at this time, he would definitely be ashamed and blush. The old driver at this time was not as thoughtful as Su Xiaolu. "It seems that you can buy anything in your husband's special mall." "Oh, no, now my mind is full of my husband. I'm hopeless, completely hopeless. We'll talk about that later. Let's just get through tonight first." Su Xiaolu lowered her head with a slight blush and quickly made herself withdraw from her rambling thoughts. The 3 of them ate dinner while chatting, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed and pleasant. There was no sense of the urgent danger of the end at all. After dinner, Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu cooperated to clean the living room and kitchen. Lin Changsu lay on the living room sofa, watching a short video. The time showed that it had happened just 10 minutes ago. The beast tide had occurred in the city next door. He was aware of the news of the beast tide. Their city had not experienced a beast tide, and there had been very few stage 1 beast tides. The city next door had been unlucky. Of course, the beast tide only killed or injured some people, because the beasts didn't have much intelligence. It was like they were migrating and passed through the city. Then they rampaged, and after some buildings that couldn't withstand the impact collapsed, many people died. At this time, Xu Qingman, who had tidied up, and Su Xiaolu came to Lin Changsu's side. "Honey, I'll go help clean up too," Xu Qingman suggested. In addition to wanting to go out for a short walk and move around, Xu Qingman, most of all, wanted to help out a bit. As a girl, she knew that there were still quite a lot of clothes and cosmetics like those of a girl, and it would take some time to pack and organize them. That's fine, Lin Changsu nodded. At this time, he had already activated the martial arts evolution and had a more systematic enemy identification function, so there was no need to worry about the situation in this community at all. Not to mention that Lin Changsu knew his building very well. My husband is so good to me. Xu Qingman happily hugged Lin Changsu's arm. Lin Changsu took his two beautiful wives out of the room and took the elevator to Su Xiaolu's room. At this time, there was no one in the elevator in the hallway, and no one was opening the doors of their homes. They had learned through watching videos that many scams and many robberies of women were happening. It could be said that order was broken and the end of the world was here, and this idea had taken root in people's hearts. There were no people on the road, but as soon as they entered the house, they could smell the unpleasant stench of rotting corpses. Lin Changsu was used to it and didn't care. However, the two women still tilted their heads to the side, covering their noses, and stopped in the doorway. Don't cover your nose, don't be afraid, just do what you normally do, get used to it, Lin Changsu said with a serious expression in tone. He is not raising a flower vase. In the end times, every woman must be able to survive on her own. This is Lin Changsu's requirement for his army of women. Otherwise, if they encounter problems at every turn and have to rely on Lin Changsu to rescue and help them, Lin Changsu will be exhausted to death. After hearing Lin Changsu's serious tone, Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu immediately did as Lin Changsu asked. Soon, Su Xiaolu took Xu Qingman to her room and quickly packed her clothes, shoes, cosmetics, necklaces, and other jewelry. Lin Changsu sat on the sofa outside, continuing to play with his phone and wait. After a while, there was an urgent voice from inside the room, Su Xiaolu's voice, trying to stop her. Don't open that, Su Xiaolu shouted, blushing, but it was too late. Xu Qingman had already opened a closet. Xu Qingman's beautiful eyes stared into the closet, then looked at Su Xiaolu. Her face turned red, and the next second, Xu Qingman also became bold and took out a super sexy outfit from inside. Wow, Xiaolu, it seems like you bought quite a lot, Xu Qingman said with a wicked smile. Su Xiaolu walked over and said with a blushing face, I haven't worn any of them yet, I was just curious and bought them to take a look. Then I'll keep looking, what else is there? Xu Qingman then joked, reaching out to continue rummaging inside. If Su Xiaolu stopped her, then Xu Qingman would give up, but if she didn't, Xu Qingman was really curious and wanted to see what other treasures were hidden inside. Anyway, she had already seen it, so it didn't matter. Su Xiaolu didn't stop her when she thought about it, and simply said, go ahead. You'll have to wear it sooner or later, so you can't escape, Su Xiaolu continued. Xu Qingman was flustered by Su Xiaolu's boldness. On the road of filth, Xu Qingman was really far from being Su Xiaolu's match. Xu Qingman put the clothes in, and was going to let Su Xiaolu pack them herself, but then a sexy piece of clothing accidentally slipped out. Su Xiaolu's face turned red, her eyes wide. When did she put it in here? After a few seconds of silence, Xu Qingman continued to help Su Xiaolu organize her clothes. After a while, the two finally finished sorting out the luggage that needed to be packed and returned. Since anything can be bought in Lin Changsu's mall, Su Xiaolu only brought back her favorite things, so there wasn't much luggage. Back in the original room, perhaps because they were busy cooking, cleaning, and packing Su Xiaolu's luggage, Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu were both a bit tired, and they rested for a while before going to the bathroom. Lin Changsu didn't have much to do, so he dealt with WeChat messages, browsed various social media platforms, kept up with the current situation, and the rest was eating, drinking, and having fun. Now that the first stage is over, it's foggy outside, and Lin Changsu can't go out and run around, so staying at home is the best choice. Of course, for someone like Lu Oyu, who lives nearby, it is possible to try going out after all. The distance is close, the probability of encountering danger is low, and the risk-to-reward ratio is still very good. Lin Changsu had already thought of a plan to go out tomorrow. As long as danger was encountered, he would immediately summon his LV-1 underground safe fortress house and hide inside. Lin Changsu read the introduction and found that as long as he moved his mind and confirmed the location of his choice, the LV-1 underground safe fortress house would be built immediately. And others will automatically teleport to the underground safe house. In the early stage of the end of the world, this safe house is still very safe and will not be breached by abnormal creatures in the fog at all. It is equivalent to Lin Changsu having an early skill that can save his life at any time. At this time, in the direction of the bathroom, in addition to the sound of rushing water, the voice of Su Xiaolu suddenly came from the bathroom as well. Lin Changsu's two extremely beautiful wives had actually started taking a bath together. Wow, my good friends, Qingman and Su Xiaolu, come on, give me a hug. Su Xiaolu's excited voice rang out. Xu Qingman didn't know if it was the hot water from the shower or Su Xiaolu that had made her face flush, turning red up to her ears. Ah, Qingman, good sister, come on, let go, it's tickling, it's so tickling, Su Xiaolu's laughter came from the bathroom. Stop scratching, let's all stop scratching, okay? Xu Qingman. Lin Xiangxu listened to the playful sounds of the two women inside, and for some reason, he was a little excited and he wanted to join in. After a while, the playful sounds stopped, and after a while, the two women, one in front of the other, blushing, wearing loose and sexy bathrobes, walked into the living room. Let's blow dry our hair, Su Xiaolu said as soon as she looked at Lin Xiangxu. Lin Xiangxu nodded and simply replied, MMHM. However, his eyes began to take in his two just out of the bath, superbly beautiful wives. They were so beautiful and had such great figures that they were exciting to look at no matter how you looked at them. Chapter 12, the illustrated book of the 10,000 tribes comes into play. In the living room, Lin Xiangxu, sitting on the sofa, felt a faint, pleasant body fragrance in the air, a scent that made people feel relaxed. The sound of the hairdryer continued to play as the two stunning beauties after their bath sat on a small bench, drying each other's long, silky wet hair. The fragrance of the shampoo filled the living room in an instant. Lin Xiangxue put down her phone, prepared to take a quick shower, and then came out to start her exercise routine diligently and happily. However, as soon as she got up and took a step out, a sound suddenly came from outside the balcony, like something rapidly colliding with the balcony wall. Bang! Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu were startled by the sudden sound, and the two of them immediately hugged each other. Lin Xiangxu nodded at the two of them to reassure them, then walked onto the balcony to check the situation. The two women instantly felt at ease when they saw Lin Xiangxu's confident and composed expression, and felt that he was so reliable that if the sky were to collapse, Lin Xiangxu would be there to hold it up. They felt so safe, and their hearts trembled once again. The look in their eyes as they looked at Lin Xiangxu was full of admiration. When Lin Xiangxu saw the corpse of a sparrow-sized body on the ground, the introduction information in the illustrated book of all species given by the system immediately popped up. Name of organism, flying sparrow ant. Race, insect. Basic characteristics, one of the lowest level creatures in the insect race, similar in appearance to an ant, the size of a sparrow, with a pair of black wings that can fly. The blood crystals in the body are minimal but edible. Means of attack, flying and crashing, as well as biting in groups. Biological rating, F-class lowly. Note, each level is divided into 3 subsections, lowly, medium, and high. Lin Xiangxu glanced at the corpse of the flying sparrow ant, which for some reason was rapidly falling towards him, and closed the open window again. Don't worry about it, I'm going to take a shower, Lin Xiangxu said, glancing at the two women who were hiding behind him and sticking their heads out. At that moment, the two beautiful women were curiously looking at the strange creature on the ground that they had never seen before. Okay, honey, Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu answered almost in unison. Lin Xiangxu then walked towards the bathroom. Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu, emboldened, approached and continued to observe curiously for almost a minute before returning to the living room next to the TV cabinet and continuing to blow dry their hair. Soon, Lin Xiangxu finished showering and came out wearing a pair of large underpants, expertly drying his hair with a dry towel in his hand. Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu both fixed their eyes on Lin Xiangxu. They had experienced this strong and powerful body before, and no matter how they looked at it, they found it handsome and charming. Hubby, come, let us blow dry your hair, Xu Qingman said warmly. Okay, Lin Xiangxu nodded. Then, Lin Xiangxu sat on the small bench. Xu Qingman held the hairdryer in one hand and kept grabbing Lin Xiangxu's hair with the other. Su Xiaolu also came over to help, and the two women's voluptuous hands kept gently rubbing Lin Xiangxu's head. If my husband gets a haircut, he'll definitely look even more handsome than a celebrity, Su Xiaolu said, looking at Lin Xiangxu with adoring eyes. After blowing out her hair, Lin Xiangxu played a game for a while in the evening, and then went to Su Xiaolu's room. After a long time. What are you thinking about, honey? Su Xiaolu asked curiously, her head resting on Lin Xiangxu's chest. Her fair hands were obediently placed to the side, and this time she dared not move them around. I have to go out tomorrow to rescue a woman, and I'm planning how to do it, Lin Xiangxu said casually, then glanced at Su Xiaolu's favorability. It was still 99 points. It seems that it will be a bit difficult to reach 100 points of favorability. If it is not easy to reach 100 points, Lin Xiangxu guessed that there might be a reward. After hearing this, Su Xiaolu muttered to herself, good. I can only call someone, what else can I do? The two of them chatted for a while, and as Su Xiaolu was so tired and exhausted, she fell asleep without realizing it. It was late at night, and Lin Changsu was lying in bed, looking at the exquisite beauty Su Xiaolu, who was snuggled up next to him. She was already fast asleep like a gentle and well-behaved kitten, and he could hear her rhythmic breathing. Her exquisite and beautiful face was very calm, and every part of her skin was so tender. Lin Changsu combed through his plans for tomorrow, telling Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu to stay at home, giving them both a pistol for self-defense in case of an emergency, and practicing marksmanship at the same time. He himself was going to take care of the group of foreigners and then rescue Lu Oyu. At the same time, he happened to be on his way to see Han Xiu, the extremely pure Korean wave actress who had just debuted. As for Gu Xiajie, he posed no threat to Lin Jiangsu. He chose to respect the fate of these people and let the group live a few more days as long as they didn't mess with him. At that time, Gu Xiajie would have to be relied on to find another superb woman. Then there was the Grandma Su who loves to dance. He would clean up when he returned tomorrow. Once the 7 days were up and the next round of disasters began, Lin Jiangsu would prepare to leave the community. He would have to prepare an RV and take all his women with him. After thinking about all this, Lin Changsu also felt a bit tired and was ready to go to bed. It would be pretty good to let Su Xiaolu wake him up by shouting in the morning. He would have a comfortable breakfast and then go out again. Chapter 13, Going to Save Someone. It was another morning without an alarm clock. Lin Changsu slept until he naturally woke up, moved his body a little, and found that Su Xiaolu had just woken up at that moment. The two locked eyes with each other. Day 3 of the end of the world. For breakfast, Lin Changsu ate a fresh and juicy big meat bun, the kind that melts in your mouth after eating breakfast. Lin Changsu sat on the sofa in the living room and looked at the System Mall, where he spent 500,000 points to get the hotel information of the Korean female celebrity Han Xiu. Hilton Hotel 3108. Is very close to Lu Oyu's hotel, just about 100 meters away. Next, Lin Changsu continued to select combat uniforms in the System Mall. He finally chose a set of Special Forces combat uniforms. It cost Lin Changsu a full 80,000 mall points, a bit expensive. The helmet is equipped with a communication system, protective visor, infrared instrument, bulletproof vest, fireproof clothing, plus multifunctional pockets and tactical hanging bags. Gloves, combat boots. After finishing the thick millet porridge and washing up, Su Xiaolu came into the living room and saw Lin Changsu, who had just finished dressing in the combat uniform he had bought from the System Mall. A bright, adoring light immediately shone in Su Xiaolu's eyes as she looked straight at Lin Changsu. "My husband, my God, is so handsome." At that moment, Xu Qingman walked out of the kitchen with a small tray in her hands, on which were 3 bowls of noodles and soup. "Xiaolu, do you want some chopped green onion and vinegar on your noodles? The condiments are on the table, so you can add them yourself," Xu Qingman said warmly. Then she saw Su Xiaolu, with her face full of admiration, and followed her gaze to Lin Changsu, who was standing in front of the sofa in the living room. Her eyes also sparkled. "My husband is so handsome." After inspecting the special combat uniform, Lin Changsu took off his helmet and looked at his 2 stunning wives. He said, "Wait a minute, I'm going out for a while, so you two just stay home and practice your marksmanship. If anything happens, call me." "Okay, honey," Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu answered almost at the same time. "Be careful, honey," Xu Qingman continued, sounding a little worried. Lin Changsu is now the backbone of this family, and no accidents can happen. "Don't worry," Lin Changsu nodded confidently, his composed and serious expression making Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu feel very at ease. Soon, Lin Changsu began to follow the route he had planned and headed to this Lu Oyu's hotel. Lin Changsu didn't know if it was because of the fog, but the infrared scanner didn't seem to be working. He didn't scan anything out of the ordinary, but he could sense the dangerous atmosphere in the depths of the fog with his intuition. He passed building after building in the residential area, and finally reached the street and road that was nearly 100 meters away. The past was the location of the hotel. Lin Changsu took a deep breath, raised his guard, and quickly rushed out. Suddenly, 2 cars collided and appeared in front of him. Lin Changsu supported himself with one hand and jumped over easily. Even though the visibility was only about 1 meter, Lin Changsu ran very fast and his reaction was too agile. Soon, Lin Changsu arrived on the opposite street. His location was not much off, and he quickly found the entrance to the hotel. He found that the glass door of the hotel was closed. That was normal. Everyone was afraid of strange and unknown creatures suddenly barging in during the fog. It was just in time to test his strength to the fullest. Lin Changsu muttered to himself, and then punched the glass door with all his strength, sending it flying. With a loud bang, the glass door shattered. With the loud noise, the moment it sounded, Lin Changchu instantly felt a dangerous aura behind him, spreading towards him at extreme speed. Lin Changsu did not hesitate, and rushed into the hotel, and arrived at the stairs in one go. Bang, boom. Two loud sounds in succession. The first sound was like that of a scrapped car being overturned and flying out. The second sound was like that of a creature with brute strength crashing into the wall of the hotel building, creating a large hole. Ah! Someone upstairs screamed. After a few seconds of noise, everyone fell silent. Lin Changsu stood still, sticking his head out to observe the outside. The infrared instrument on his helmet showed that there seemed to be a creature the size of a cow outside, just 7 or 8 meters from the edge of the building. However, Lin Changsu's illustrated book of all species did not react in any way. Lin Changsu guessed that the reason he had not seen this unknown creature with his own eyes was that. Thump, thump, thump. The unknown creature banged against the wall several times before leaving in a huff. It seems to be a low-level creature with little intelligence. The main thing is that Lin Changsu is not sure if there are any other unknown dangerous creatures in the fog outside, otherwise he would like to go up and check to see exactly what kind of creature it is. At the same time, he would like to try engaging in a battle, which would not only exercise his current combat capabilities, but also give Lin Changsu a clear understanding of his current combat capabilities and the combat capabilities of F-class creatures. He could only wait until the fog cleared to find another opportunity to test. Lin Changsu thought to himself, then walked towards the stairwell, preparing to walk up. After all, this level of exercise was easy for Lin Changsu. At this time, in the hotel room, Lu Oyu, holding her phone and hugging her legs, was sitting on the bed, very nervous. The sudden loud noise had scared her. She was already feeling unwell. When she got up in the morning, she heard noises coming from the room next door, where a group of foreigners were discussing something and then setting off. The loud noise she had just heard made Lu Oyu think that the foreigners were responsible for it. They must be up to no good. So, worried about her own safety, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Changsu. Lu Oyu, are you here yet? Lu Oyu, there was a loud crash just now, it was very loud. Be careful when you come over. Lu Oyu was hesitating how to ask Lin Changsu to come over quickly when a message arrived on WeChat. Lin Changsu, I'm downstairs, I'll be right upstairs, don't worry. Lu Oyu immediately smiled when she saw the WeChat message from Lin Changsu. She was extremely happy and felt that Lin Changsu was reliable and that she had a sense of security that she had never felt before. Lin Changsu arrived at Lu Oyu's hotel room door soon after. At this time, all the rooms were closed, and you could hear the weak and painful cries coming from some of the rooms. Lin Changsu directly sent a WeChat message, asking Lu Oyu to open the door. Lu Oyu dragged her weak body to the hotel room door and looked through the peephole. She saw a man wearing combat fatigues. At that moment, she felt that he was tall and handsome and very secure. A smile instantly appeared on Lu Oyu's face. Lu Oyu felt that Lin Changsu, who dared to come through the fog to find her, was likely to have the antidote. So Lu Oyu opened the door without much hesitation or doubt. Lin Changsu walked into the hotel room, closed the door, and then quickly checked the room. After seeing no abnormalities, he took off his somewhat bulky combat helmet. When Lu Oyu saw Lin Changsu's handsome face with its clearly defined features, she froze for a second. She had never expected Lin Changsu to be so masculine and handsome. Be my woman, and take this antidote and take it. It will take effect immediately, then you go take a shower, Lin Changsu said seriously as he took out the antidote and spread it out in the palm of his hand and looked at Lu Oyu. At the same time, Lin Changsu carefully examined the woman in front of him. Indeed, both her figure and appearance were superb. Especially her face, which was sweet and charming. No matter when you looked at her, her face was always wearing a natural smile, giving people a sweet and happy feeling. At this moment, Lu Oyu's eyes lit up, and she was completely mesmerized. Am I dreaming? This is heaven, sending me Prince Charming, the man of my dreams, the ideal husband. He's handsome and dependable. I'm eating his looks. Lu Oyu exclaimed excitedly. In her heart her head nodded rapidly, as if she were a chick pecking at rice. Lu Oyu came back to her senses, but then she remembered what Lin Changsu had said, to go take a shower, and suddenly she felt a little shy. She thought that the pace of their relationship would be fast. But she didn't expect it to be so fast. It's not too late to just chat a little, get to know each other a bit, and then start. It's not like they're going to jump right into the shower. She's never heard of a car that can go so fast. Lu Oyu was a little surprised, but she nodded, and with anticipation, took the medicine from Lin Changsu's hand. She thought to herself, Prince Charming, here you come on a rainbow cloud. No matter how fast the car is, I'm getting in. The foreigners are next door, right? Left or right? Lin Changsu asked, pointing in the direction. While Luo Xiru went to take a shower, he killed the group of foreigners who wanted to do bad things and call us trash and waste. It's all about efficiency. It's the fucking end of the world, and they still dare to be arrogant on our turf, thinking they're good fighters. Lin Changsu wants to see how good they really are this time. Chapter 14, Kill them all, leave no survivors. Luo Xiru's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Changsu, wide open, and it took 2 seconds for her to react. She was worried in her heart. That group of foreign bad guys were tall and big, and there were many of them. He was going to go alone and find trouble with those people? Pfft, what is he? This is my husband. Luo Xiru was surprised, but she still pointed in the direction and said, Go out of the room and turn left. The first one is the room of those bad guys. There are a lot of them. It's okay, go take a shower. I'll be right back, don't worry, Lin Changsu said, and then he walked out of the room. With a thud, Lin Changsu closed the door to Luo Xiru's hotel room. After Luo Xiru came back to her senses, she quickly took the antidote and then listened attentively for any sounds from the next room. And just then, from the next room came a loud bang, which startled Luo Xiru and caused her body to tremble violently. Over here, Lin Changsu, with a clean kick, kicked open the door, only to find that there was no one inside. Lin Changsu walked out and went to the next room. He clenched his fists and punched the lock on the door. There was another loud bang, and the door was blown open. Lin Changsu looked at his right hand. It was only slightly reddened, and he didn't feel any pain. It seems that his physical strength has increased, and this kind of physical confrontation doesn't make his body feel pain. Lin Changsu muttered to himself, then walked in. Still no one. Ah, help! Suddenly, a cry for help came from the first floor below. Soon, the person was muzzled and taken back. At this time, Luo Xiru's room door opened, and Luo Xiru, with a worried but curious head, stared in shock at Lin Changsu at the door. Lin Changsu turned his head, serious, and looked at Luo Xiru. I'm worried about you. Luo Xiru was startled by Lin Changsu's gaze and hurriedly explained. Stay in your room and don't come out without me. Go in. Lin Changsu said sternly and then turned and walked downstairs. Okay, Luo Xiru swallowed, her entire beautiful face full of shock. Her heart was even more shocked. How is this possible? He is so strong, how is it possible that he can just use brute force to blast open the door of this hotel? Luo Xiru closed the door and was in a daze for almost 10 seconds before she came to her senses and a happy smile appeared on her face. I'm fine. Then the next moment, Luo Xiru immediately thought of what Lin Changsu had just said and looked in the direction of the bathroom. I need to take a shower, and wait for my handsomest husband to come back, Luo Xiru muttered softly, her face gradually turning red. Such a strong and powerful man, but I'm hungry. Eat all the leftover instant noodles to regain some strength, otherwise what if I faint halfway through? Luo Xiru muttered to herself. Lin Changsu, on the other hand, quickly walked in the direction of the cry for help. Murder, the foreigner is murdering someone. A terrified shout came from the direction of the hotel restaurant. Lin Changsu then quickened his pace and walked over. Inside, the sound of a bench being smashed on someone's head could already be heard, along with a string of expletive-laden English curses. He couldn't understand what they were saying, but he could hear the word fuck being used a lot. With a sudden thought, Lin Changsu reached out and took out his silenced pistol. He then stepped 1 meter outside the hotel restaurant and looked over. 2 foreigners were standing at the door, one on each side, holding a bench. They were looking fierce and intimidating, but also nervous. Lin Changsu took out his pistol and decisively fired at the 2 men. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots, and the 2 men were instantly shot in the head, blood splattering, and their bodies collapsed and fell to the ground. Lin Changsu took his silenced pistol and walked in. The noisy voices inside suddenly stopped. The leader, Jack, was holding a large kitchen knife in his hand, his face covered in blood, looking in panic and madness in the direction of the door. Lin Changsu walked in. This group of foreigners were still easy to recognize. Lin Changsu didn't even bother to waste words. Of course, if he did speak, the other party might not necessarily understand. Walking into the restaurant, Lin Changsu raised his gun and decisively shot the remaining 4 people. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive headshots. Even though the remaining 4 people reacted immediately, covering their heads and fleeing frantically, they were still shot in the head by Lin Changsu's moving target. Lin Changsu could clearly feel that his sharpness had improved a lot compared to before. Not only did he observe more carefully, he also reacted faster. It was like watching a movie in slow motion, keenly perceiving the direction and speed of the enemy's evasion. He could also predict the position in advance and shoot. Lin Changsu's cold eyes swept over the 2 men in the corner, who were hugging their heads and crying, trembling all over. He asked coldly, "Are there any others?" "No, no more." One of them answered with a trembling voice. Lin Changsu glanced at the ground, at the corpse that had just been hacked to death by Jack, which was still bleeding profusely, and then turned and left. As soon as he walked out of the restaurant door, he saw a middle-aged man in the hallway, pointing at Lin Changsu in shock and saying, You killed someone?" Lin Changsu didn't even bother to pay attention to this person and was preparing to leave. However, after looking at the dead foreigner's body at the entrance of the restaurant, the man said again, "You still killed a foreign friend." Lin Changsu stopped in his tracks. This sentence sounded extremely uncomfortable. What did he mean by still? "You're in big trouble. They're powerful Americans, superior white people," the middle-aged man continued. Lin Changsu was full of question marks and suddenly felt like laughing. This is fucking outrageous. What era is this? How can I still encounter such a sycophantic guy? I heard from a friend before that there was a Japanese learning woman around him, who could worship the Japanese like they were her father. At the time, I thought my friend might have been exaggerating a bit too much. Now it seems that it's not outrageous at all. There are really scumbags everywhere. Lin Changsu turned around and looked at this person, coldly smiling. "I killed him, so what? I'm not just going to Japan and South Korea for a visit, I'm also going to the United States. Not to mention, I have to ride a big horse. In this new world that has opened up after the end of the world, I'm in charge." The man was speechless for a moment, as if fear had taken over. Once his mind cleared, Lin Changsu was too lazy to waste words, and emptied an entire magazine of bullets with a single hand. Then Lin Changsu walked back to the door of Luo Zairu's hotel room. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Changsu knocked on the hotel room door. Luo Zairu, who was inside, had just taken off her clothes and was getting ready to take a shower, but then the door was knocked on, so she was a little confused as to who it was. That man? Her husband. Luo Zairu suddenly realized that she still didn't know the name of the man who gave her the antidote. Wait a minute, didn't I go to bed with him and I don't even know his name? That's a bit ridiculous. As Luo Zairu thought about this, she picked up the bath towel and quickly wrapped her almost flawless body in it. Then she walked to the door and looked outside through the peephole first. Seeing Lin Changsu, Luo Zairu was both surprised and happy. She didn't expect this man to be here so soon. Luo Zairu opened the door. Lin Changsu walked in. He closed the door behind him and picked Luo Zairu up in one arm. The woman had a great figure and A4 waist. Luo Zairu was startled. I haven't showered yet," Luo Zairu said hastily, her face already flushed with embarrassment. "Then, let's take a bath together." Lin Changsu turned around and walked towards the bathroom. "Wait," Luo Zairu shouted. Lin Changsu stopped and looked at this stunning woman. There was no way around it, this woman was indeed very beautiful, the kind that makes people impulsive when they look at her. So Lin Changsu came in and saw Luo Zairu simply wrapped in a bath towel and became aroused. "What's wrong?" Lin Changsu asked with a calm expression as he looked at Luo Zairu. Lin Changsu was very clear in his mind. If this woman changed her mind or tried to manipulate him, then Lin Changsu would have to let her know who was the master of the house and kept his word. "What's your name?" "I don't even know your name yet," Luo Zairu asked shyly. Lin Changsu replied simply. Luo Zairu nodded slowly. She muttered to herself. "Taking a bath together, how embarrassing, I've never bathed with anyone before, I hope I don't get eaten halfway through." As she thought about this, Luo Zairu's face turned even redder. Chapter 15, The Ultimate Beauty. Lin Changsu saw Luo Zairu shyly lower her head and refrain from asking any more questions, and then he embraced this ultimate beauty on earth and walked into the bathroom. Judging from the system score, with a high score of 9.7, Luo Zairu was by far the highest scoring woman. From Lin Changsu's perspective, the two biggest features of Luo Zairu so far are her tender skin and sweet appearance. Her skin is really smooth and delicate, as if it were tender tofu, ready to give up its water with the slightest touches. For her appearance, it is just sweet. Lu Zairu, on the other hand, stood there very shyly, a little at a loss. She was wrapped in a bath towel, and with a gentle tug, it was gone, completely exposed. although she knew that today was their wedding night. Lu Xiru was still very shy. So be it, I'll do whatever my brother says. Lu Xiru muttered to herself, and stood still. Lin Changsu had just thrown his combat uniform outside and was about to take off his clothes when the phone rang. Lin Changsu picked up the phone and frowned. This Chen Meishu, does she have telepathy or radar tracking? Twice I was about to get down to business when this bitch called. What's wrong? Lin Changsu answered the call and switched it to speakerphone. Chen Meishu was clearly taken aback. The cold, angry tone of voice took her by surprise. She had sent him several WeChat messages, but he never replied. She had taken the initiative to call him, hoping to encourage him with kind words and coax the licking dog that was Lin Changsu, but Lin Changsu was still angry. What kind of attitude is that? I sent you WeChat messages, why didn't you reply? I called you to check on you and to wish you a safe journey, but you responded to me with this attitude. You've really disappointed me. Chen Meishu said angrily. I didn't see it. I was busy. I'll hang up now, Lin Changsu said perfunctorily. To be honest, I was planning for you to come to my house today, and I was going to live with you if you don't come today to appease me. I'll change my mind. Bastard. Chen Meishu's usual verbal tricks came out easily, and finally, with a tone of coquettish seduction, she cursed a bastard and hung up immediately. After Chen Meishu hung up the phone, she quickly patted her heaving chest gently, her eyes fixed on the phone. The phone is ringing, hurry, ring me. You stinking loser, I'll give you a little bit of sweetness to give you hope, hurry and be smart and call me back. Lin Changsu placed the phone next to the sink and snorted in his heart. Humph, playing the bitch with me, in 4 days, you'll suffer. Who is she, how dare she treat you like that? Lu Oyu was full of surprise at this time, feeling a little unbelievable. This woman on the phone feels a bit like she's treating herself like a queen. To put it simply and bluntly, she's sick in the head and can't recognize reality. She's a scumbag, a personality that has been cultivated over the years and is difficult to change, just like a dog that can't stop eating shit. I wonder how many people she deceived before the end of the world, Lin Changsu chatted. This kind of woman who cheats on people for money and affection deserves to die. Lin Changsu wants this kind of bitch to experience the taste of being played with fiercely. Lin Changsu gathered his thoughts and looked at Lu Oyu, this ultimate woman. What kind of work do you do? Your skin is so good, so tender and smooth, Lin Changsu asked. Translator, my good skin is the result of good maintenance, not related to my work. I was sent here after this international brand exchange meeting, and it's only just started, and then suddenly this happened. It's the end of the world. After Lu Oyu started chatting, the conversation intensified, and they began to talk about the work of the past 2 days. At the opening ceremony, I also saw the female celebrity who just debuted and was invited by the brand from the stick country. She really is very pretty, and she can sing and dance well. After Lu Oyu finished talking, she paused for a moment. She wondered to herself if talking about other female celebrities would distract Lin Changsu's attention. Would he go looking for a female celebrity as soon as the foreplay started? No. I, Lu Oyu, am not in the least bit inferior to those female celebrities. Oh, let's talk about that later, Lin Changsu said, becoming interested. Lin Changsu dragged out the squashed pillow, placed it on the bedside table, then half reclined and began to examine his own system to check the rewards. Take a break. Lu Oyu was like a kitten in winter, about to go to sleep at night, and very obediently brought her soft and still slightly warm body close to Lin Changsu's side. Lin Changsu reached out and put his arms around Lu Oyu, checking the rewards in his system backpack. Reward 1, 2 million mole points. Reward 250 attribute points, freely disposable. Reward 3, a set of boxing techniques, heaven-breaking boxing epiphany. Lin Changsu collected all the rewards for these 50 points. Lin Changsu invested them all in physical strength. He was going to increase them to 100 points anyway, and Lin Changsu's combat power was already absolutely leading, so it didn't make much difference which to add. After adding the points. Physical strength, 84 100 level F. Then there was the boxing technique. Lin Changsu closed his eyes, carefully feeling and recalling, and many images appeared in his head. All of them were images of actual combat, as well as techniques for generating strength from the body, evasion techniques, and counterattacks. Feeling the approach of the technique, Lin Changsu got out of bed and went to a slightly more open area, where he simply performed a few moves, and his body naturally executed the boxing technique. Next time I fight, I'll try using the fist technique. Lin Changsu thought about it for a moment before walking back to the bed. Lu Oziru's face turned red, her eyes full of shock, followed by surprise, then with an excited tone, she sat up suddenly, her whole body swaying a little. You also know fist techniques, do you practice martial arts? Lu Oziru asked excitedly, her sweet face full of smiles, and her beautiful eyes full of adoring glances. Yes, I had an epiphany just now, so I practiced it on a whim. Lin Changsu casually found an excuse and explained. Lu Oziru's red, seductive, fresh, delicate and beautiful face was even more surprised and admired. Brother Changsu, you're so strong. Lu Oziru excitedly and lively raised her hands, praising him emotionally. It was clear that Lu Oziru had a more lively personality. How many languages do you know? Lin Changsu asked as he reclined back on the bed. Lu Oziru took the initiative to rest her head on Lin Changsu's strong, muscular chest and replied in a lively tone, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and English, 4 languages. Brother Changsu, why do you ask? Lin Changsu was slightly surprised this was a treasure girl, no, a treasure of a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that Lu Oziru was also a high achiever and can speak so many languages. You know Japanese? That's good, I was going to say that I'll teach you if you don't know it, Lin Changsu said with a wicked smile. Lu Oziru's face, which was already red, turned even redder. Her eyes were glazed over with a hint of flirtatiousness as she glared at Lin Changsu. Brother, you're so bad, what are you trying to make me shout? Lu Oziru's voice was pleasant and tingling, making people feel comfortable just by listening to it. 2 kilometers away, in a hotel. Outside the door of Jiang Jinfeng's hotel room, 2 men were standing. At this time, there was a long queue outside, with red ribbons tied to the hair on the left and right sides of each person's head. In the room, next to the wall, there was a row of 8 people kneeling. Pious, you must be pious, and it is precisely because I am pious that I have been appointed as the messenger of God by the God of the end times. Look at me, I am in good health and show no signs of illness. Jiang Jinfeng looked directly at everyone and spoke with great force. Come, pray with me as long as you are pious, everyone will be fine. Jiang Jinfeng began to lead the crowd in prayer. Chapter 16, Mutton Hot Pot. It was noon, it was the lunch break. There was a commotion in the building next to the hotel, a riot was taking place. The hotel was already short of food, and with so many people, a group of thugs from a brand exchange meeting took the lead in starting the riot. Damn, these Chinese people are too easy to deal with, they are easy to take down, they can eat and play with whatever they want, they can do whatever they want, this end of the world is pretty cool. Park Young-guk, holding a fruit knife in his hand, said arrogantly, and then looked at the 2 adjacent buildings, whose floors were connected. In Lu Oziru's hotel room, the soundproofing was quite good, and she didn't hear any noise from the adjacent building at all. Time passed quickly, and it was already 1 p.m. in the blink of an eye. Gulu gelu. Lu Oziru's stomach grumbled from hunger. I'm tired and hungry, Lu Oziru said with a charming, pouty expression, giving Lin Changsu a cold stare. She muttered to herself, luckily, I ate all the food in advance, otherwise, I would have fainted from hunger and fallen asleep. If that really happened, I would really be ashamed to remember it. What do you want to eat? Lin Changsu looked at Lu Oziru and asked, then directly projected the system's mall page onto the opposite wall. Just choose whatever you like, Lin Changsu continued. Lu Oziru's stunningly beautiful, rosy face was shocked once again. Her expression was blank, as if she had been petrified, and her head was numb as she slowly turned her head to look at Lin Changsu. After a few seconds, ecstasy appeared on Lu Oziru's face, and she excitedly screamed, Ah! Husband, you are! Lu Oziru shouted excitedly, and when she said this, she immediately stopped in a hurry. Covering her mouth with her hands, her head shrinking back as if she had done something wrong, then she looked around the room warily, and then looked out the door. Her voice lowered, still full of joy, she tightly embraced Lin Changsu's arm, immediately feeling the pleasant touch and warmth. Husband, you are the legendary supernatural being, the chosen one? Lu Oziru's eyes shone with admiration and excitement as she asked in a low voice. Lin Changsu nodded and said, sort of. There were many rumors online about this superhuman appearing in the end times, so Lin Changsu followed this line of conversation and explained. Just choose whatever you want to eat, Lin Changsu continued. Lu Oziru happily pointed her finger at the direction of the wall and started swiping on the shopping mall page. Wow, it's just like a touchscreen. There's so much food here. Can I order from the food merchants on Meituan too? Lu Oziru asked happily. Yes. Then I'll order some hot pot, I haven't had hot pot in a long time, Lu Oziru said immediately, and then chose a famous hot pot restaurant. She ordered the food in one go. She spent more than 300 shopping mall points from Lin Changsu with a thought from Lin Changsu. He reached out and a table from the hot pot restaurant appeared in the room. There was also a row of condiment dishes next to it. Lu Xiru jumped off the bed excitedly after taking 2 steps. She took a cold breath and then glared at Lin Changsu resentfully. She muttered to herself, really, brother is so dead. Although it is miserable, it seems quite happy and comfortable. At this thought, Luo Xiru's face flushed. At that moment, Lin Changsu walked over and picked up his phone. He saw that Xu Qingman had sent him a WeChat message before 12 o'clock, asking if he was going to go back for lunch. Lin Changsu quickly replied. Lin Changsu, you guys go ahead and eat, don't worry about me, I'll be back this afternoon. As soon as he sent the message, WeChat sent a message back, and Xu Qingman replied in seconds. Xu Qingman, okay, honey, be careful out there, I love you, honey. Xu Qingman, cute kiss emoticon.jpg. Lin Changsu, we'll have a big dinner tonight, wait for me to come back. Lin Changsu, oh, that Auntie Su who loves to dance in the group, you guys figure out a way to get her real room number. Xu Qingman, okay, honey, I promise to complete it. Xu Qingman, very cute expression pack that guarantees completion.jpg. Lin Changsu put down his phone. From now on, they would have to be left to do things, and Lin Changsu was not someone who kept a vase. At this time, Luo Xiru had already configured her own condiment dish, and then looked at Lin Changsu and asked, Brother Changsu, do you need me to make a plate of condiments that I like for you? It's okay, I'll do it myself, Lin Changsu nodded and walked over. At this time, WeChat sent another message. Xu Qingman sent another one, a voice message. Lin Changsu then clicked to play it. Honey, I love you too, be careful out there, we'll wait for you to come home for dinner tonight. Su Xiaolu's happy voice sounded. Okay, you guys be careful at home too, call me if anything happens, Lin Changsu replied with a voice message, then put down the phone and started eating lunch. It seems that I've become good sisters, and they should welcome me, said Luo Xiru in a weak tone, with a little worry. Don't worry, they can't wait, they're very happy, Lin Changsu nodded and said, then sat down at the hot pot table and adjusted his dipping sauce dish. At this time, Luo Xiru had already scalded a piece of lamb roll for Lin Changsu and put it in Lin Changsu's bowl. Lin Changsu judged from the first glance that this was real lamb, not some kind of synthetic imitation. The color was pink, the texture was fine, red and white and natural, with the fat and lean parts interlocked in a natural blend. Real lamb. A conscientious merchant. Lin Changsu dipped the dish into the sauce, took a bite of the delicious lamb, and felt a sense of satisfaction. It was so good. It could also be that after a big fight, and a bit hungry after exercising, the hot pot felt really delicious at this moment. The two of them both devoured the hot pot. Wow, Changsu brother, this hot pot is so delicious, I feel like I've never eaten such a delicious hot pot in my life, it's so good. Luo Xiru had a sweet smile on her face, and with her slender hands, she adjusted her hair in front of her face, behind her ears, and looked at Lin Changsu, sincerely praising him. Lin Changsu believed that this was true. Sometimes happiness comes from contrasts. These past 3 days of the end of the world, coupled with the constant crisis, not being able to eat enough, and the pain caused by viral diseases. It can be said that Luo Xiru has encountered the lowest point of pain in her life. Now that she is better, she has had a good time, her stomach is empty, and she is eating a delicious meal naturally, she feels that it is delicious. The two of them ate and chatted. Towards the end of the meal, Lin Changsu heard the sound of movement outside, which was getting louder and louder. He had heard it before, but Lin Changsu was having a good time, so he didn't have the leisure to care about what was happening outside. At this time, it was obvious that the riot had spread to this side. Damn it, hurry up and open the door for me, if you don't open it voluntarily, when we open your door, we will kill all the men and rape the women first. A man yelled angrily from the corridor outside. Sure enough, these Chinese people are easy to conquer, just teach them a good lesson and they will become good dogs, a man with a stick said mockingly, holding a fruit knife in his hand. We are masters of Taekwondo, what can they fight us with, they are just a bunch of trash. A stick from the gang picked up the conversation and cursed arrogantly. Lin Changsu only heard the sound of sticks outside, and couldn't understand what they were saying, but when he looked at Luo Xiru, he saw Luo Xiru's angry expression and knew that it must not have been anything nice. Luo Xiru looked at Lin Changsu, hesitating whether to translate. What did he say, something insulting or against the heavens? Lin Changsu asked. He called us rubbish and trash, easy to conquer, and said they were Taekwondo masters, very impressive, Luo Xiru translated briefly. Just then. Dong, dong, dong. A heavy knock on the door sounded. The person inside, open the door quickly, or we'll open the door and you'll be waiting to be severely punished. Lin Changsu looked at Luo Xiru and said, "Get dressed and keep eating your hot pot. After you've eaten, we'll get to work." Luo Xiru was stunned. She has to work too? What's she supposed to do, just stand around shouting that her husband is awesome? Didn't you say that there's a fresh-faced young actress from the Republic of Bangzi who's just debuted and is here for this international brand exchange event? After we've finished with these people, let's go find her and you can translate for us. Lin Changsu looked at Luo Xiru a little confused, and then said. Originally, when he came out this time, Lin Changsu had planned well in advance to recruit Luo Xiru together with the Korean female celebrity Han Xiu. As for this sudden appearance of the Koreans, who came to Lin Changsu's front to be arrogant, they definitely had to be eliminated. And this group of people had already taken control of the building next door, so Lin Changsu just took down this group of people to see if there were any other eligible beauties in these two buildings. If there are any, take them all home. It was very easy, it was settled in an hour. Lin Changsu continued to say, while getting up to put on his combat uniform. Then in the system mall, he purchased a combat uniform and put it on the bed. "Come, you wear this one, so as to avoid accidents," Lin Changsu said to Luo Xiru. Just as he finished speaking. "Dong, dong, dong, dong. Hurry up and come out, I can hear you talking." Lin Changsu looked at the door of the room with cold eyes and sneered in his heart. "You really are in a hurry to be reborn." Lin Changsu walked over. Chapter 17 easily solved. Lin Changsu's mind moved, and he grabbed two pistols out of thin air with both hands, holding them in his hands. Bang! Lin Changsu slammed a foot directly into the door, kicking it flying out. Pop! The man was kicked directly out of the door along with it, and he slammed into the wall on the opposite side, rolled his eyes, vomited blood, and died. Lin Changsu walked out. The group of people outside were still in a state of shock and disbelief, their eyes wide as the eyes of a cow. Bang, bang. Lin Changsu fired. Only then did someone in the group of 10 people react and run away frantically. One shot, one child. Headshots. After killing 7 people in a row, Lin Changsu holstered his gun and quickly chased after them. Bang. Lin Changsu chased after them, grabbed the collar of the clothes of the guy who looked like a stick, and threw him back to the ground with a heavy throw. With a loud bang, this person became like a bent bow and fell heavily to the ground. After his head slammed into the ground, his legs fell to the ground weakly. He died a miserable death. OMO. The other 2 rods shouted and fled frantically. Unfortunately, at this time, Lin Changsu still thought this speed was too slow, and Lin Changsu easily caught up. Bang. He grabbed one person's head and smashed it directly and fiercely against the wall, killing him by splitting his head open. The last one remaining, Lin Changsu grabbed the guy by the back of the shirt collar, as if he were holding a chicken, and carried him back. 10 seconds later, Luo Xiru came panting up behind him. After seeing Lin Changsu, she put her hands on her legs and gasped for breath, her breasts swaying. Luckily, he was wearing combat fatigues, otherwise the swing would have been huge. The kind that can pass bullets through the middle without a scratch. "I'm so tired," Luo Xiru kept panting, muttering to herself, tired, so tired today, I feel like I've been exercising for days." Then, when Luo Xiru saw the tragic death of the last 2 people, she was shocked and quickly looked away, afraid to look anymore. Lin Changsu walked over and casually threw the last living person, who had been left on purpose, to the ground. Bang! Lin Changsu stamped hard on the person's hand, which was holding a fruit knife, and the sound of all the bones in the palm breaking could be heard. Ah! The person screamed in pain, which made people feel very painful just by listening to it. "Ask him how many people are in their group and which room the leader is in," Lin Changsu looked at Luo Xiru and said. Luo Xiru paused, took a breath, and then asked in Korean. 17 people, in the next hotel, 2801. Luo Xiru looked at Lin Changsu and translated. Then the two had another exchange in Korean. After a minute or so, Luo Xiru stood up, let out a breath, looked at Lin Changsu with a confident expression tinged with a little pride, and continued. "The leader is a 3rd-generation chaebol from the country of the stick called Park Young-kook. Among their people, 12 of them are bodyguards, and there is a young female celebrity, very pretty. Now the rest of the people basically control the upper 10 floors of the building next door. They don't have guns, but they all have weapons within the category of knives and iron bars." Lin Changsu nodded and was very satisfied with Luo Xiru's translation, then looked at Luo Xiru and said seriously, "Come, I'll teach you something." "What is it?" Luo Xiru asked curiously. Then Lin Changsu handed the pistol at his waist to Luo Xiru. "Take it," Lin Changsu said with a serious expression and a stern voice. The stick on the ground immediately guessed what it was when it saw the weapon and immediately started yelling. Bang! Lin Changsu gave a hard kick and directly knocked the person unconscious. Lu Oyu was startled by Lin Changsu's serious expression and words, and instinctively and obediently took the pistol that Lin Changsu handed her. It was heavy and a bit heavy. Lin Changsu walked behind Lu Oyu, took Lu Oyu's hand, raised it, and aimed it at the head of the unconscious stick. In the end times, you have to learn to kill. If you don't kill him, he will kill you. Think about what would have happened if I wasn't in the room and you were caught by these people? Lin Changsu said in Lu Oyu's ear. It's very simple, just pull the trigger, Lin Changsu continued. As soon as he finished speaking. Bang! Lu Oyu pulled the trigger and the gunshot rang out. And her head exploded, blood splattering. Lin Changsu was a little satisfied, Lu Oyu's guts were a bit bigger. Very good, let's go. Lin Changsu took back the pistol in Lu Oyu's hand and took Lu Oyu's hand, heading to the next building. Lu Oyu was still a little shaken. She looked back at the corpse she had shot dead, then looked at Lin Changsu, who was holding her hand, in front of her. His strong back gave a warm sense of security, but when he was serious, he could also be intimidating. I killed someone. This thought kept popping up in Lu Oyu's mind. When Lu Oyu followed Lin Changsu to the next building, she found bloodstains on the walls, as well as many corpses and the screams of women. Lu Oyu's body shuddered. The end of the world, the end of the world. I must listen to my husband and live well, I must not be merciful or naive. What's wrong with killing? These animals deserve to die. Even if they are not bad people, I can kill to survive. I dare to kill anyone my husband tells me to kill. Lu Oyu kept repeating this sentence in her heart, and this idea deepened in her heart. Then Lu Oyu shook Lin Changsu's hand firmly. She felt that Lin Changsu's hand was big and warm. Lu Oyu withdrew her thoughts and stopped thinking about killing people just now. It's similar to that one, but not as hot. Lu Oyu suddenly thought of something else, and her sweet face flushed with shame. Lu Oyu took a quick step forward, getting even closer to Lin Changsu, and with a naturally sweet face, she continued to curiously observe the situation in this building. It was miserable, with traces of vandalism everywhere, and there were many corpses, many of whom had died of illness, others had committed suicide. Anyway, this side was already in a mess. Lin Changsu took Lu Oyu and took the elevator directly to the 21st floor, and then walked up the stairs directly to the 28th floor. At this time, the door to the hotel room 2801 was wide open, and Park Young-kook looked at the two women at his feet with a smug look on his face. Suddenly thinking of something, Park Young-kook looked out the door and shouted at his younger brother, "Isn't there a youngest one? Bring her to my room, I want to have fun with her." I have to say, there are still a lot of beautiful women in this country. I have to be more playful and perverted if I want to have fun again. It's the end of the world anyway, Park Young-gu continued to talk to himself. Next to him, a Korean wave starlet, Kim Soo-ji, was wearing a cool pajama and lying on the bed like a herding dog, with a hint of fear in her eyes. At this moment, Park Young-gu's phone rang. Park Young-gu took the phone and saw that it was his chaebol father's phone. "Hello, what's wrong?" Park Young-gu just picked up the phone. At that moment, there was a bang outside and a gunshot was heard, followed by continuous gunshots. Park Young-gu was shocked for 2 seconds before he reacted, realizing that it was gunfire. Park Young-gu stood up abruptly and ran out to close the door. Then, he saw a figure outside his door, flying backwards at extreme speed. There was a loud bang. Park Young-gu screamed in fear. And his phone dropped to the ground. The three women in the room were also scared by Park's scream and started screaming as well. A few seconds later, Park, who had come to his senses, slammed the door shut. Meanwhile, Lin Changsu, who had already reached the 28th floor, was now a killing god, holding the exquisite beauty Lu Oyu by the hand and carrying a gun in the other. Seeing this group of people, he started killing them without any hesitation. When Lin Changsu was about to reach room 2802, he stopped in his tracks. He sensed keenly that there was someone hiding behind the lightly covered door. He could hear the other person's nervous breathing. At this moment, they should be holding some kind of weapon and trying to ambush Lin Changsu. After his physical abilities improved, he felt great. He could clearly sense any abnormal movements around him, and he could even hear breathing. After muttering to himself, Lin Changsu walked over at an accelerated pace. Bang! Lin Changsu suddenly kicked out. Ah! A scream sounded. Then there was a plop, followed by the sound of a window breaking. The door smashed into the window pane and finally landed on the ground, while the man was kicked directly out the window and fell downstairs. Thud. A loud sound of a person falling from a height was heard. Lin Changsu took Luo Ziru's hand and came to room 2801, then kicked the door open with one kick. This time it was more gentle. But the door still flew out more than a meter. Chapter 18, Is that a tone of begging? Lin Changsu walked into the bedroom at the back of this luxurious and large room. Park Young-kook was hiding in the corner next to the bed. Ah! Don't come any closer. Park Young-kook was holding a sharp fruit knife in his hand, and he pulled a woman over to block himself, screaming and shouting in fear. Luo Ziru, who was following Lin Changsu, immediately translated what Park Young-kook said to Lin Changsu. At this time in the room, under the table next to the end of the bed, a naked woman, with her hands covering her head, looked at Lin Changsu in horror, with several bruises on her body. At the head of the bed, this Kim Su-ji was staring at Lin Changsu in shock. Lin Changsu found that when he looked at these two women, the system did not respond. Lin Changsu then moved his thoughts and scanned Kim Su-ji actively to confirm, and then a score appeared. Name, Kim Su-ji. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.3. Inner beauty, 9.2. Number of lovers, 1. Favorability, 0. Overall score, 8.9. Ding dong. Not qualified. Lin Changsu was slightly surprised and looked at the score carefully. This woman was quite pretty, and to be honest, she was similar to Chen Meishu, but she failed the test. Obviously, the number of lovers accounts for a much higher proportion of the score here in the system. It's a bit of a pity that she failed, and she only missed by 0.1 points. Otherwise, she would have received a wave of rewards, not to mention more attribute points added every day. Does my cultivation method work for this kind of failure? Lin Changsu thought, relying on cultivation to get his daily attribute points. Lin Changsu silently recited in his heart and asked the system, but did not get any response. Then I can only try? Just as Lin Changsu was thinking about this, Park Young-kook, who had calmed down by then, asked with a trembling voice. Who are you? I am Park Young-kook, I am very rich, the son of a chaebol. If you let me go, I will fulfill any of your requests. Luo Ziru, who was next to him, immediately translated. Put the knife down and let the person go, Lin Changsu said in an icy tone. Luo Ziru, who was standing next to him, immediately translated. Park Young-kook was stunned after listening to Luo Ziru's translation. He was hesitating. Lin Changsu's stern and fierce expression made Park Young-kook immediately drop the knife and throw it on the ground in fear. The rescued woman immediately rushed over and tried to throw herself into Lin Changsu's arms, but she found that Lin Changsu's eyes were very cold, and she immediately became embarrassed and threw herself at her companion under the table. Thank you, benefactor, the two women said at the same time, nodding in thanks. Although these two beauties did look quite good, with a score of close to 9 for their appearance and figure, they did not meet the system's requirements after all. You two, get dressed and go wait in the next room, Lin Changsu said to the two women he had rescued. Okay, thank you, brother, thank you, benefactor, the two nodded repeatedly. Lin Changsu thought clearly in his heart. If people who failed the system's assessment could practice cultivation, then these two beautiful women, who were not bad looking, could be temporarily used as tools. After all, in the early stages, one's growth and development was most important. As for whether or not one could practice cultivation with people who had failed the system's assessment and increase one's cultivation points, Lin Changsu would test it out with this young movie star. Ask him if he has brought any other beauties with him this time, or if he has any relevant information, Lin Changsu said to Luo Ziru. Luo Ziru blushed and was a little puzzled. Is her husband that lecherous? Although her husband is indeed too amazing, it's still. Shouldn't he be more subtle and not be so direct? Luo Ziru communicated with Park Young-kook in Korean. Just bring it. This Kim Su-ji said that if you want beautiful women, they have a lot of them over there. Let him go. This time, when you go back, they will definitely give you a lot of beautiful women, and you can do whatever you want with them. Luo Ziru translated with a slight blush. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Lin Changsu could hear that there were two groups of people, a total of 6 people in the front, and 4 people behind them. Shit! The man in charge, cursing and swearing, rushed in. Honey Luo Ziru couldn't help but remind him when she saw the 6 men rushing in with such aggression. Lin Changsu, who had keen senses, had already known about it and was waiting for this group of people to come to him voluntarily.
Lin Changsu then turned around, let go of Luo Xiru's hand, and suddenly accelerated, rushing over.
Bang bang bang.
Clean and decisive, in less than 3 seconds, all these people were knocked down, lying on the ground, rolling around in pain and wailing. The 4 hired thugs outside froze in place, afraid to come in.
Go and arrange for all the women you've gathered this time to go to room 2802. Hurry up, Lin Changsu ordered.
Yes, yes, big brother.
The 4 of them quickly turned around and ran out, all dumbfounded.
They thought these taekwondo practicing thugs were very capable fighters, but they didn't expect that in front of Lin Changsu they were just a bunch of trash.
Luo Xiru's expression changed. All of it? Honey, isn't this a bit, well, are you going to be able to handle it? You won't end up having me give you a back massage, will you?
Luo Xiru's face turned even redder. Lin Changsu walked back over, went to the end of the bed, and picked up the phone in the corner.
Who's on the other end of this phone? Aren't you going to say a few words?
Lin Changsu turned the speakerphone on and placed it on the table.
Release my son, and you name the terms.
Park Eun-jun was slightly surprised, and then spoke. He thought that if the phone fell to the ground in advance, Lin Changsu would not notice it, and he could remain silent, listen to the movements inside, and then judge and decide how to deal with it. As a result, while still hesitating how to speak, and asking Lin Changsu to release his son, Lin Changsu took the initiative to pick up the phone and spoke to him.
Is that a tone of begging? It sounds more like an order.
After Lin Changsu finished speaking, he took out his pistol and shot the bodyguards on the ground repeatedly.
Bang 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 bang.
He killed them all, without sparing a single one. Nagging, shouting non-stop, Lin Changsu said coldly. Luo Xiru quickly translated Lin Changsu's words, and it was obvious that she had adapted a lot to Lin Changsu's sudden killing of the 6 people on the ground.
Kid, how dare you? Pop.
Lin Changsu snapped the phone directly, threw it aside, then raised his hand and shot and killed Park Young-gu with one shot. Damn it, I have the hostage in my hands, and you are still being tough with me.
Do you think I am a kidnapper trying to negotiate a ransom with you?
Kim Soo-ji was finally scared silly this time. The person in front of her was simply a devil, a cold-blooded murderer who was too ruthless. When Lin Jiangsui first came in, she was just surprised, but not afraid. She felt that with her figure, looks, and seductive skills, she would be able to survive just fine, and maybe even live better. So at first, she really wasn't scared at all, but as Lin Changsu killed all her companions, she began to be afraid. As Lin Changsu's eyes looked at Jin Xiuji, she shivered all over and immediately knelt on the ground, shouting, "Don't kill me, I'll do anything, I'll get a lot, I'll definitely make you happy." Luo Xiru softly said "Ba," and still translated it word for Lin Changsu to hear. "Go wait in the living room while I take care of some business," Lin Changsu said, as he walked out of the back room and went to pick up the door that he had kicked off its hinges and simply blocked back in place. This luxurious room was divided into an inner room and an outer room, with a living room and a bedroom. Luo Xiru sat on the sofa in the living room and watched Lin Changsu block the door back in place.
She couldn't help but scoff. "You're still closing the door? Are you afraid someone outside will hear? Just be happy, and you have to say you're doing something important." "Really, I'm not saying anything, and you're making excuses. Men are really pigs, they want to get laid when they see a pretty girl." At this moment, Luo Xiru watched Lin Changsu turn around and walk into the back room, and she was surprised. "No, you're not closing the back room door? What do you mean, leaving me outside to listen? Honey, you're bullying me, aren't you doing this on purpose?" "No, why do I feel that my husband is collecting beautiful women on purpose? Or, did I not feed my husband well just now?" Luo Xiru blushed as this thought popped into her head. Lin Changsu had no idea what Luo Xiru was thinking at the moment. For Lin Changsu, he was indeed doing some serious business, experimenting to see if there was an increase in the attribute value of cultivation. As for the blockage outside, the door to the inner room was open. It was for Luo Xiru to prevent accidents. If there was a dangerous sound, Lin Changsu could react in time. Otherwise, if the door was closed and he was in a trance, the danger would not be towards Lin Changsu. Lin Changsu really wouldn't be able to notice it at the first time. If something happened to Luo Xiru, Lin Changsu would be blamed. Chapter 19, I tested it. Kim Soo-ji watched as the valiant and handsome man walked into the back room and began to take off his combat uniform. Kim Soo-ji's nervousness eased. Then she quickly got up and walked towards Lin Changsu. Her delicate little hands were a little shaky from the tension. This man is too strong, unimaginably strong. Kim Soo-ji understood that whether she could survive in the end of the world depended entirely on the man in front of her.
Thinking about this, Kim Su-ji tried hard to calm herself down, tried to recall the skill she had studied so hard for, and took 2 deep breaths. At this moment, Kim Su-ji looked at the man in front of her and was shocked. He was handsome, with perfectly defined muscles, and his body looked so safe and secure, charming, and attractive. Looking at the upright Lin Changsu, Kim Su-ji's face turned red. This man is not only powerful and ruthless, but also has a body that is truly surprising and convincing. Take a shower first, Lin Changsu said, then pointed in the direction of the bathroom.
Kim Su-ji followed the direction of Lin Changsu's finger and immediately understood, then quickly took off her clothes and walked into the bathroom. Clattering.
The sound of running water sounded rhythmically. After a while, Lin Changsu looked at his system. There was no change in the attribute values on his panel. In other words, people who fail to pass are useless. Since they are useless, then this woman can be thrown away. Taking her back will have no other effect than to feel good, and besides, he is not short of women.
Lin Changsu pointed at his phone, ready to check the time. Jin Shuji followed the direction of his finger and looked over, immediately understanding.
Handed the phone to Lin Changsu, then gave a sweet smile and made a V sign with her hands. Kim Su-ji obviously thought wrong. Lin Changsu took the phone just to check the time. Since it was like this, he took a picture. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. It was about 4 p.m.
Lin Changsu walked out of the back room, out of this luxury suite, and went next door. Although the test results were unsatisfactory, overall it was not bad.
Lin Changsu gathered his thoughts and looked over the women he had collected here. None of them were qualified, but there was one that he remembered well. She was indeed beautiful.
Name, Hu Whiting. Age, 24. Appearance, 9.2. Inner beauty, 9.1. Number of lovers, 4. Favorability, 98. Overall score, 7.1. I didn't know until I looked, and I was shocked.
Well, the number of people is also incredible, and she has worked for many years.
But Lin Changsu doesn't need it anyway, so it doesn't matter. A million times, it's none of Lin Changsu's business. Lin Changsu is just a little curious. If it's 2 times a day, 25 days a month, then 50 a month, 600 a year? So this person.
Lin Changsu shook his head. Just as he gathered his thoughts, he muttered again. It's just that your favorability rating for me is 98, what do you want?
We just met for the first time.
It's getting dark. Lin Changsu has to find this innocent top Korean female celebrity. Han Xiu and Lin Changsu walked out of the room, took out his phone and checked WeChat. There was a new message.
Chen Meishu, I see, you're just a liar, aren't you? You never decided to come in the first place. Chen Meishu, you liar. Lin Changsu, you're dead, I'll expose you for sure. Chen Meishu, you loser. Chen Meishu, hurry, apologize to me, or I'll expose you. Chen Meishu, you loser, you're not even worthy of licking my feet, you're dead. 5 consecutive WeChat messages came through. Lin Changsu's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Exposure? I'm dead? It's the end of the world, and I'm afraid of you being exposed? A smelly loser who isn't even worthy of licking your feet? Okay, whoever licks who, you'll see. Lin Changsu didn't even bother to deal with this scumbag girl.
As soon as the first round of 7 days was up, the fog disappeared, and Lin Changsu went to find Chen Meishu to take his revenge.
This kind of scumbag woman can't be toyed with and then abandoned. Lin Changsu took Lu Oyu and walked towards Han Xiu's hotel.
Before they had taken 2 steps, there was suddenly a loud, rapid, and noisy sound outside. It sounded like a herd of cattle had broken out and were running and bumping around.
Has a beast tide broken out? Lin Changsu frowned.
From his past life experience, there had been no beast tide in their city.
Lu Oyu clung to Lin Changsu tightly, very nervous.
Lin Changsu then went to the window and tried to observe through the infrared night vision device, but it seemed that the fog had a special shielding effect, and he could not see any infrared features of abnormal creatures. Lin Changsu went to the 2nd floor window of this building, closer to the road, and the infrared night vision device was also useless. It was not as reliable as Lin Changsu's intuition. This tide of beasts migrating along the street and road made Lin Changsu change his plan. He would temporarily spend the night at the hotel and look for Han Xiu again in the morning. Lin Changsu then returned to the original room with Lu Oyu. At this time, Xu Qingman sent a WeChat message. Xu Qingman, honey, it's so noisy on the road outside, be careful when you're out.
Xu Qingman, honey, when will you be back?
Lin Changsu, there is a small wave of beasts outside, I won't be able to come back until tomorrow afternoon. You guys take care of yourselves at home, call me if anything happens.
Xu Qingman, okay, husband, be careful.
Lin Changsu put down his phone, stood by the window, looked at the vast fog, and pondered. It seems that the timeline has changed a lot, and things before the rebirth should have all changed. Otherwise, at this point in time, there would not be such a small wave of beasts here. Han Xiu took it down and realized that she had to go find Gu Xiejia. Based on her past life experience, this guy was connected to that delicate and exquisite beauty, but now that the timeline had changed so much, she really wasn't sure anymore. Lin Changsu and Lu Oyu stayed at the hotel for the night. The next morning, Lu Oyu went to wash up again. Lin Changsu sat down at the table and bought 2 baskets of Xiaolongbao and 2 bowls of Fei Changfun from the System Mall. Then took out his phone and browsed social media platforms. After washing up, Lu Oyu cleaned the bangs in front of her forehead, walked out, sat down at the table, and followed up with breakfast.
Honey, when are we going to find the actress Han Xiu? Lu Oyu asked.
After breakfast, let's take a half-hour break before going, Lin Changsu said, brushing his phone while eating.
Lu Oyu nodded and picked up her phone as well.
10 minutes later, Lu Oyu suddenly shouted.
Honey!
Lin Changsu looked up, puzzled, at Lu Oyu.
Honey, you're trending on the Korean social media forum. Look!
Lu Oyu handed Lin Changsu a group of her relatives and friends in Korea to look at.
I have their forum software here, let me show you.
Lu Oyu took back her phone and immediately opened an app software from the country of the stick. Lin Changsu thought about it carefully, and it should be about killing the group of sticks yesterday. Lin Changsu became interested and wanted to see what had been reported and what had been discussed. Lin Changsu moved the sofa chair back and said, "Come, sit on me and translate it all for me."
Chapter 20, Going Viral Overseas.
Lu Oyu got up and sat in Lin Changsu's arms, took out her phone, and looked at the content on the forum, starting to translate. The news content says that my brother is a barbaric and bloodthirsty thug who brutally and innocently killed Chaeble's son Park Young-kook.
The forum is full of people cursing your brother.
Lin Changsu thought about it for a moment and understood. It should be Park Young-kook's Chaeble's father who fermented this matter. After all, the restaurant is now under Lin Changsu's control, and no one at the scene dares to post any news online. There are so many people cursing you that I won't read them all, but it seems that Han Xiu was the first to post a social comment, saying that it was terrifying and barbaric. Then many fans were worried about Han Xiu's safety in Huagua, Lu Oyu continued. It seems that she has also voiced her opinion on our social media platform.
I'll go check it out. I've followed her.
As she spoke, Lu Oyu switched to our social media platform. Sure enough, Han Xiu had also reported the fabricated news from the country of the stick on her social media platform, calling on her fans to boycott such behavior and find the murderer. What Lin Changsu didn't expect was that, even though it was the end of the world, quite a few fans still passionately expressed their support in the comments, offering to help in some way or another.
The forums in this country are so arrogant.
A few comments said that he has awakened his superpowers and wants to come over to our side to take revenge. Lu Oyu picked out a comment she thought was important and said,
"It's okay, just ignore it. We're almost there, let's go find Han Xiu.
I hope she can still say the words in the comment when she meets me," Lin Changsu said with a relaxed and carefree expression. The fact that the Korean forum had gone viral itself also gave Lin Changsu an idea. He would take Han Xiu, use her influence on social media, and directly release an advertisement video to collect beautiful women.
This way, it would be much easier to find qualified beauties.
Anyway, after he accepted Lu Oyu, his strength had increased substantially, and he was no longer afraid of provoking any forces. Recovering his thoughts, Lin Changsu stood up, walked over to the window, and focused his full attention, feeling the large road outside the window.
After last night's small wave of beasts, the previous calm has finally returned.
Let's go, there shouldn't be any danger in this short distance, Lin Changsu said, turning around and walking towards the door. Lu Oyu hurriedly got up and chased after Lin Changsu, following closely behind him.
So what is my brother's superpower? It feels like it has something to do with women.
If it's just lust, then the women in the next building are quite attractive, and they play around a lot and are quite wild. There seems to be a woman with tongue piercing and a tattoo on her belly, and she's quite attractive and has a good figure.
I think he'll take them all.
Lu Oyu looked at Lin Changsu in front of her and muttered to herself.
Husband, did those people on the forums really develop superpowers? Lu Oyu asked.
It doesn't matter, they are no threat to me, Lin Changsu said confidently. Lin Changsu knew that no one with supernormal abilities would appear, but people with martial arts evolution would begin to awaken. However, that would happen later. No one was currently faster than Lin Changsu, and Lin Changsu's snowballing speed was fast. He had currently saved 3 goddesses, and would soon be saving a 4th. Lin Changsu felt that when he reached level C, the fastest of the others would only be at level E at most. Soon Lin Changsu arrived on the first floor, and then he embraced Luo Ziru in his arms. Luo Ziru tightly embraced Lin Changsu with both hands, and her whole body was stuck to Lin Changsu, afraid that she would be accidentally thrown off by Lin Changsu. Lin Changsu rushed out quickly, his entire body absolutely focused. With a jump, he soared into the air and easily leaped over the 2 scrapped cars blocking the road. With a light thud, Lin Changsu continued to accelerate and run forward. Soon, he arrived at the building where the Hilton Hotel was located.
In room 3108 of the Hilton Hotel, Han Xiu was lying on the bed, browsing various information on social media platforms on her phone.
When she saw the news that Park Young-kook had been killed,
Han Xiu put down her phone and looked out the window at the fog.
The delicate and beautiful, innocent face was clouded with worry. Han Xiu had known Park Young-guk because they had attended an international brand exchange together, and he had stayed at the hotel across the street, more than 100 meters away. If he could be killed, Han Xiu was even more worried about her own situation. If there was a riot, she felt that she would definitely become someone's plaything. Maybe someone would even film a video of her and post it online. In the worst case, she might be gang raped and the video uploaded. Her security team was in charge of the company and was only deployed when she traveled. They were not even in this hotel. She was accompanied by only 2 assistants and a bodyguard, who was staying next door. Therefore, if Park Young-kook, who had so many people and was a regular bodyguard, could be killed, Han Xiu felt that if the riot came to her side, she would definitely end up in a very miserable situation. It was precisely because of this that she spoke out on social media and asked for help. A bunch of hateful thugs, how disgusting. Han Xiu cursed in her heart. Just as she was thinking, Han Xiu suddenly felt footsteps outside the door, and they came to her room door. "I'll go and tell her to open the door," Luo Ziru said at this time. Lin Changsu simply glanced at Luo Ziru with his eyes, said nothing, and lifted his foot.
Bang!
With one kick, he kicked the door open.
Tell her to open the door? If she doesn't open it, does she still have to persuade her with nonsense? What a waste of effort. If there's force to be used, why not use it? Ah! Han Xiu was startled. Lin Changsu walked in.
At this moment, Han Xiu, the whole person, very nervously, stood by the window and looked at Lin Changsu, who had entered wearing a combat uniform and combat helmet. His military bearing was vigorous, and it could be seen from his walking posture that the man in front of him was masculine and handsome. Soon, there was a noise from the next room, and people in other rooms in the building opened their doors and came out to observe. It was clear that order had been maintained here, and many people dared to open their doors and watch the commotion with curiosity. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps came, and Han Xiu's bodyguard, although he was already suffering from illness and pain, still rushed over dutifully as soon as possible. He scolded him in a rambling speech.
Bang!
With a shoulder throw, Lin Changsu threw the bodyguard heavily to the ground. The 2 female assistants at the door were shocked and stood in the doorway, afraid to go forward. "Get out, or I'll kill," Lin Changsu said with a cold tone as he turned his head to look at these people. Luo Ziru immediately translated in a stern tone. The bodyguard was still writhing on the ground in pain.
After hearing Luo Ziru's translation, he looked up at Lin Changsu.
In that instant, he felt like he saw the murderous intent in Lin Changsu's body, and his entire heart's courage and the bodyguard's creed of duty all collapsed. A strong desire to live drove this bodyguard to crawl out of this room.
Han Xiu watched this scene and her entire body went numb. And here, in Lin Changsu's mind, the voice of Han Xiu's system score passing had already sounded. Name, Han Xiu. Age, 18. Appearance, 9.8. Personality, 9.5. Number of double rows, 0. Favorability, 0. Overall score, 9.7. Ding dong. Meets system requirements. Lin Changsu looked at the number of double rows and was very satisfied. She was not one of those female celebrities who made their debut through trading, and she had not been intercepted by anyone. Then he looked at Luo Ziru. "Tell her, be my woman, and I'll give her the antidote," Lin Changsu continued with the same sales technique. After Luo Ziru finished translating, Lin Changsu looked at Han Xiu and, after hesitating for 7 or 8 seconds, shook his head. "She said she's not sick, she's in perfect health, And she doesn't need it, Lu Oyu translated. I'm giving you a choice, and you're actually choosing? This answer is a must, and you don't even know it?
The woman who was judged qualified by the system was regarded by Lin Changsu as the most important war necessity during wartime, and one that must be obtained at all costs. So there was no way he would reject this option. Since she was being impertinent, he would have to resort to trickery. It was obvious that this woman had not yet understood the truth about the end times. Lin Changsu made up his mind and took a step forward. At that moment, outside, a man with a face of pain, covering his body, hunched over, and holding onto the wall walked in, shouting at the same time, "This hero, big brother, good man, big hero." Lin Changsu took out his pistol and aimed it at this person. "Get out, I'm only saying this for the last time. The stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility.
You have the antidote, you must save it." Bang! Lin Changsu pulled the trigger.
A headshot, blood splattered, staining the wall red.
Ah! A scream sounded inside and outside the house.
Lu Oyu was used to it and didn't scream. Looking at the corpse, she muttered to herself, "Serves you right, I warned you with a gun, but you didn't leave judging by your sickly appearance, you wanted the antidote yourself."
Shut up! Lin Changsu shouted sternly and walked towards Han Xiu. Ah!
Han Xiu, who was terrified, hugged her arms around her chest, hid in the corner, and was still screaming.
Pop! A loud slap came.
The entire half of her face was covered in red handprints. Han Xiu's beautiful eyes widened and rounded, and the entire person, shocked and confused, fell silent, staring blankly at Lin Changsu.
Chapter 21, Innocent Korean Celebrity.
Lin Changsu looked at Han Xiu with pink hair, whose fresh face was almost bleeding, and continued.
The end of the world is near. Follow me and you will have no worries about food or safety.
If you miss it, you will have a miserable life, being sold here and there, and you might end up in the hands of some pervert. Lu Oyu translated beside him, and in his heart, he agreed with this point, and added a few more words while translating. Following him is very happy and blissful, you can trust me, said Lu Oyu. Lin Changsu tried his best to persuade this woman. A forced melon, although it quenches thirst, is not sweet if it quenches thirst. Lin Changsu doesn't need it at all, there is one next to him, and there are two at home.
How can this still not quench thirst? 3 2 is equal to 6, that's how math works.
Although Lin Changsu was persuading her, his patience was running out. Next to him, Lu Oyu was helping to persuade her, and Lin Changsu was already calculating the time in his mind, preparing to start the countdown and get straight to work.
At that moment, the phone rang.
Lin Changsu picked it up and saw that it was Xu Qingman calling. Something must be wrong, otherwise they would be chatting on WeChat.
Lin Changsu answered the phone immediately.
Honey, it's bad, there's a group of people outside our door, yelling for us to open the door. If we don't, they're going to break it down.
Xu Qingman spoke quickly in a relatively calm tone.
Move the table to block the door, you guys take up positions in the living room, get the guns ready, and if you see anyone, just shoot.
If you can't handle this, I'll be disappointed.
If you get caught by these people, you know the consequences.
Lin Changsu's tone was stern and serious. This is just the opportunity for Lin Changsu to train Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu.
After hearing Lin Changsu's words, Lu Oyu felt fear in her heart. She felt that Lin Changsu was serious and cold-hearted, abandoning them at will. At this time, Lin Changsu took a step forward and walked towards Han Xiu. She had a really good figure, with perfect proportions. Wearing a loungewear, she had a seductive sexiness. Lin Changsu felt a little aroused just by looking at her. Lin Changsu pulled Han Xiu over to him, and when he saw the cloth strip on the bed, he took it and directly blocked it in Han Xiu's mouth.
Then Lin Changsu carried Han Xiu directly on his shoulders, looked at Lu Oyu, and said, "Let's go back." Lu Oyu's expression obviously froze for a second.
She thought that Lin Changsu would just take care of things right here.
Lu Oyu nodded and followed Lin Changsu out of the room. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door closing echoed. There was no one left in the hallway outside the door to watch the fun. Lin Changsu carried Han Xiu on his shoulders, took Lu Oyu with him, and walked towards the elevator, then went to the first floor.
Han Xiu felt dizzy being carried like this, and she felt even more ashamed, with her mouth still stuffed with the stockings she had just bought. She wondered if she was going to be taken home and forced to have sex. Han Xiu's mind went blank. At this moment, she simply didn't dare to shout. The burning pain from the slap was still there. What should she do? Han Xiu was at a loss. At this time, Lin Changsu embraced Luo Ziru with one hand and put his other hand around her waist, then he charged out into the fog. Han Xiu was so scared that her face turned white.
Aren't there monsters in this fog? Is he crazy? Last night, the monster in the fog even rioted. With such low visibility, how can it run so fast?
Han Xiu was already so surprised that her mind was full of question marks. After a while, Luo Ziru frowned, wondering why she felt like they were taking a different route. She should have already arrived at her hotel. Luo Ziru thought that when Lin Changsu said to go back, he meant to go back to her hotel, and that the next scene would definitely be her watching from the side as her husband did things inside.
But it seems that something is wrong.
Soon, after entering the residential area, Luo Ziru suddenly realized that Lin Changsu was taking her home, back to the home where Lin Changsu lived, where her two sisters were also there.
Oh, he is going back to save my two good sisters.
Well, it seems that although my husband spoke sternly and told them to solve it themselves, he was actually still worried and came back. As Luo Ziru thought about this, she felt even more that she had met the right person. Soon, Lin Changsu took the two women and jumped from the second floor into the building to let them down. Then he looked at Luo Ziru and whispered, "I'll take her up first, you wait here. Tell her not to make any noise, or I'll knock her out."
After Luo Ziru finished communicating with Han Xiu nodded repeatedly at Lin Changsu.
Lin Changsu then picked up Han Xiu and jumped floor by floor from the outside of the building to his original rental room, and climbed in through the balcony. As soon as Han Xiu walked into the living room, she smelled the disgusting smell of rotting corpses, so she hurriedly ran back to the balcony, pinching her nose with one hand, and then hesitating whether to take out the stockings in her mouth herself. In the end, she didn't dare to take them off, for fear of angering Lin Changsu, who had killed without blinking an eye. He really is decisive and resolute when it comes to killing people. And his amazing physical skills, running here through the fog and carrying her and jumping up such a high floor, have already left Han Xiu shocked and in awe. He must be a super powerful supernatural being.
Then, it seems, the end of the world has really arrived. Han Xiu thought to herself. Just as Han Xiu was in a daze, Lin Changsu brought Luo Ziru to his original rental house.
"Go to that room and talk some sense into her, I'll go check the situation across the street," Lin Changsu said to Luo Ziru, looking at her. Luo Ziru nodded repeatedly in affirmation, "Leave it to me, don't worry, honey." As a woman, Luo Ziru felt at this moment that this matter could definitely be handled. She had seen the change in Han Xiu's eyes. Especially her brother, who had just led the two of them running quickly through the fog, and the climb up the stairs just now. This ability had completely impressed Han Xiu, and Luo Ziru was sure of it. This was how her mindset had changed. Women all admire strength, not to mention the conditions of the end times. Lin Changsu nodded, then walked quietly to the door of his own house and looked through the peephole at the movements across the street. He felt a sense of déjà vu.
Dong, dong, dong.
The two men across the street, each carrying a large axe, were pounding on the door, one after the other.
Damn it, you're making things difficult for yourselves.
"You'll be sorry when we break down the door," one of them cursed, while constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. In the room, Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu were both very nervous, their hands shaking slightly. They stood at the door, facing the wall, hands raised, pointing the pistols at the door. We mustn't let these guys catch us," Xu Qingman muttered, her eyes growing more determined, and the murderous intent in her eyes growing stronger. Outside the room, Gu Xiaojie sat on a small bench, his face full of distress. He didn't know if he could survive the virus, but he knew that he had to take action early and subdue those who disobeyed. After all, there were already many riots going on outside. He had to control his forces in advance.
Gu Xiaojie understood the principle of taking one step at a time.
What's more, he had heard that the girl inside was a top-notch beauty, and when he got better, he would be able to have his way with her. Soon, the door was knocked a large hole.
Just as the man looked inside, Xu Qingman's cold voice rang out. "If you don't leave, I'll shoot."
The man then saw two beautiful women standing behind the door, but they were serious and murderous, pointing a pistol at him.
"A pistol?" He stuttered. "Sick, how could that be?"
The accomplice next to him said in a disdainful tone, in his opinion, it was just a bluff by the person inside.
"Then take a look." This person immediately hid to the side, dumbfounded and nervous. Zhang Weiqiang looked inside and was stunned for several seconds.
"Beautiful women, wow, so beautiful and exquisite, so beautiful." Zhang Weiqiang shouted excitedly.
"If you don't leave, we'll shoot." Xu Qingman shouted again.
Lin Changsu, who was hiding behind the door, was getting a little impatient. If it were him, he would just start killing. But thinking that he was training his two beautiful wives, he continued to wait.
Chapter 22, Pass. Let me take a look. The other man, hearing Zhang Weicheng say that there were two perfect beauties, was already excited and pushed Zhang Weicheng aside to take a look.
Wow, beautiful women, they really are superb beauties, I want to fuck them. This person shouted out immediately, his eyes full of greed.
Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu both looked angry.
Ouch, where did you get that fake gun, and you're still pretending here? This person continued to laugh. Zhang Weicheng suddenly remembered that on the first day, his accomplice had inexplicably disappeared from this floor.
This could be a real gun.
Zhang Weicheng suddenly realized.
At this time, Gu Xiajia had already gotten up and walked towards the elevator.
His mind was quicker to react.
Xu Qingman finally couldn't stand it anymore.
Not only was this man's voice lewd, his expression was even more lewd and greedy, which made people sick just looking at it.
Bang!
Xu Qingman shot the man in the head at close range.
One shot into the soul. Ah!
A group of people screamed. Shit, this woman has a real gun in her hand. Someone screamed and hid towards the stairwell.
Xu Qingman kept panting, her breasts rising and falling, and her hands still trembling.
Gu Xiajie and the others, in one breath, ran directly back to the 5th floor. Lin Changsu opened the door and was quite satisfied with Xu Qingman, then said, "Put the gun down and open the door."
Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu both revealed happy expressions when they heard Lin Changsu's voice.
They hadn't seen Lin Changsu for just one day, but it felt like a long time had passed. Last night during the small beast tide, the two of them slept in each other's arms, chatting in their sleep about Lin Changsu.
Lin Changsu had become the anchor of their hearts. As long as Lin Changsu was there, they would feel at ease. Xu Qingman saw Lin Changsu through the broken hole, opening the door from the opposite side and walking over.
She immediately put down her pistol and opened the door.
Honey, Xu Qingman rushed into Lin Changsu's arms.
Honey, I've missed you so much. Su Xiaolu also ran over.
So, my husband has been across the street the whole time, training us? Xu Qingman suddenly realized.
Sort of. I just got back a minute ago, Lin Changsu simply replied. Lin Changsu then turned around and walked back to his rented room to get Luo Ziru and Han Xiu.
Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu looked at Luo Ziru and Han Xiu, a little surprised, until they saw their husbands bringing women back. But they didn't expect them to bring two such beautiful women back. Han Xiu? Su Xiaolu asked in surprise. Isn't she the top Korean female celebrity?
She's amazing at singing and dancing. Just as the four women got to know each other, Lin Changsu's phone rang. It was an unknown caller. It was the end of the world, everyone was off work, and generally speaking it wasn't a harassing call.
Lin Changsu answered it. Lin Changsu, right? You're fucking dead, you piece of trash.
The voice of the unknown man cursed as soon as he spoke. Lin Changsu frowned, his eyes full of murderous intent.
Who are you? Lin Changsu asked in an icy tone. It doesn't matter who I am, you piece of trash. You dare to deceive my beautiful sister. If I meet you, I will beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you, stupid dog. Do you understand? I'll go screw you. Fu Dali cursed furiously. Chan Meishu?
Lin Changsu suddenly remembered that this woman had said that she wanted to expose him online.
Did this woman really find her lapdog to scold him? Since you want to beat me up so badly, give me your home address.
Lin Changsu's cold tone carried a hint of disdain. These online bullies and keyboard warriors are basically afraid to be real. They lash out heavily on the internet, but in reality they are weak and submissive. I'll give you a smack in the face. I should have posted your picture on the wall in the first place, said Fu Dali.
Snap. Lin Changsu hung up the phone. Lin Changsu was furious. This person was going to die.
At this moment, the four women nervously watched Lin Changsu.
They really sensed Lin Changsu's anger. The kind of anger that makes you want to explode. Damn it, you can't really think that I can't hack someone along the internet cable, right?
Lin Changsu was about to purchase hacking services from his own system mall. At that moment, this guy called again. Lin Changsu hung up directly and blocked his number.
I might as well just go rip your mouth off and shove it down the toilet than waste my breath arguing with you.
Lin Changsu memorized the guy's phone number and directly purchased hacking services in the system mall.
130,000 points. Lin Changsu didn't bat an eye and bought it. Do you really think I can't find out where you live?
A stinking shepherd dog and a trashy woman can make you so excited. You are truly the best of the worst. Then, Lin Changsu took out his phone and opened the video social app, ready to see if Chen Meishu had posted a video online.
Lin Changsu found the latest first video on Chen Meishu's homepage. Who understands in my family? I met a scumbag liar, and this is what happened.
Lin Changsu didn't expect that Chen Meishu had also revealed her real name. It is estimated that she doesn't have her own photos, otherwise her photos would also be posted directly.
Chen Meishu, you are on the path to death and never return. Lin Changsu was very angry.
In this WeChat group, Auntie Su who loves to dance saw that Lin Changsu had not posted any WeChat group messages today. At this time, she even at Lin Changsu.
Grandma Su, who loves to dance, you can't fool anyone, so you're not going to post group messages anymore. Qingman, this Grandma Su, who loves to dance, have you got this person's real address? Lin Changsu asked. He had already made up his mind. If he didn't get it, he would kick open every door in the community today, dig up the ground 3 feet, and find the person to kill him. You'll find a way to come out and cause trouble. This Chen Meishu's ultimate turtle man licks dogs, and there are still 8 hours until the result comes out, and now you've come out on your own initiative, then I'll deal with you first. Oh, I got you.
I told her that I would give her money and food and deliver it to her door, and she believed me, but I don't know if the address is real.
I'll send it to you, Xu Qingman said immediately.
Lin Changsu nodded. He was very satisfied, and this matter was handled well. It was still Xiaolu who knew how to talk, and she was patient enough to trick the address out of her, Xu Qingman added. You all did well, Lin Changsu praised, then looked at the address Xu Qingman had sent him.
5th building, 701.
I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back in a bit, Lin Changsu said, then walked directly to the balcony, opened the window, and jumped directly into the fog. There were only 2 buildings, next to each other, and Lin Changsu jumped to the opposite side in one go. At this time, in the living room, Su Qingman, Su Xiaolu, Lu Oyu, and Han Xiu, the 4 of them, looked at each other with a little fear. None of them had seen Lin Changsu angry before. That dancing Auntie Su is a shrew, she never stops cursing in the group chat, she deserves to die. Let's cook, Su Qingman said at this time. It's the end of the world, and this kind of shrew still doesn't restrain herself, she deserves it. Let's go to the kitchen, Su Xiaolu followed up. Lu Oyu then translated what the 2 had said to Han Xiu, and the 4 of them went to the kitchen. However, there were obviously a bit too many people, and there were only 2 people working in the kitchen. The main thing was for the 4 of them to chat and get acquainted. And here, Lin Changsu had already arrived at the door of the room of this Auntie Su who loves to dance. The dancing Grandma Su was sitting in the living room, looking at the WeChat message she had sent to Zhu Lv. She was very puzzled. How come this rich second generation still hadn't responded to her after 3 days? She had helped him so much, and in the group chat, she had severely humiliated the person who said, I have the antidote. And now, he still hadn't even said anything. And just then, bang! Lin Changsu kicked the door open with one kick. Ah! The dance-loving Auntie Su was so scared that her body trembled, and she couldn't hold the phone she was holding in both hands steady, so she fell straight to the ground. Phone, my phone, door, my door, who the fuck doesn't watch where they're going and bashes my door to shit? The dance-loving Auntie Su suddenly started cursing, her face full of anger and pain. Pay me compensation. You won't get away without paying at least 10,000 yuan. Grandma Su, who loved to dance, cursed and swore, got up and walked towards the door. At that moment, Lin Changsu had already entered the house and came to the living room. Chapter 23, Moving During a Power Outage. Young man, pay compensation for knocking my door to pieces. You can't even say you're sorry? You're not leaving here without paying compensation today. Madame Su, who loved to dance, pointed at Lin Changsu and scolded him. After scolding, she felt that something was wrong. Her eyes looked at the door that had been kicked away. And then looked at Lin Changsu again. Grandma Su, who loved to dance, her eyes grew wider and wider, and her expression became more and more exaggerated. The quality of my door is so poor, it's not your fault, it flew out by itself, handsome, you, don't mind it. Are you in love? Do you want me to introduce you? Grandma Su, who loved to dance, stuttered a bit when she spoke. Grandma Su, who loves to dance. Lin Changsu's eyes were cold as he asked. Auntie Su, who loves to dance, nodded and said, what's wrong? At this moment, a middle-aged man, who was suffering from illness, walked out of the room and looked at Lin Changsu and his wife in the living room in surprise. Lin Changsu walked over coldly and mercilessly, grabbed the head of this anti-Su, who loves to dance, and slammed it against the wall.
Bang, 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 bang.
I'll let you like being a shrew and scold like a shrew. I'll let you like being a shrew. He hit her 4 times, her face was bloody, she fainted. Lin Changsu flung her out of the way, then raised his pistol and shot the dancing Madame Su directly in the head.
Bang.
Her head exploded. At this moment, the husband of this Madame Su was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. When Lin Changsu's eyes swept over.
Ah!
The man was startled, and he fell to the ground without stabilizing himself. He had a painful expression and had difficulty breathing. Lin Changsu walked over and stood close to the man's head.
Bang.
The gun was fired.
In your current state, there is no hope for you.
I'll end your suffering early. Lin Changsu muttered to himself, then jumped directly out of the living room of this household and returned to his own house.
As soon as he returned, Xu Qingman looked at Lin Changsu with a little concern and said, "Honey, the power just went out. We can't cook."
Lin Changsu looked at the time, 11:32, so he said, "No cooking, we'll order takeout for lunch."
"You guys go pack now, we're moving." "Moving?"
Su Xiaolu froze for a moment.
"Yes, go pack."
"Move to a comfortable house with electricity," Lin Changsu said simply, then walked into the living room to organize his thoughts. The power outage had happened, and the number of people had increased. Sooner or later, the underground safe bunker house would have to be bought, so it was quite appropriate to move to the underground safe bunker house to live now. Lin Changsu looked at the price, LV2 level, 3 million points currently, he had more than 3.1 million points. This LV2 level of comfort was much better than LV1, a luxury room of 400-500 square meters.
If you recruit Han Xiu, you can get a wave of points and rewards.
So 3 days later, the points for buying the post-apocalyptic RV will be enough. Now there are 40,000 bonus points for each day of fetters.
There is no worry about supplies every day after going out.
And judging from the fetters bonus of 124, recruiting Han Xiu will get 80,000 points, so there is no need to worry about points in the future. Thinking about this, Lin Changsu didn't hesitate and upgraded his LV1 level underground safe fortress house to LV2 level. Considering that it can be placed and retrieved again every day, Lin Changsu placed this LV2 level underground safe fortress house on the lawn directly below the building.
As soon as he clicked to confirm, Lin Changsu felt like he disappeared and appeared in the LV2 underground safe fortress house. The space was indeed large and he went straight in.
Judging from the color display when it was placed, it seems that you can click to confirm within a range of 10 meters. It is an underground safe fortress house, and in a critical moment, it can also be used for survival skills.
It's pretty cool.
Lin Changsu thought about these things, briefly explored the LV2 underground safe fortress house, walked to the door, opened the exit door, and followed the iron ladder stairs to the outside. He returned to the original house. After they have packed their things, I will take a good look around this LV2 level underground safe fortress house, Lin Changsu mused. Lin Changsu sat on the sofa in the living room, replanning the things he had to do. After they have packed their things, moved, and had lunch, in the afternoon, he would take Han Xiu in. At 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, call the guy who scolded himself and the name and address should come out, write it down, wait until the fog clears in 3 days, and pack up with Chen Meishu.
What should be done with this Gu Xiajie group of people?
Gu Xiajie has a clue to another top beauty in his hands, which is a matter of the second stage of the end of the world. Originally, he was thinking that he would try not to affect the timeline as much as possible, so as not to prevent Gu Xiajie from not getting in touch with the top beauty.
Now, it seems that there is no need.
The timeline has changed a lot.
Kill Gu Xiajie and his gang in the evening or at night, and ask if they have any clues. If not, just forget it.
For the remaining 3 days, just enjoy yourself shamelessly with these 4 wives of yours in that luxurious underground safe house. At the same time, plan your free time and the route after 3 days when you leave the community. First, go to a place like a university town, a university with a liberal arts college.
Unfortunately, the power outage and network disconnection means that posting videos online is no longer an option.
Lin Changsu thinks about these things in his head as he organizes his next plan. Before long, the 4 stunning beauties, carrying large bags and small bags, come out. Lin Changsu has a thought and tries to directly enter the LV2 level underground safe fortress house, but it doesn't work. It seems that it can only be effective when placed for the first time. Lin Changsu walked over, picked up the things, and said, "I'll put them in first, you continue packing, and I'll show you in a bit."
It's very close, it's around here.
After he finished speaking, Lin Changsu began moving.
It wasn't long before the 5 of them arrived at this LV 2-level underground safe fortress house. The 4 women looked at the underground safe house, which looked like a mansion, and were full of surprise. Will the electricity always be here? Su Xiaolu asked curiously. There's always water and electricity, so don't worry, Lin Changsu nodded. Wow, a freezer and refrigerator, this kitchen is huge, and the dining room is also big and beautiful. Xu Qingman went to look at the kitchen first, exclaiming repeatedly. Let's eat first, and then we can look around afterwards. What do you want to eat, hot pot, stir fry, or barbecue? Lin Changsu asked. In the end, Lin Changsu chose a seafood feast plus barbecue. Braised abalone with spring onions, mussels in French white wine, braised hairy crab with spring onions and ginger, deep-fried prawns with salt and pepper, pan-fried French hake, poached prawns, spicy lobster, catfish, eel, salmon, and other sashimi, grilled squid, beef, lamb, chicken wings. Then cola, wang zai, wan lao ji, and some fruit. It was a very sumptuous meal. Lin Changsu didn't realize that Su Xiaolu liked these sashimi. It seemed that the fishy smell was a bit too strong. Let's eat, Lin Changsu said. Lin Changsu picked up his chopsticks, and Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, Lu Oyu, and Han Xiu also picked up their chopsticks, but they didn't move them, waiting for Lin Changsu to actually start eating before they did. Lin Changsu took the lead and picked up a piece of scallops with spring onions and ate it. The texture was very good, it was fresh and tender, and the aroma was overpowering. In the end times, being able to eat this seafood feast was indeed a very happy and joyful thing. At this time outside, after the power outage and network outage, panic in the city intensified, triggering another wave of riots. It can be said that at this time outside, a disaster movie was being played out. Xiaolu, didn't you order sashimi? Why aren't you eating it? Xu Qingman asked. Su Xiaolu looked at the sashimi and then at Xu Qingman. Well, I'll eat it at the end. Let's eat it after we're done, to practice and get used to it, Su Xiaolu muttered to herself. Oh, it's delicious, I like to save it for last. Me too, Xu Qingman nodded and smiled. Su Xiaolu nodded and smiled. The several people ate and chatted while Han Xiu, although Lu Oyu was interpreting for her, still seemed to have very little to say. She was still a little uncomfortable with the unfamiliar environment and unfamiliar people. At the same time, she would occasionally glance at Lin Changsu, who was sitting in the main seat, and muttered to herself, no matter what, it seemed that she would become his woman. In this end of the world, being able to follow such a powerful supernatural being seemed to be considered a lucky thing. They ate and chatted. Su Xiaolu gagged slightly when she took the first bite. She had felt quite good after eating too much sashimi, so she thought to herself that she should be able to get used to it slowly. Some foods, after eating a few times, you don't hate them anymore, you even like them. It's just like some people who don't like vinegar at first. After eating it a few times, they can't eat noodles without it. After eating and drinking to your heart's content. Lin Changsu looked at Han Xiu with a serious expression and said, let's take a look at the safe house, take a break, and you can take a shower at 3:30. I'll come find you at 4 o'clock. Lu Oyu translated beside him. Han Xiu finally stared at Lin Changsu with those beautiful, pure eyes of hers for a full 3 seconds before nodding calmly. Lin Changsu had no idea what kind of internal struggle this woman had been going through, but he was satisfied with her nod. For some reason, thinking that this absolutely top-notch, pure Korean celebrity was about to become his woman, Lin Changsu felt a sense of satisfaction from his desire to conquer. Chapter 24, The Luxurious Underground Safe House. After dinner, Lin Changsu took the 4 women on a tour of the underground safe house, which was like a mansion. Wow, karaoke, can we listen to our superstar Han Xiu sing? How about a live concert, said Su Xiaolu excitedly. Not to mention singing, you can even dance, Lin Changsu muttered to himself, walked into this karaoke room and took a look. It was a medium-sized room, luxuriously decorated and fully equipped. For some reason, Lin Changsu thought of a domestic karaoke drama. When will I get to act in an episode? Lin Changsu gathered his thoughts, walked out, and continued to browse the entertainment area. The esports room had 5 fully equipped computers with esports chairs and tables. Unfortunately, the internet was down, so they could only play stand-alone games or other real-life games. There was also an entertainment room with a pool table and mahjong tables. Mahjong tables, Lu Oyu got excited as soon as she saw them, then looked at the other 3 women with burning eyes, looking for her mahjong friends. Her eyes met with Su Xiaolu's. They confirmed that both of them liked to play mahjong. Then there was the private cinema, a spacious and comfortable bed, a top-of-the-line stereo system, which could also play 3D movies, and top-notch interior decoration.
The four women were amazed. This was no underground safe house, it was clearly a rich man's mansion. Finally, there was the couple's room.
Su Xiaolu was engrossed in the view, even contemplating it with a thoughtful expression.
She was the first to go in and the last to come out, a little reluctant to leave. Next came the bedrooms on the second floor, basically the same, 2 master bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms, and 6 secondary bedrooms. There were also 3 separate bathrooms with integrated showers outside.
With 8 rooms, there was no problem accommodating 8 people.
Of course, in addition to these rooms, there were also storage rooms, dressing rooms, etc. After touring this LV 2-level underground safe fortress house, Lin Changsu returned to the sofa in the living room to rest while preparing to research other things in the system mall. The other 4 people were busy cleaning up the dining room and organizing the luggage they had just packed and brought down. It was also time to buy some of their own daily necessities, cosmetics, clothes, and the like for Lu Oyu and Han Xiu. Lin Changsu muttered to himself, and then looked at what this LV 3-level safe house looked like.
It's even more luxurious.
There's also a private garden, tennis and basketball courts, a car collection room, an art collection area, a private library, a swimming pool, a gym, a private bar, and massage rooms.
I wonder what LV4 and the ones after that will be like. Will they be even more sci-fi and intelligent?
For example, it's like a manor house, equipped with a weather control system that can adjust the seasons at any time, so you can have night, rain, sunrise, dusk, and even a starry sky or the sea as a backdrop, plus a bio-intelligent robot on standby to serve you.
Or maybe it's a small independent space, like a secret realm.
Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed to see it, and Lin Changsu had no idea. Then, Lin Changsu continued browsing the system mall, and suddenly discovered that the online system mall could also be purchased. For example, if the power went out and the network was disconnected, even the app would stop working.
If you bought it before, you can still use it now.
For example, QQ Music, if you buy a membership, you can still listen to the songs. For example, Tencent Ichi and other videos, you can still watch TV series and movies.
Lin Changsu tried to buy skins for the game's Honor of Kings in League of Legends. He was so happy that he was able to play ranked matches right away.
Lin Changsu immediately went to the esports room and started a ranked match of League of Legends. Although he couldn't interact with his teammates in-game, the skill levels of both his teammates and the opponents matched his account's rank. Lin Changsu could only say, "This system mall is awesome."
Awesome plus. Lin Changsu searched for the atomic bomb. My goodness.
It's really for sale, but Lin Changsu can't afford it.
Foot bath, the 1998 kind.
Unfortunately, the foot bath can be searched for, but the merchant is very conscientious, and there is number 1998 or 998.
Could it be that the downloaded app is wrong?
But after thinking about it, Lin Changsu gave up. He was just curious and searched for it, and now he has no need at all.
Will a real person come if I buy the 198-foot washing item?
Lin Changsu was curious and placed an order immediately. With a flash of light, a middle-aged man, carrying a large suitcase full of service boxes, came to provide the service.
Shit. I forgot to choose someone. It would be more comfortable to have a pretty girl wash my feet. Who likes to choose a man to wash their feet?
Recovering from his thoughts, Lin Changsu asked the chatbot and found out that this person is a bionic robot with no emotional system. Just as Lin Changsu was enjoying himself, studying the system mall, time passed unknowingly.
What do you think of this system mall? Tell us what you think. After a while, in the bathroom,
the sound of rushing water could be heard. At this time, Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, and Lu Oyu came into the living room, chatting and laughing.
These 3 stunning beauties each had their own unique charm.
"Honey, let's watch a movie," Su Xiaolu said, taking the lead and running over with a coquettish tone, hugging Lin Changsu's arm and saying, "Sure, watch whatever you like." Lin Changsu nodded, thinking to himself, "They're watching a movie in the living room, so I'll go and take Han Xiu."
Another wave of system rewards.
For the remaining 3 days, there was basically nothing to do, so he could only work here. After going out, he would deal with Meishu and her turtle man. Lin Changsu didn't know why, but he immediately thought of this scumbag woman Meishu. It seems that the first 2 or 3 times, every time I wanted to get down to business, this woman would call or send a WeChat message.
The 3 beautiful women hesitated, not knowing what movie to choose, so Lin Changsu chose the most recent movie to show them.
Then he got up and walked towards the residential area, while taking out his phone to check that there was still a signal. The power had only just gone out, so he figured he should still be able to make a call. After all, the base stations had backup power. Lin Changsu muttered to himself, tried, and called Meishu.
It actually connected. What? Chen Meishu's angry voice came.
Oh, stay at home and don't go out. I'll be at your house in 3 days at 1 o'clock. I'll prepare a lot of food and water, so wait. I promise I'll come, Lin Changsu said in a calm tone.
I don't want this woman to go out and become someone else's prey.
And netizen exposes herself. This woman must be toyed with to death by me. Lin Changsu muttered to himself. Oh, let's see how you behave, Chen Meishu said in an icy tone, but a smile curled the corners of her mouth.
Now you've changed your mind? You know how awesome I am? You're a lapdog, and I'll keep you. Hello? What did you say? Hello? Hello? I'm going to go fuck, the signal is bad.
Lin Changsu pretended that the phone had no signal and hung up.
Hey, you said, I can hear you, can't you hear what I'm saying?
Hey, Chen Meishu was anxious and wanted to talk to Lin Changsu some more. The power suddenly went out, and Chen Meishu was a little scared. The food in the house was almost gone. When she heard Lin Changsu promise to bring her food, Chen Meishu was cold on the outside, but happy on the inside. At this moment, Chen Meishu really wanted to chat with Lin Changsu for a while and use some CPU sales techniques to keep him hooked. Unfortunately, the call was disconnected.
Every time I hang up the phone, I have to swear and curse. When we meet again, I will definitely correct this bad habit of yours, and in the future, you will obediently do as I say. I'll reward you by making you kneel on the ground and lick my feet when you're happy.
Chen Meishu muttered to herself, then put the phone aside. Han Xiu finished showering and returned to her bedroom.
Lying on the bed, she was nervous and a little dazed and apprehensive.
She felt like everything had changed too quickly to be real.
She had finished showering, should she go out and call out to him?
This thought suddenly popped into her head, making Han Xiu blush and feel even more shy. Today's lunch was really delicious, and she hadn't had a proper meal in a few days. This underground safe house was quite nice. The outside world was still in chaos.
My current situation is pretty good, Han Xiu muttered to herself.
Thinking about Lin Changsu's strong and powerful body, his well-defined cheeks, his masculine and handsome appearance, and his great abilities.
So, should I go out and say something to him? This thought came back. Just as Han Xiu was torn between two minds, the sound of footsteps outside grew louder and louder. He's here. He's coming in.
Han Xiu felt so nervous that her whole body was tingling, and her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like the only sound in the room was her own heartbeat. After all, this was her first time. At that moment, the door creaked open and Lin Changsu pushed it open.
Chapter 25, Handling the Neighborhood Gang.
Lin Changsu lay on the bed, with the pure and innocent Korean celebrity actress Han Xiu in his arms. This woman had been hailed as the national beauty and the purest and most beautiful woman since her debut.
Lin Changsu looked at the rewards given by the system and was very satisfied. Reward 1, 2 million mole points. Reward 2, 100 attribute points, which can be used freely. Reward 3, bonding bonus, 80,000 points per day. Reward 4, 1 defensive energy shield.
Note, when the system judges that the damage is fatal, the defensive energy shield will automatically deploy for 2 hours. The range of protection and the number of uses are determined by the system. As for the attribute points, Lin Changsu can just add them at random, as it makes little difference. Now, he is just a few points away from breaking through to level E from level F. That's pretty fast. Appa Han Xiu suddenly spoke very softly and sweetly, then looked into Lin Changsu's eyes, wanting to chat and get to know this strong and powerful man. As a result, after she spoke, she suddenly remembered that the two did not speak the same language and had to rely on body language to communicate. Forget it, it seems that I have to work hard and learn Chinese properly. It was almost 6 o'clock, and the room was very quiet.
Dong, dong, dong.
A slight knocking sound sounded.
Honey, Qingman asked me to ask you what you want to eat tonight, and also to go shopping for food. We're out of ingredients.
Su Xiaolu saw that there was no movement inside, so she came over and asked in a low voice. With a creak, the door opened. Lin Changsu stroked Su Xiaolu's head, then shouted in the direction of the living room, "For dinner, continue ordering takeout, we'll eat at 7 o'clock. With a creak, the door closed.
At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone sat at the dining table. Han Xiu's face was flushed with a hint of fatigue.
Lin Changsu ordered a very hearty stir-fry. Everyone ate and chatted. If you're not busy tonight, practice your marksmanship. You should go too, Lin Changsu said to Han Xiu.
After Luo Ziru translated, Han Xiu's beautiful and pure face was very surprised, and she obediently nodded.
Lin Changsu looked at Han Xiu and then at Su Xiaolu. He sighed inwardly. Today the House of Commons controls the House of Lords. I was planning to go solve Gu Xiajie in the evening, but I'll go later. After dinner, the five of them sat on the sofa in the living room and began shopping around Lin Changsu. This system mall can be cast on the screen, which is quite convenient. There's no need for Lin Changsu to relay it, the women can just search and choose for themselves.
Luo Ziru and Han Xiu had not brought any clothes, not even underwear, so they bought more.
Black silk, white silk, and flesh-colored silk uniforms, cosplay, and sexy lingerie, they bought it all. After trying on the clothes, the four women all scrambled to try on clothes in the living room, all showing off their body features in front of Lin Changsu. Clothes make the man, and this saying is really true. Wearing different styles of clothes can make you feel different. Lin Changsu was a bit dazzled by the sight. He almost looked too much again. When it was past 8 and about to 9, Lin Changsu was preparing to go and finish off Gu Xiaojie's gang when suddenly the earth seemed to shake, giving the feeling of a tractor from the past passing in front of you.
Another beast tide?
Lin Changsu was a little puzzled.
Why was the beast tide becoming more frequent?
At this time, Lin Changsu did not know that when the power had not been cut off at noon, the news of Lin Changsu taking Han Xiu away had leaked to a Korean social forum. And then, after being learned by Han Xiu's #1 fan, Jiang Jinfeng, he controlled the brainwashed fans and other people, and under coercion and enticement, they rushed to the hotel where Han Xiu was. With the abnormal movements of these creatures in the fog, when night fell and the abnormal creatures became even more active, it triggered the beast tide directly at this point in time. A chain reaction ensued. The noise outside grew louder and louder. The sound of buildings being rammed and collapsing could be heard from far away. The four beautiful wives in the living room immediately ran to the side of Lin Changsu. "Don't worry, it's fine," Lin Changsu reassured her. Fortunately, it was early, and the level of abnormal creatures was not high and there were not many of them. If it were in the third stage, with such a big commotion and a chain reaction, at least half of the city would be reduced to ruins. In the evening, after a good night's sleep,
Lin Changsu didn't wake up until noon the next day.
Lin Changsu yawned, put on a pair of loose-fitting large underpants, and walked out. At this time, the four women were busy in the living room and kitchen.
Han Xiu was obviously in a much better state than yesterday, more positive, and followed Luo Ziru cleaning the living room while actively learning Chinese. Lao, Gong Han Xiu kept pronouncing and learning.
Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu, in tacit agreement, were busy in the kitchen wearing conservative clothes and trousers. After Lin Changsu finished washing up, he took the opportunity to go out for a quick look before the meal was ready. Fortunately, his neighborhood was fine, the outside was quiet, and the buildings had not collapsed. After finishing lunch, Lin Changsu stood up, looked at his four beautiful wives, and said, "Let's go to work." After that, he handed them out 4 combat uniforms and 3 silenced pistols. Han Xiu's favorability rating was 95, not yet loyal, and she had not killed anyone yet, so Lin Changsu did not give her a gun for the time being. After all, Lin Changsu had personally taught the other 3, and they had all killed someone, so they were more or less used to it. Han Xiu was obviously stunned for a moment, looking at the other 3 a little fearfully. At this time, she noticed that the expressions of her 3 sisters were obviously serious and solemn, and there was no fear in their eyes.
"I just love my husband's gun. What are we doing this time?" Su Xiaolu laughed. "We're dealing with Gu Xiaojie's gang. Didn't they come looking for trouble yesterday afternoon? Since they want to get rid of us, they can forget about living." Lin Changsu spoke harshly in a calm tone. Lin Changsu could do the killing himself. After all, these people were weak, but Lin Changsu had to train up his women and take them out to sea and learn more about what the end of the world is like. Lin Changsu remembered that Gu Xiaojie's gang had started a riot early on and then done a lot of perverted things. Of course, there was an important reason for dealing with Gu Xiaojie's gang, to see if they could get information about another extremely delicate and beautiful woman. However, Lin Changsu was not sure if they could get the information. After all, judging from these 2 beast tides, the timeline had changed too much. Soon, Lin Changsu brought the 4 beautiful wives to the entrance of the passage, sensed the surrounding movements in advance, and then opened the heavy security door, climbed the iron stairs, and walked out of this underground safe fortress house to the edge of the wall of this building. After the 5 of them came out, they walked along the wall for 1 meter and arrived on the first floor. Lin Changsu reached out and pulled hard, breaking the locked iron chain. Then he walked in. Soon, the 5 of them took the stairs to the 5th floor, the gathering place of Gu Xiaojie's gang.
Lin Changsu deliberately felt the movement inside the door, then kicked the door open and went in first. Don't shoot yet, Lin Changsu once again reminded his several wives, who didn't know Gu Xiaojie, so as not to kill him. The people inside were terrified, and some screamed. Where is Gu Xiaojie? Hurry up and get out, Lin Changsu coldly shouted. Lao, boss, there, someone is looking for you, Zhang Weiqiang shouted shakily. It was less than a minute before Gu Xiaojie, rolling out of one of the rooms inside, came into the living room and, kneeling, furiously knocked his head against the floor in front of Lin Changsu. Big brother, spare my life, I really didn't mean to offend, Gu Xiaojie begged repeatedly. At this time, the expressions in the four women's eyes all visibly widened as they looked in the direction of the living room sofa. Two young women were being held in place by dog collars, completely naked, with bruises and scars all over their bodies. There was also a woman with a still attractive appearance, her hands tied behind her head, lying on her back on the ground, weak and unable to move, with obvious scars on her face. Do you know any beautiful women, the delicate and lovely ones with great figures, the ultimate beauties? Those you met on the internet are fine. Think hard and tell me. Lin Changsu walked into the living room, pulled over a chair, sat in front of Gu Xiaojie, and asked. Chapter 26, Teaching a Celebrity How to Kill. Yes, I do. I contacted a girl the day before yesterday. She's very pretty. I have a photo of her, Gu Xiaojie said hurriedly, then fumbled with his phone and turned it on. Lin Changsu took the phone and glanced at it, his eyes lighting up. It was her. A very pretty, delicate and cute girl. He had seen her in a previous life, and because she was very pretty, he had a deep impression of her. Where is she? What's her name? Tell me the basics, Lin Changsu quickly asked. Xu Qingman 160, I think it's a freshman at Dongside University. She's still in the school dormitory. This delicate girl is definitely suitable for you to hold in love. And she's very gullible, kind-hearted, and her family is short of money, Gu Xiaojie said in one breath. This Dongside University is not just the university town in the north of the city. It just so happens that Lin Changsu is going there. Do you know the specific dormitory? Lin Changsu asked. Gu Xiaojie's expression obviously froze for a moment, and he felt that even if he could chat again, he couldn't get into such detail. Gu Xiaojie shook his head. Are there any other girls, barefaced photos, or information on super beauties? Lin Changsu continued to ask. Then Gu Xiaojie clicked on a folder in his phone, which was divided into categories and contained a lot of pictures and videos. Recent goals, big boobs, had sex, high-end, student, underage, full access. Gee. Lin Changsu had to call it awesome. He clicked on it and took a look. My goodness, this guy really knows how to have fun, he's practically a pervert. Everyone I know is in here, said Gu Xiaojie in a weak voice, then glanced at the phone's battery level. There was only 21% left, which made him feel a little bad. The videos and pictures in this phone have been treasured for many years, and every time I change my phone, the first thing I back up are these videos and pictures. There are even old videos from 10 years ago. Although they aren't in ultra-high definition, they are still great. Lin Changsu threw the phone to Gu Xiaojie, then turned around and walked back to the door of the room. Thank you, big brother, for not killing me. Thank you, big brother, for not killing me, said Gu Xiaojie, holding the phone and bowing repeatedly. Lin Changsu glanced at Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, and Lu Oyu, and said in a flat tone, You figure it out. The three women were obviously stunned, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on us is an enemy, and we cannot let any of them go, Xu Qingman said, her eyes hardening. Bang! Lu Oyu fired first. The distance was a bit far, and she hadn't had much time to practice shooting, so she missed the head. As Lu Oyu fired, Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu also fired. Inside, there was a scream, a shout, and a mad scramble. At a distance of 6 or 7 meters, the three women fired continuously, killing one person. The remaining 4 or 5 men all hid in the house. Looks like you'll have to practice your marksmanship a bit more. I'll help you eliminate their fighting power first, and you can follow up. Lin Changsu said in a calm tone, then stepped inside. Han Xiu's face was shocked, and her body was still shaking a little. Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu felt a little remorseful and annoyed, thinking that they had not practiced their marksmanship well enough and had let Lin Changsu down. Lu Oyu, meanwhile, was looking at Lin Changsu with sparkling eyes, thinking to herself. So handsome, my husband is so handsome and so cool and domineering. My killer husband, I love you so much. Lu Oyu's sweet face was beaming with a sweet smile, her eyes fixed on Lin Changsu's figure.
Bang bang bang. There was a commotion in the room.
Lin Changsu walked in and solved each house one after the other, speaking lightly and casually. In less than 3 minutes, he walked back into the living room.
Okay, you guys go ahead, everyone is exhausted and has no fighting power.
You three don't move in this house, and I'll leave the rest to you, Lin Changsu said. Then, Lin Changsu walked straight towards Han Xiu. Han Xiu is a pure and innocent Korean celebrity actress who has just turned 18. Lin Changsu reached out and grabbed Han Xiu's chest and with a thought, took out a Type 56 pistol.
Then he took Han Xiu's hand and walked towards the house.
Han Xiu's expression was blank and dazed, her mind a blank, and her body trembling. Once they entered the room, they saw a man lying on the ground, shaking his head and saying things she couldn't understand, but she was able to guess the meaning. Lin Zhengshui placed the pistol in Han Xiu's hands, then also stood behind her, personally teaching her how to shoot and kill someone for the first time.
This is the safety catch, so when you pull it, it will open.
Then remember to keep your aim steady, breathe steadily, and after aiming, apply force with your arm. Then pull the trigger.
It's very simple. Go ahead and shoot.
Lin Zhengshui whispered in Han Xiu's ear.
Damn, I don't understand.
Shit, Lin Changsu cursed, then shouted, "Zero, come over and translate."
Before, they communicated with actions. Bang, bang, bang.
At this time, there was a burst of gunfire outside. After Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, and Lu Oyu entered the room, they successfully shot each other in the head. With the previous shooting and the mutual influence of their companions, after firing the first shot, the follow-up shots became more and more smooth and proficient. In the end, Lu Oyu's already sweet face smiled even more like an angel. "Here I come, honey," Lu Oyu shouted with a little reluctance in her voice, and then quickly trotted over.
Inside the community, people began to ask what was going on.
But it was only a sporadic sound.
More was silence.
In this world, order had long since broken down.
The last 3 women all came to this room in the forest cluster watching Lin Changsu personally teach Han Xiu to kill.
The 3 ultimate beauties were all courageous, as if they had seen their own selves from yesterday. Lu Oyu translated beside her, and deliberately gave Han Xiu a sweet smile to encourage her.
Han Xiu kept shaking her head, her body trembling. Obviously, this top-tier pure and innocent Korean celebrity was going to be even more timid. Think about what will happen if you are caught by this group of people. Look at those women in the living room outside. If you don't shoot, I'll abandon you. I have plenty of women anyway.
You have 3 seconds to think about it, Lin Changsu continued.
Lu Oyu finished translating.
Lin Changsu directly and sternly counted down in a tone of voice 3,
2, 1.
Lin Changsu suddenly shouted, then turned around and was about to leave.
Bang!
The first shot was fired.
It missed. Bang, bang, bang. The trigger was still being pulled. Ah!
Han Xiu screamed, her eyes closed. Until the end, the trigger was continuously pulled, and the gunfire did not sound. After a while, Han Xiu slowly opened her eyes with a gasp. Her head had been blown off, and the scene was bloody and messy. Han Xiu retched twice and almost vomited. Only then did she notice that her hand holding the gun was still firmly held by Lin Changsu, and her hand was still trembling. Lin Changsu slowly removed the pistol and put it away. Lin Changsu had just deliberately pretended to turn around, but he hadn't completely let go of the hand holding the pistol, otherwise the bullet would have hit the roof. In the end, Lin Changsu stabilized Han Xiu's hand before he shot the other person.
Let's go. Go back and rest. Lin Changsu took Han Xiu's hand and walked outside.
Han Xiu's expression was dull, her eyes staring straight at Lin Changsu, who was holding her hand, and she just felt that everything seemed so unreal.
She had killed someone.
For some reason, Han Xiu felt that she seemed to have been completely bound to Lin Changsu for life. Wherever he went, she would go. He told her to kill someone, and she killed someone.
A wandering killer? Han Xiu's mind unexpectedly conjured up a beautiful movie-like scene.
After a while, Lin Changsu returned to this LV 2-level underground safe fortress house with his 4 beautiful wives. Lin Changsu found a room alone, purchased equipment and targets for practicing shooting. After placing them, he looked at the 4 of them. In the afternoon, you will practice shooting well, and order takeaways to eat in the evening.
Finally, I will come to check the results.
Those who have made no significant progress, or are bad shots, I will find her alone to practice extra at night, 1 person to 1 person, all night long. Lin Changsu said with a serious expression. After that, Lin Changsu walked back to the living room. Su Xiaolu's expression instantly became serious. She muttered to herself, although she really likes to practice alone with her husband, but all night one-on-one, that's still a no-no. Although she likes the gun, but the intensity is too high, she will be exhausted to death. After Lu Oyu finished translating, Han Xiu's face instantly turned red, and her hand involuntarily touched her abdomen, feeling as if it was a bit sore again. Han Xiu's expression immediately became serious. Lu Oyu looked at the target for practicing with a gun, and muttered to herself, if I do well, can I apply for an extra hour of practice alone? Just the right amount of intensity, comfortable and enjoyable. Thinking about this, Lu Oyu was motivated. Meanwhile, Lin Changsu returned to the living room and thought that the hacker service he had purchased should have produced results, so he immediately opened his backpack to check. Lin Changsu's eyes lit up. Good guy. Lin Changsu turned around and walked outside. Chapter 27, This guy is a bit of a pervert. Lin Changsu used the system to find the exact address, phone number, and name information of the person who called and cursed at him. Fu Dali turned out to be in the same community as himself. 2 Building 902. The moment the address came up, Lin Changsu instantly recalled the content of the phone call he had with Chen Meishu a few days ago. At that time, she did mention, I have a friend in your neighborhood who forwarded the news from your WeChat group. It seems that the guy Chen Meishu mentioned as a dog-licking, turtle-eating man is this guy. Lin Changsu discovered that as his mental power improved, his memory became stronger. Otherwise, how would he normally remember a random chat message from a few days ago? Soon, Lin Changsu arrived at the door of this person. Bang! A simple and rude kick. The door flew out. Lin Changsu walked in. There was no one in the living room, and there was a smell of rotting corpses inside. Lin Changsu frowned. This person was still cursing vigorously yesterday, so he couldn't have died today. Just as he was worrying, Lin Changsu felt a sound of movement in the bedroom. Lin Changsu pushed the door open and walked in. The room was full of Chen Meishu's photos, covering the walls. Even the pillows on the bed were of Chen Meishu, except that the faces had faded and blurry, with a hole in them. Who are you? Fu Dali stuttered, shocked, holding a fleshlight in his hand as a weapon. He looked wretched, ugly, and timid in reality. Lin Changsu felt less angry. Lin Changsu, the one you scolded yesterday, Lin Changsu said coldly. Fu Dali stared with wide eyes, swallowing saliva constantly, his whole body numb and unable to speak as he looked at Lin Changsu. Lin Changsu had a feeling that if he didn't kill this guy, it would be even more satisfying. This guy definitely wouldn't survive the second round and would be killed like a pig. Lin Changsu turned around and smelled the corpse's smell, went to another room, and an elderly mother with age on her face had been stabbed in the chest. No, it wasn't me, I killed her, she herself, bumped into it. Fu Dali kept shaking his head and muttering to himself. I said, this food, and water is Fu Dali, with hollow eyes, kept shaking his head, his expression extremely distorted, as he kept muttering. Lin Changsu turned around and walked back, his mind moved, and he reached out into thin air, and a military knife purchased from the system mall appeared in Lin Changsu's hands. Pain. Fu Dali looked at Lin Changsu as he walked in, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, and shouted in a scared and painful expression. Lin Changsu grabbed Fu Dali's airplane cup, slammed it into Fu Dali's mouth, and slammed it against the wall. The military knife in his hand stabbed Fu Dali's body. Good boy, it doesn't hurt, said Lin Changsu, his cold and ruthless face twitching with a sneer, his eyes full of ferocity, terrifying. 1 minute later, Lin Changsu turned around and walked out of the room. Blood was flowing, and there was a slight, low wail of pain coming from the room, constantly emitting. Lin Changsu returned to his safe house, then purchased a detailed city map and began to carefully plan the route for the next 2 days. The general route was definitely to go find Chen Meishu first, and then go to Dongshida to find Xu Qingman. Of course, Lin Changsu had to buy a bulletproof post-apocalyptic off-road vehicle. Lin Changsu sat on the sofa in the living room and started shopping. In the end, he spent 2 million points and bought a tracked, armored, bulletproof post-apocalyptic off-road vehicle, the kind that can directly run over cars, similar to a tank-like armored, bulletproof post-apocalyptic vehicle. In the afternoon, Lin Changsu went to the gun range to give some pointers to the 4 beautiful wives. If anyone performed badly, they would get a loving slap on their buttocks. If their buttocks hurt, they would get slapped on other parts of their body.
In the evening, the 5 of them ate hot pot together in the dining room, with Chaos Han beef.
"Hubby, I want milk," Su Xiaolu shouted in a coquettish tone. Lin Changsu went to the system mall again and bought milk, which he brought out.
Xu Qingman looked at the table full of delicious food and felt a little indescribable sadness.
She felt that her cooking skills were not being put to good use.
What are you thinking? Don't worry, we won't order takeaway every day. I still like Qingman's cooking.
Give me some noodles for breakfast tomorrow morning, Lin Changsu said, looking at Xu Qingman.
Xu Qingman's gentle, youthful face instantly broke into a smile, and she nodded, "Okay, honey.
After dinner, we'll go to that private movie theater and watch a movie together." Lin Changsu looked at the group and continued. "Wow, that's great, I haven't watched a movie in a long time, and there are still so many people here, I'm so happy," Lu Oyu shouted excitedly. Everyone became happy, and Lu Oyu then translated to Han Xiu, who followed with a smile. After understanding, her smile became even brighter, and then she began pointing at the dishes on the table and started learning Chinese.
Raw, fish, sliced sashimi. Han Xiu followed Lu Oyu and pronounced the words.
"Wow, she can do it, that's great, the pronunciation is very standard," Xu Qingman praised, putting up 2 thumbs.
Han Xiu blushed with shyness.
From the gestures and tone of voice, she could tell that her good friend Xu Qingman, who was no less attractive than she was in terms of both figure and appearance, was praising her.
"It's you who ordered the sashimi again."
"You're having sashimi for a hot pot," Xu Qingman said to Su Xiaolu.
Su Xiaolu pursed her lips and said, "I'm happy to."
Then she looked at Han Xiu and gave her a thumbs up, but she was thinking to herself, "This time I'm definitely going to drink and eat it."
"I don't believe it." The group continued eating and chatting. Sometimes Han Xiu would pronounce a strange Chinese word, and everyone would laugh for a while. This hot pot meal was very enjoyable and slow.
The next morning, everyone came out of the private movie theater one after the other.
It was already the 6th day of the end of the world.
As the clock struck 12, everyone outside who was sick began to feel better by nightfall. Basically everyone with a strong constitution had recovered. As their health improved and food continued to be in short supply, the chaos outside also became more chaotic. That night, the city became noisy and bustling. Everyone noticed that the abnormal creatures in the fog had calmed down a lot.
The fighting became fierce and noisy.
Fighting broke out everywhere in the city as people scrambled for food. On the other side of the forest, the 5 of them finished eating early and went to a karaoke room to start singing. For Lin Changsu, tonight is a night of indulgence, and as soon as 12 noon tomorrow passes, he will have to go out again.
He will have to be busy again for a while.
The 4 beautiful wives are dressed up nicely and have made a lot of effort with their appearance.
They know that they will be going out together tomorrow, and they are looking forward to the trip.
After all, they have been at home all this time, and it will be quite nice to go out and get some fresh air. Han Xiu still dressed in her usual style, youthful and pure, wearing a light blue t-shirt, white shorts, and white stockings. Her slender and smooth legs could be played with for years, not to mention the splits Lin Changsu tried it. Xu Qingman changed her style a bit, dressing sexy, in a black strapless mini sundress and fishnet stockings. Her small, rosy, and seductive lips glowed deliciously. Su Xiaolu was even more daring, wearing a black and gold collar, a short dress with an open shoulder, back and belly button, a pair of black shorts, and her bare feet with jade rings. When she looked at Lin Changsu with her eyes hooked, Lin Changsu seriously doubted whether Su Xiaolu was wearing hollowed-out clothes. Lu Oyu, on the other hand, dressed a little more sweetly, in pink clothes, white shorts, fishnet stockings, and with her hair tied in a cute double ponytail. After entering the karaoke room, Lin Changsu began ordering drinks, as well as various snacks and fruit.
Does this count as takeaway drinks and snacks?
But it seems that no one cares anymore. In the past, when Lin Changsu came to the karaoke bar, he really did sing, and there were very few drinks and snacks. It was impossible to pick up girls, and he simply sang with his college friends. Now, when Lin Changsu thinks about it, he feels great. These 4 beautiful wives are all superb, not to mention Han Xiu, who is still a top-notch Korean female celebrity, the pure and innocent kind that has just debuted. At this point, there is no need to woo them at all, they are already in your hands.
You just have to think about pulling them over.
I'll do it, I'll order a song, my favorite song, the one I love.
Lu Oyu was an activist, and after entering the karaoke room, she shouted excitedly. Chapter 28, the second round of the end of the world.
At this time, there was chaos in the city, and fires had broken out in many places. Cries, shouts, and screams continued to rise and fall. In Lin Qiangsu's underground safe fortress house, they were happily singing, drinking, and playing small games. Come, let's play dice in truth or dare, Su Xiaolu suggested. Yes, I want to play. Lu Oyu immediately raised her hand, then looked at Han Xiu, who was looking at her with curiosity, and interpreted for her. Han Xiu nodded, and she understood at once. It looked like she had played this game before. After playing, everyone discovered a point: Su Xiaolu really dares to play and really dares to ask.
Which knowledge is more comfortable? Su Xiaolu asked Xu Qingman.
Xu Qingman's face turned red, her eyes widened, and she glared fiercely at Su Xiaolu before looking at the wineglass and saying, I'll drink. No, we don't drink, Lu Oyu said at this time.
Yes.
I agree, Su Xiaolu agreed, and then looked at Lin Qiangsu.
It's okay, Lin Qiangsu also agreed, as he wasn't afraid anyway.
Xu Qingman's face turned red, and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't get the words out. The more the group played, the more daring they became, and the more exciting it got. There was no question they were afraid to ask, and no dare they were afraid to take.
Time passed quickly.
The next day, they only gradually came out of the karaoke room around 11 o'clock, and then washed up and had a simple breakfast. On the 7th day of the end of the world, at 12 o'clock, the heavy fog outside dissipated. Within 5 minutes the sky began to rain black rain. After their vision returned, the people found that the city was in a mess, and they did not see the strange creatures in the fog. The group began to come out boldly to find food. At the same time, they discovered that the black rain was poisonous and could not be drunk. There was already a shortage of food, and as everyone came out to look for food, fights broke out quickly, and gunshots were heard in many places. Basically, wherever there were guns, they were targeted by many forces at once. As for outside the city, everyone found that the fog had not yet dispersed and the strange creatures inside seemed to have become even more violent and terrifying. And in the sky hundreds of meters above, there were many more strange birds that had never been seen before, which seemed to rule the sky.
Helicopters and airplanes could not take off. Missiles exploded after being launched just a few dozen meters.
Soon, fighting intensified in many places where the military was stationed in the wild.
People learned about the current information through the radio. The city was cut off, and basically everyone could only save themselves.
After Lin Qiangsu came out, he looked at the situation. The road was much more severely damaged than Lin Qiangsu had imagined, caused by the last wave of beasts. However, Lin Qiangsu's bulletproof Doomsday car can still be driven, but at a much slower speed. It is definitely not as fast as a donkey, and it is even slower than riding a bicycle. There are many groups of people on the road, and there are also more bikers riding donkeys.
Will we be a bit conspicuous if we go out? Xu Qingman looked at Lin Qiangsu and said worriedly, pointing to the Doomsday bulletproof car outside the community. Show off?
That's right, this is not enough. Let's go, get in the car, Lin Qiangsu said, then opened the car door. At this time, there were already a lot of people looking over here, and some people even boldly gathered around. Use all the speakers and radios I bought. Put the speakers on the roof and play them in a loop, recruiting voice ads for the most beautiful women, with room and board, and play the radio on all platforms for me. Lin Qiangsu spoke up, sat in the driver's seat, and coldly scanned the people around him with his eyes. I'll record the radio commercial.
Lu Oyu looked very positive. Honey, how do you use the radio? Xu Qingman asked, a little embarrassed.
There are instructions, it's pretty much the same as using a radio, Lin Qiangsu replied, then looked at Han Xiu.
Come, you sit next to me in the passenger seat.
Lin Qiangsu pointed at the passenger seat.
Okay, honey, Han Xiu nodded and sat over. With more body language communication, she could still understand the gesture. The Chinese sentence okay, honey was also said fluently after Lin Qiangsu's repeated teaching. It was worth all the days of teaching. Lin Qiangsu muttered to himself, then shifted into gear and slammed the accelerator, the powerful engine sending out a rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Listening to the sound, it felt like you could push your back against it.
With the sound of the accelerator, more people gathered to watch. They were all looking at this iron box that looked like a tank. At this time, a bold man walked over.
Big brother, can you take me with you? I will be your loyal little brother.
This man looked at Lin Qiangsu with eager eyes. Lin Qiangsu only rolled down a little of the bulletproof car window, looked at the man with cold eyes, and simply said, if you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. When this man was talking to him, his eyes couldn't help but steal glances at Han Xiu next to him. Lin Qiangsu saw it in his eyes.
Big brother, I am absolutely loyal, I will do anything you say, I will go through fire and water.
The man continued, but his eyes kept stealing glances at Han Xiu. Lin Changsu opened the car window halfway and waved at the man. The man was overjoyed when he saw this and quickly ran over, thinking to himself, "Awesome, so awesome, the women on this car are so pretty, and there seem to be several of them. Doesn't this mean I have a chance to play with them?" "Brother, my name is Li Qingka, I'm 25 years old." Li Qingka walked up to the car and enthusiastically introduced himself. But before he could finish speaking, he noticed Lin Changsu pull out a pistol and pointed at him. The dark muzzle looked so intimidating. Bang! A shot to the head. "Damn, you didn't want to live, so you had to die," Lin Changsu coldly cursed, but his eyes were scanning the outside. This was also a way to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Indeed, after this shot, many people who wanted to gather around and learn from Li Qingka were scared and turned around and ran out. "There's a gun, wow, this person has a real gun," someone exclaimed. "To have this kind of modified car without a gun is abnormal," someone commented in a disdainful tone. Su Xiaolu, on the other hand, went to look for Lu Oyu after a brief tour of the RV. At this time, Lu Oyu only with difficulty pushed open the roof of the car and discovered that there was a big guy hiding here, a heavy machine gun. Suspended inside the car, with a mechanism next to it that can automatically rise to the roof or descend and hide inside the car. After rising to the roof, it can rotate 360 degrees. This is a QJZ-171 heavy machine gun. It uses new alloy materials such as titanium alloy, which is lighter in weight and has higher shooting accuracy. Caliber, 12.7 mm. Ammunition, 12.7 108 mm large caliber bullets. Effective range, 1,500 meters. Theoretical rate of fire, about 450 to 600 rounds per minute. Lu Oyu was both shocked and delighted. She kept saying to herself, "My husband is awesome, so strong." Although this gun was not as good as her husband's, it was still very powerful. "Wow, it's a big gun. My husband must have made it again." Su Xiaolu came over and saw it, also full of surprise. She felt much more at ease with this big gun. Lin Changsu then left the driver's cab and walked to the back to teach Xu Qingman how to use the radio. Then he came to the middle of the Armageddon bulletproof car. Lu Oyu and Su Xiaolu were sitting on the top of the middle, in a large seat with not much space. Su Xiaolu was busy bundling wire around the tweeter and fixing it to the top of the Armageddon bulletproof car, while Lu Oyu was holding the loudspeaker and dubbing. Good news, great news. Dear beautiful ladies, 9 dishes and 1 soup, all inclusive, as long as you are beautiful without makeup, just get in." Lin Changsu took a quick look at the inside of the post-apocalyptic bulletproof car again. Bedroom, bathroom, dining room. The space was similar to that of an RV, single story. The main features are safety, plenty of power, and good off-road performance. As for comfort, it's not in Lin Changsu's scope of consideration after all. When it's time to rest, Lin Changsu can simply set up his LV 2-level luxury underground safe fortress house. That's much better than this RV. After seeing that everything was okay, Lin Changsu walked back to the driver's cab. "Sit tight, old driver, let's go," Lin Changsu shouted. "Honey, wait, let's take a picture together," Su Xiaolu shouted excitedly. How could they not take a picture to remember this cool post-apocalyptic luxury car? This is the place where their love began with their husband. Then the 4 stunning beauties all came to the driver's cabin, next to Lin Changsu. Su Xiaolu and Lu Oyu sat in Lin Changsu's arms, while Xu Qingman took a few pictures with Han Xiu, leaning back with her head. The 5 got out of the car again and took a few more photos against the backdrop of the residential area, the Armageddon bulletproof car, and the street. In Su Xiaolu's words, this is the place where she and her husband fell in love, and they had to take a photo to remember it. Many people in the distance were shocked and dumbfounded when they saw this scene. These are all beautiful women, any one of them is the kind of woman you dream of and rarely get in life. This guy has 4 of them. Han Xiu. Someone recognized this pure-hearted Korean wave actress who had just debuted and exclaimed in surprise. After taking the group photo, Lin Changsu started the post-apocalyptic bulletproof car and drove towards the garden community where Chen Meishu lived. Chapter 29, The Ruined City. A gray sky, a ruined city. Black, continuous rain. The roads were full of abandoned cars. The ground was pitted and uneven, with even huge, strange footprints, and scattered everywhere were some skeletal remains. A post-apocalyptic bulletproof car was driving along the road. In the distance, in a hotel room, a master, with a worried expression on his face, looks at a young and pretty woman with a better face, shakes his head in a hurry and sighs, "You have too much negative energy in your body, you probably won't live long." "So what should I do, master?"
The woman asks anxiously.
Jiang Jinfeng hesitates before speaking. At this time, someone rushes in from outside, shouting excitedly, "Master, Master, we found the Master's wife, we found the Master's wife." Jiang Jinfeng frowned and looked at his senior disciple. "Speak slowly and clearly."
"We found the Master's wife. She just got into a modified RV and drove off from Jinfu community in the direction of Jiefang Road."
The senior disciple Bai Jun slowed down his speech, appearing to be very calm, and continued.
"Which one?" Jiang Jinfeng was speechless and convinced.
"If you don't say the specific name, Jiang Jinfeng won't know if it's her or him."
"This guy, can't he understand what I'm saying? There's a beautiful woman next to him." "Oh, Han Xiu." Han Xiu, the wife of the sect leader, the senior disciple Bai Jun immediately added.
Jiang Jinfeng's eyes instantly lit up, his expression agitated. Quickly send someone to go after her, and definitely bring back our sect leader's wife."
Yes, Master," Bai Jun, the senior disciple, nodded repeatedly.
Over here, Lin Changsu drove the Armageddon bulletproof car, bypassing roadblocks if he could, and if he couldn't, he just increased the horsepower and ran them over. You could hear the sound of the abandoned car being squashed by the Armageddon bulletproof car. Inside the car, there was a passionate DJ and hot music playing. Lu Oyu ran to the front and sat down, and from time to time, she had to follow the song and sing along with hand gestures.
She was in an excited mood.
Then Su Xiaolu and Xu Qingman also ran to a blank platform behind the driver's cab, sat down, and followed Lu Oyu by humming along from time to time. The road was not easy to drive on, so the car did not go fast. At this time, Lin Changsu noticed a strange pile of wreckage and bones in one place, with purple flowers growing up. The illustrated book of the 10,000 tribes did not respond. Lin Changsu thought for a moment and tried to let the illustrated book of the 10,000 tribes make a judgment and give an introduction.
Name of organism, purple flower grass.
Belonging race, plant race. Basic characteristics, the rhizome is rich in water and can be chewed to replenish water, one of the lowest common plant species.
Means of attack, non-aggressive. Biological rating, low-level F class. Lin Changsu understood, for such non-aggressive creatures, the illustrated book of the 10,000 tribes should not automatically pop up an introduction. This kind of violet herb, Lin Changsu knew, in the second stage of the end of the world, after the black poisonous rain, when there was a shortage of water, there were always desperate people who began to try. Or they were forced to try by forces with a spirit of exploration, and then everyone discovered that this purple herb was non-toxic and could also replenish moisture, and they began to scramble for it like crazy. It was okay in the early stages, but as the number of evolved creatures increased, various plants began to sprout, and evolved creatures also began to appear among the purple herb plants. Many people died in order to pick the purple herb. In short, the basic situation in the world during the second stage of the end of the world is as follows. Basically, the fog has dispersed from most urban areas, but it is still present in some areas of the wilderness. Food is scarce in all areas, and water is even scarcer. All kinds of evolved plants and the most primitive evolved animals have emerged, and people have begun to make all kinds of attempts and experiments. Then they are caught up in a life and death struggle with the early evolved creatures. Those who are unlucky will encounter a tide of wild animals. At this time, with the apocalyptic bulletproof car, the tweeter on the roof kept playing advertisements for women, and many people in the city opened the windows or stood far away to watch the tank-like Ironbox RV. Almost everyone was talking about this apocalyptic bulletproof car. What kind of guy is so arrogant strutting through the city? Is this for real? Should I give it a try? Boss, should we go and rob this car?
Arrogant guy, I curse you to flip over and die.
Why do you have it and I don't?
At this time, Lin Changsu discovered through the rearview mirror that a large group of guys riding donkeys or sharing bicycles suddenly appeared behind the vehicle, either holding iron bars or weapons such as fruit knives. Red ribbons were tied around the sides of their heads. The guy leading the way had an Indian face painted on, and was now shouting slogans like crazy. Apocalyptic cult, apocalyptic cult, apocalyptic cult. As this guy led the way, shouting furiously, the men and women followers behind him all shouted the slogan in unison. Apocalyptic cult, apocalyptic cult, apocalyptic cult.
It's a very simple and straightforward name, and you can tell just by hearing it that it's not a good organization.
Lin Changsu didn't even need to guess to know that this group of people were coming towards him. Han Xiu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was obviously startled by the expression on her face, mainly because the group of people in the back were numerous and looked like they were all crazy. The other three beauties also noticed the abnormality in the back of the car. Do you want me to do it? Honey, give me a gun. Luo Xiru's sweet face was beaming with a bright and energetic smile, and her clear, beautiful eyes were shining with an angelic radiance.
No, you look so sweet, but your personality is so wild and violent? Cultists, shouldn't they be killed?
Luo Xiru looked at Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu, who were a little surprised, and said very seriously. Anyone who wants to hurt us deserves to die, Xu Qingman said firmly.
Indeed, Su Xiaolu added.
Lin Changsu was very satisfied with the conversation between the three women. However, the strength of these three beautiful wives was not enough at the moment.
Even if they were given guns, they might not be able to kill someone.
Lin Changsu thought for a moment, took out his pistol, and threw it into a small recess on the platform behind them.
I'll give you the pistol.
Be careful, Lin Changsu said.
Okay, honey. Luo Xiru happily went first to get the gun.
Then Luo Xiru went directly to the position on the roof of the car, while Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu went to the left and right sides of the car, at the window.
Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out.
After several shots, someone in the group behind suddenly reacted when someone in the group behind fell to the ground after being shot, and realized that this was a real gun. What a beautiful, sweet woman, that smile, it's so pretty, said one guy with greedy eyes. The leader, Huang Ziyuan, at this time, his eyes became crazed. Don't be afraid, the marksmanship is terrible, they must not have many bullets, chase, continue to chase, take this modified RV, the food, beautiful women, and weapons inside, they are all ours.
Huang Ziyuan, the leader of the group, shouted.
N times cult, N times cult, N times cult.
Shouted the group behind him.
The cultists, who had temporarily slowed down, became fanatical again and shouted the slogan frantically.
Then, they caught up again.
Lin Changsu looked through the rearview mirror and frowned as he looked at the situation behind him.
Lin Changsu was not afraid of the group behind him, but the group of people shouting too fervently and too loudly, and Lin Changsu was afraid that it would cause a chain reaction and lead to a wave of beasts. If the people in this city die again on a large scale, how can I quickly find a qualified beauty to save myself? The wave of beasts in front of me is the chain reaction caused by these fanatical people. This is the second stage of the end of the world, and the waves of beasts are getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, if I don't show my strength, people will think I'm a sick cat. Lin Changsu cursed, then stopped the Armageddon bulletproof car and looked at Han Xiu. Get up and follow me.
Lin Changsu made a gesture and walked towards the back, preparing to take out his big weapon.
As for calling Han Xiu, it was very simple.
This pure and innocent Korean wave movie star still had a very small nerve up to now, and she needed to exercise more. With the end of the world bulletproof car, it stopped. With a wave of his hand, Huang Ziyuan slowed down the angle of the group of crazy parishioners, who cautiously observed and slowly moved forward. Come, Xiru wife, get down, I'll do it, Lin Changsu shouted as he walked over. After Luo Xiru got down, Lin Changsu took Han Xiu's delicate hand and climbed up the stairs to the small compartment space on the roof of the car, where they stood on the seat. At this time, Han Xiu was also led by Lin Changsu and stood on the seat. The two of them revealed most of their bodies and looked behind them. Han Xiu's expression was a little dazed, and her pure face looked a little green at this time. She didn't know what her husband was going to do, but she vaguely felt that it seemed like something crazy was about to happen.
Chapter 30, The Ultimate Beautiful Policewoman.
Lin Changsu shifted his body and pulled Han Xiu into his arms. He took the car's high-pitched speaker and shouted at the group behind them. I have plenty of food and the ultimate beautiful woman. I can do it whenever I want. If you want to come and take it, hurry up. After saying that, Lin Changsu put one arm around Han Xiu's waist and gave the group behind them an international friendly gesture.
High profile, that's what I want to be. Show off your strength, so that these people will believe the content of your loudspeaker advertisement is true.
Besides, Lin Changsu's strength doesn't need to be hidden at all at this time. He is already an E-class martial artist, having just been upgraded after finishing his training last night. There is not even an F-class martial artist now, and E-class completely overwhelms them. There is also this armored car from the end of the world, as well as his own life-saving skill card.
With this kind of weaponry and strength, do you still need to hide it?
If this needs to be hidden, then the turtle man who has spent his whole life hiding in his shell is the one for me.
Bang.
The loudspeaker, which had been placed heavily on the roof of the car by Lin Changsu, made a crisp and loud sound. It seemed that the whole city had fallen silent.
There were many people watching from a distance.
And the cultists seemed to have been shocked for a moment by Lin Changsu's domineering words. They had never seen such an overbearing aura.
After almost half a minute, someone spoke up. Han Xiu, that's our cult leader's wife.
Bluffing, don't be afraid, welcome back our cult leader's wife, Huang Ziyuan shouted. Then he turned to look at the congregation.
Welcome back our cult leader's wife. Huang Ziyuan raised his arm and shouted, struggling to make himself heard. Welcome back our cult leader's wife, welcome back our cult leader's wife, welcome back our cult leader's wife.
The congregation behind him shouted in unison. Then one by one, they rode up on their small electric scooters or bicycles, waving their weapons in the air, and charged madly. Lin Changsu's mouth curled into a smile, and he decisively pressed the button.
The QJZ-171 heavy machine gun rose to the roof of the car along with the seat.
Lin Changsu sat down and pulled Han Xiu into his arms. Then, grabbing Han Xiu's hand, he pressed the disc stock of the heavy machine gun and opened fire on the group of Doomsday cult followers sprinting over.
Bang bang bang. Da-da-da-da.
Han Xiu listened to the harsh machine gun fire, her expression frozen in shock. Her beautiful eyes stared at the bullet shells that kept falling out and thudding onto the car roof for 7 or 8 seconds. Then she looked straight ahead, at the group of Doomsday cultists frantically fleeing behind the car. Those 12.7 by 108 mm high-caliber bullets can even blow up a donkey, and from behind an abandoned vehicle they can pierce steel plates and hit people behind them. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The little donkey caught fire and exploded, the walls of the street where smashed bodies fell one after the other, the scene was covered in blood, death, and destruction everywhere. The members of the apocalyptic cult, who had just charged forward menacingly, fled in panic, screaming.
Lin Changsu stopped shooting, and Han Xiu's slender, delicate hands still held onto the butt of the gun, not letting go.
The whole person was gasping for breath, her soft, delicate body shaking violently. From a house in the distance, Yi Xini looked over with shock through her binoculars. She had seen the whole thing clearly. She had also seen the man on the roof clearly. He was arrogant and cold, but he looked tall, masculine, and handsome. He had a unique charm that made him seem like both good and evil. Where did he get the military weapon? Is he from the army? But why does he act so cold and ruthless, and he even openly collects beautiful women? Look at the woman on the roof, they are all top-notch women. No, why does he have a modified RV? What a suspicious man. This person must have some kind of secret. Yi Xini thought about this, looked down at herself, and couldn't see her feet. Then she looked at herself in the mirror in front of the dresser. Inside, she was free from the torment of illness. Even if she wasn't dressed up, she was still beautiful and moving. Compared to the woman on the roof, she is also on an equal footing and not losing at all. No matter what, she is also a recognized police flower. With my appearance and figure, I will definitely pass. Should I join in and investigate a bit? Yi Xini was thinking about these when the door to the room was knocked on. Xini, colleague, it's time to go, Zhu Qingkai shouted, glancing at the end of the world RV in the distance, cursing in his heart. They're all a bunch of scum. As soon as order breaks down, they go wild. Even if they're a bunch of cultists who've been brainwashed, you don't know when to shoot to scare them away. They shoot indiscriminately and slaughter people. They're all scum. Don't ever fall into my hands, or I'll teach you a lesson. Okay, coming, colleague Zhu Qingkai, Yi Xini's voice came from the door. It was still a very ordinary way of calling someone by their name, and there was no change in tone. For some reason, Zhu Qingkai felt a little bit lost. He had rushed over to find Yi Xini as soon as he could, and had even brought her food and water, but he was very worried about her safety. In the past, Yi Xini had been a police officer, and she was a famous and beautiful police officer that almost everyone in the city knew. He was just a colleague from an ordinary family, and there was no way they could get together. But now it's the end of the world, and many people have died of illness, and order is in chaos. Under these circumstances, family background is no longer important, and personal strength is what matters most. So Zhu Qingkai felt like he saw hope, the hope that he could pursue this stunning policewoman. Let's go, Yi Xini said, taking the lead after she left the house, and then walked out ably. Most of the followers of this apocalyptic cult were dead or injured, and Lin Changsu put away the heavy machine gun, then returned to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and rushed to the garden community where Chen Meishu was located. As for the remaining group of followers who were fleeing in all directions, Lin Changsu had no desire to chase after them. After fleeing in all directions, it would be a waste of time for Lin Changsu to try to kill them all. The current priority was to find the bitch Chen Meishu first. As the car started and continued driving forward, Lin Changsu noticed that the number of onlookers had obviously decreased. Even if they were just watching, they were hiding behind the bunker and watching quietly. It was also less than 5 minutes after he had gone out that 3 young women, running hurriedly and panting, arrived at the roadside and then enthusiastically waved at Lin Changsu. Lin Changsu scammed them systematically. They were passable, but they didn't pass the test. Lin Changsu reached behind him, took out a bottle of clean mineral water, threw it out, and simply said, "Failed, goodbye." When Lin Changsu threw out the mineral water, the three women were so excited that they beamed with smiles and were overjoyed. Then, after hearing Lin Changsu's words, their movements instantly came to a halt, and they looked confused and upset. The mineral water that had fallen in front of them no longer smelled good. The three of them looked at each other, sizing each other up, and in their heads, there was only a question mark. This is a fail? No matter what, as long as they can get on the bus, they are willing. Watching this post-apocalyptic RV gradually get further and further away, the three of them slowly recovered from the shock of their great loss and regained their composure. One of the women suddenly crouched down and covered her face in tears. The other woman followed suit, and the other one silently walked over to the bottle of mineral water, muttering to herself. Maybe this is fate. Han Xiu sat in the passenger seat, looking at the three women in the rearview mirror. She saw the series of expressions change from excitement to shock to loss, and then to sobbing after calming down. This pure Korean wave movie star was moved, and suddenly felt that she seemed to be in a blessing and not know it. The current situation was the best she could get. She had to work hard and not let her husband down. Han Xiu turned her head and looked at Lin Changsu next to her, and silently made up her mind. Soon, Lin Changsu arrived at the garden community where Chen Meishu lived in a post-apocalyptic bulletproof car. Chen Meishu, do you stink? You'll find out later, Lin Changsu muttered as he parked the car outside the community. Then he looked at the four women and continued, "Stay in the car, don't run around, if anyone comes, just grab them and shoot. I'll be right back." Chapter 31, I'm a person who holds a grudge. After Lin Changsu finished his instructions, he took out another walkie-talkie and gave it to Xu Qingman, continuing, "Contact me if there's anything." Then Lin Changsu got out of the car, looked around, and saw about 20 or 30 people, all observing and staring at him, and some even whispering to their companions. Is this guy from the military? This is too arrogant to openly collect beautiful women. Although he looks very strong like a special forces soldier, someone spoke in a low voice. Do you think we should trick him over here and use that drug to knock this guy out? There are so many beautiful women and food on the bus, the accomplice next to him muttered. Lin Changsu strode forward, continuing to walk towards Chen Meishu's specific room location, and looked at his own attribute panel values on the system. After sensing that he was an E-class, his perception abilities in all aspects have been strengthened. He heard the conversation between the two men clearly. Name, Lin Changsu. Physical strength, 7-100 E-class. Strength, 2-100 E-class. Agility, 1-100 E-class. Mental strength, 3-100 E-class. Overall assessment level, E-class. You're probably looking for death, aren't you? How dare you be so arrogant? You must have the strength and guts to do so. Go back and turn the faces of those two women around, stick a poster on them, and feel good about it. You can't provoke people like this. Maybe they really are the supernaturals rumored on the internet. It's possible. At the very least, they're special forces or military king level. The person who spoke first immediately stopped his accomplice's stupid idea. Chen Meishu listened to the sound of the loudspeaker outside, which finally seemed to stop at the entrance to the community. After much hesitation, she decided to go out. That Lin Changsu a stinky loser, he said he would come at a good time, but now what time is it? He's not even here yet. Either he's playing with me, or he's a waste of space. If they dare to advertise so loudly outside with a loudspeaker, they must be competent, and it doesn't seem like a scam. Even if it is a scam, can it escape my eyes? I'll go out and take a look. Chen Meishu made up her mind and went out the door. Hey, if I had known that the end of the world was coming, I would have kept a few more lapdogs in the city. Most lapdogs are from out of town. The usual advantage is that you can comfort them with an online chat and you don't have to worry about them pestering you when you meet in person. Now that the end of the world is here, the downside is that no one is around to do everything for her. A super lapdog, Fu Dali, has also lost contact. Lin Changsu also seems to have stood her up. Damn Lin Changsu, you loser, don't let me meet you, or I'll make you kneel on the ground and whip you to death. Chen Meishu muttered to herself, walked towards the stairs, and went downstairs. Lin Changsu, on the other hand, quickly went upstairs after going around the building in front of him. He arrived at the door of the room, knocked on it, and shouted, Chen Meishu, I'm Lin Changsu, here to pick you up. There was no response from inside. Lin Changsu lifted his foot and kicked open the door, walked in, and a smell of rotting corpses drifted out.
Lin Changsu walked to the innermost room and pushed open the door.
A couple in their 50s or 60s, lying on the bed, snuggled up to each other, had died of illness.
A fake address?
Judging from Chen Meishu's character, it might be a fake address, but even if it is fake, the community should be real. Chen Meishu looked at the modified RV in front of her, and then at the unkind stares around her, staring at her, but she didn't dare to think badly of the RV. Chen Meishu knew very well.
The owner of this RV is very powerful.
With my beauty, my figure, and my CP skills, I can hold the owner of this RV in check and at least become his main wife.
If I can get a good handle on him, he might even listen to me.
Chen Meishu muttered to herself, plucked up the courage, walked forward, took the passenger seat, looked inside the RV, and asked,
"Can we talk?"
At this time, Xu Qingman walked over and looked at Chen Meishu. At first glance, she thought she was pretty, very pretty, and only slightly inferior to them. Her skin and figure were inferior. But the difference was not great.
She was also considered a very pretty beauty. "Yes, you can. Just a moment. What's your name?" Xu Qingman smiled. "I'm Chen Meishu," Chen Meishu blurted out, answering confidently.
Then, when Chen Meishu saw Xu Qingman, she froze for a second. What a beautiful, pure, and dignified young lady. You could tell from the smoothness of her skin that she was younger than herself. "Oh, it seems like a beautiful girl has arrived." Su Xiaolu was interested and came over from inside the RV. "I'll have a look too," Lu Oyu followed with a face full of excitement and a sweet smile.
Han Xiu was originally learning Chinese with Lu Oyu, and when Lu Oyu went to join the fun, she followed.
Chen Meishu's eyes widened at a visible rate, and her expression changed from surprise to shock.
1, 2, 3, 4.
They were all extremely beautiful women, each of them more beautiful than her. Chen Meishu lost confidence, and cursed in her heart.
Main palace, manipulation, CPU? They can all go to hell. What can I use to compete with these women? Are you better than me? But looking at the way these four people dress and their appearance, hey, doesn't this person look like that pure and innocent Korean actress Han Xiu?
Chen Meishu muttered to herself. At this time, a voice came from a building in the garden community, very loud. "Chen Meishu, I, Lin Changsu, have come to pick you up.
Answer me when you hear me."
Lin Changsu shouted in a loud voice.
Chen Meishu's body trembled slightly, and her face flushed slightly. This damned Lin Changsu, his voice was too loud. Unexpectedly, he really came to find me. This lickspittle dog seems to be okay. "It's you, you damned lickspittle dog, you came at the wrong time, at this time. It's fine if you came, but you couldn't find me, and you didn't know to wait for me, so what's the point of shouting so loudly?" Xu Qingman and the other three women were stunned, and they all muttered to themselves, "My husband was the first to rush out to find her." She, Chen Meishu.
Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, and Lu Oyu all looked at Chen Meishu from top to bottom with their eyes.
Comparing breasts, she's a bit worse. In terms of appearance, my skin is more supple, right?
And in terms of figure, I have an A4 waist. The three women were a little dissatisfied in their hearts. Surprisingly, at the same time, they tacitly had a question in their minds.
Is it our fault? We didn't feed our husbands enough. They rushed over as soon as they could, shouting so loudly in the building that it sounded like a confession.
Chen Meishu didn't know why the stunning beauties in front of her were looking at her in amazement, so she quickly shook her head and said, "I don't know him."
"Who is he?" "I really don't know. Am I qualified? I want to get in the car."
Chen Meishu looked at the fresh fruit in Lu Oyu's hand and her mouth watered.
This group of people are too rich, and they are living too well.
It's not bad to be a concubine and slowly climb up the ranks, eating well, sleeping well, and being safe.
Chen Meishu muttered to herself. "You don't know Lin Changsu?"
Su Xiaolu blurted out in surprise, as if she had already guessed something in her heart.
2 words, trashy woman.
Chen Meishu shook her head and said decisively, "I just met her less than 2 months ago, and we've only spoken 5 sentences. She's been stalking me like a pervert, so I really don't know her." Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, and Lu Oyu exchanged glances, slightly embarrassed, and didn't know what to say to Chen Meishu for a moment. Han Xiu, who was standing nearby, looked at the three women like an onlooker who couldn't keep up with the pace.
"Honey, stop shouting. Chen Meishu is here. We're on the RV side." Xu Qingman turned on the walkie-talkie and spoke to Lin Changsu.
As soon as the words left her mouth, Chen Meishu felt dumb and her head buzzed.
Honey? Lin Changsu? These 4 super beauties included Han Xiu, who seemed to be a top Korean female celebrity. The husband of these 4 super beautiful wives was Lin Changsu? That smelly loser, my lapdog? No, no, no. Absolutely not.
Chen Meishu froze in place, her expression shocked and complex. Lin Changsu was also surprised when he heard Xu Qingman's words over the intercom. What the hell, good guy, it seems that after hearing the content of the loudspeaker, he didn't want my lapdog and came back to me. Lin Changsu quickly went downstairs and walked towards his RV, a smile on his face. It's good that I found the person, I'm just afraid that he's died of illness, or been kicked out early.
Call me a stinking loser, right?
I have a bunch of bad habits, I'm greedy and lustful, and I hold grudges.
Come on, today I'll see if you can handle it. Chapter 32, Are you surprised or not?
Before long, Lin Changsu walked up to his bulletproof car at the end of the world. From a distance, he saw Chen Meishu, dumbfounded, standing on the roadside outside the car door. She was dressed conservatively today, and Lin Changsu didn't feel anything when he looked at her without opening the door. I don't know if it's because the beauty in front of me is too high quality, but it makes me quite picky. Lin Changsu muttered to himself, and then noticed a person sneaking around 50 or 60 meters away in the distance. He thought he was hiding behind the trees in the flower bed, looking over here. The red markings on this person were very obvious, and the red hairband on his head was a bit exaggerated, with at least dozens of red hairbands tied.
Another person from the End Times cult? Lin Changsu's face remained calm, but inside he was already seething.
This group of people had set their sights on him. It would never end.
I'll wipe you all out and uproot you. Flies are weak, but if they keep buzzing around you, they're annoying.
Chen Meishu blinked her eyes repeatedly, and from a distance she watched Lin Changsu, who walked with a swagger and came over with great momentum. Her appearance had not changed much, but her overall aura had undergone a complete transformation, and she had an intangible, powerful charm.
Was this really Lin Changsu? The same dog licker she had looked down on?
Chen Meishu was puzzled and shocked, and a sense of fear and trepidation crept up on her. She had posted about him online, cursed him on WeChat and the phone, and told her dog to teach him a lesson.
He should be out to get me for that. He came to get me for that.
Chen Meishu shuddered at the thought. But then she suddenly saw Lin Changsu smiling at her, and thought to herself, I'm pretty, so he must be here to pick me up.
I told you to stay at home, and I came to pick you up. Why did you run away? Lin Changsu laughed. Chen Meishu's mood instantly brightened, and she felt an urge to cry.
This man must love me.
Could it be that he is a masochist?
I scolded him like this, and he doesn't hold a grudge.
Then wouldn't that mean that I can be the queen? Chen Meishu's face became happier and happier as she laughed.
I missed you, so I came out early, Chen Meishu said. Lin Changsu sneered inwardly, nodded, and said, Come, get in the car first. Lin Changsu stood in front of the car door and asked Xu Qingman to open the door. His thoughts were completely focused on the Doomsday cult guy who was tens of meters away, drawing his bow and arrow and aiming at him. This compound bow is powerful, but not less powerful than a handgun. Okay, Chen Meishu was a little overwhelmed, ecstatic, feeling that her beautiful life was here.
If this man is AM, then I will be living the life of a queen every day, so happy.
Then Chen Meishu obediently got into the car happily.
Just then, whoosh, an arrow shot over. Lin Changsu easily took a step back and dodged it. Ah! Husband!
Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, and the others screamed in fear, their faces full of worry.
Lu Oyu picked up her pistol, her face wearing a naturally sweet smile, and said the cruelest words, Dare to lay a hand on my husband, I'll beat you to a sieve. Before the words had finished, Lin Changsu had already sprinted out at top speed. It was fast, but not Lin Changsu's full speed, as he had retained some of his strength. Because that was enough. The man, watching Lin Changsu sprinting towards him at top speed, was completely dumbfounded. This bolt guy, he's not that fast. By the time the man reacted and tried to escape, Lin Changsu had already arrived beside the guy. Bang! Lin Changsu kicked the guy to the ground with one kick. Puff! The guy coughed up blood, and the shock in his eyes was quickly replaced by fear. Where is your lair and who is the boss? Lin Changsu walked up to the man and looked down at him with a condescending and contemptuous expression, asking in an icy tone. Foodie community. Our leader is Jiang Jinfeng. If you join our end times cult,
you will definitely become the leader's right-hand man, the man replied. The specific room number, Lin Changsu said in an icy tone.
Both 203 and 204 in the single-family mansion. Lin Changsu nodded. Then I'll give you a quick death. Bang. A headshot.
Lin Changsu turned and walked back, while looking at the distant sky.
Dark clouds were heading towards the city. It seemed like a bigger storm was coming. He guessed it would be over in half an hour.
I need to find a place to set up the LV2 underground safe fortress house. In this second stage, the fog will disappear, but the beast tide will not disappear, it will only become more and more intense. Especially in this kind of bad weather, coupled with the night, the beast tide will be even stronger. Moreover, the first day the fog dissipated, almost the vast majority of people came out to compete for food and water, and the city was already in chaos. It was even more likely to trigger the beast tide.
Find a place to rest for the night, get Chen Meishu's reward, raise it for a while and then abandon it.
Tomorrow, we will solve this post-apocalyptic cult and eliminate the root, cause then we will go to the university town. Lin Changsu planned in his heart, and at this time, he had already walked up to the door of the post-apocalyptic bulletproof car.
My husband is really awesome and handsome. The way he sprinted and accelerated to run out made me look.
Lu Oyu praised with adoring eyes.
Close the door, let's go, we're off, a storm is coming, Lin Changsu said simply, before walking over to the driver's seat and taking his seat.
He was about to start the engine when a mother and child ran up next to him, stopping diagonally in front of the Armageddon bulletproof car.
Great hero, good man, great hero, can you give us some food and water? We haven't eaten in 2 days.
I can go without food, but please give my child something to eat. The emaciated mother, kneeling on the ground, clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and pleaded. Han Xiu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't understand, but she could see the other person's actions. Her pure and a little green face looked at Lin Changsu. Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, Lu Oyu, and Chen Meishu all came to the front and looked at Lin Changsu.
Brother Changsu, why don't you give them some food?
They look so pitiful, Chen Meishu suddenly said. Showing kindness should make a better impression, and she could also subtly direct him on what to do. Chen Meishu was calculating in her heart. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Changsu turned his head back and coldly scolded, "Stinking herding dog, go back and stay down." Chen Meishu was shocked and stunned. The other 4 women were all stunned, and Han Xiu looked curiously at Lu Oyu, hoping for her translation. She was curious to know why her husband had suddenly lost his temper.
Brother, please give me some food.
I'm willing to do anything, said Du Tianqi, a 14-year-old teenager, with a determined look in his clear eyes.
Many people looked over, watching the mother and son, speculating about their fate. If I give you food, and everyone else copies your example and asks for it too, do you think I'll give it to them all? What if you have food and someone comes and takes it from you?
Lin Changsu placed one hand on the car window, looked at Du Tianqi, and spoke.
If you want to live, then don't.
Get out of the way, or I won't mind killing you both, Lin Changsu said, starting the engine. If you say any more, just look at the Du Tianqi's eyes, there is a ruthless strength and firmness in his eyes. I'm just giving him a little advice. Then give me a gun, I'll be your little brother and servant for life, Du Tianqi suddenly shouted anxiously. He knew that he had to be brave, and sometimes, there was only one chance. The chance to meet a benefactor was rare.
What's your name?
Lin Changsu said, pulling a pistol from behind his back and throwing a box of bullets. Du Tianqi, Du Fu's Du, Sky's Tian, starts Qi, Du Tianqi replied with practiced ease, his eyes shining. He deftly took the pistol and bullets in his hands and picked them up into his arms. Remember to turn the safety catch on before you shoot, Lin Changsu said, pointing to the safety catch on the pistol.
Thank you, brother. Du Tianqi kowtowed to thank him.
The mother next to him was numb and sluggish, and followed the boy in kowtowing to thank him. Her face showed no joy, only worry and confusion. After the car drove a few meters, Lin Changsu extended his hand, pointed at Du Tianqi, and shouted, "Hurry up and rob them." The mother and son were numb and couldn't figure out if this person was being kind to help them or if they were deliberately harming them. The post-apocalyptic RV was getting further and further away.
After a while, there was a bang. The gunshot rang out. Surviving is helping, not surviving is harming.
The mother and son were numb, unable to figure out whether this person was being kind to help them or deliberately trying to harm them. The RV was getting further and further away.
After a short while, bang. The gunshot rang out.
Helping is living, harming is dying. When the young boy got the gun, it was destined that he would face a test. Lin Xingsui didn't need a younger brother, but simply looking at the little guy's eyes, the fierce desire to survive was very strong, and he gave him a chance to survive. The benefactor's words were not shouted at others, but at me, reminding me that I have no way out, and everyone will be after this guy in my hands. The little guy Du Tianqi looked at the direction where the bulletproof car in the end of the world was going, and muttered to himself. Chapter 33, Confused. After 40 or 50 minutes, it had already become dark in the city, and a heavy rain had started, with lightning striking from time to time. The city was in ruins, and the fighting crowds were in chaos. There was a sense of desolation that felt like the end of the world. Lin Xingsui drove the Armageddon bulletproof vehicle straight through the roadblocks and into the woods of a park, and then Lin Xingsui placed the LV 2-level underground safe house next to the vehicle.
You guys stay in the car for now, I'm going out for a bit.
Lin Xingsui opened the car door, jumped out, took his pistol in his hand, and walked quickly towards the back of the car.
After a while, bang, bang, bang.
There was a burst of gunfire from near the park. One shot at a time, Lin Xingsui killed everyone who followed him, and everyone who was here before fled. In the entire park, there was only the figure of Lin Xingsui in the heavy rain, walking with the wind, returning to the post-apocalyptic bulletproof car. The loudspeaker was turned off, the radio was turned off, and Lin Xingsui returned to the level 2 underground safe house with the women. You go take a shower, you guys go practice some marksmanship, and we'll eat around 7 o'clock, Lin Xingsui said as he looked at the 5 women. Then Lin Xingsui took a quick shower and returned to the living room to sit on the sofa. He replanned the route to the lair of the apocalyptic cult and to the university town, and realized that most of the journey would be on the same road. The last leg of the journey was only 2 kilometers away, and it would be much faster to go alone, destroy the apocalyptic cult, and then return than to drive the bulletproof apocalyptic car. This time, he would not bring along his beautiful wives. After the chaos in the city today, there should be guns floating around. It would still be a bit risky to take them with him. Thinking about this, Lin Xingsui clicked on the panel attributes of his several wives again. Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, and Lu Oyu had been stuck at 99 favorability for several days.
Isn't he poisonous? This last bit of favorability is so difficult. What changes will there be when it reaches 100? They should be able to activate martial arts evolution, and it will be much more convenient to take them out after that. Lin Xingsui was thinking these things when Xu Qingman walked from the room where she was practicing with the spear to the living room.
Honey, I'm coming out for some water, Xu Qingman's gentle voice rang out. The favorability rating had risen quickly before, and 1 point had been stuck for several days.
Had I not done enough? Lin Xingsui looked at Xu Qingman, thinking this in his head. Xu Qingman's face flushed slightly, and she didn't dare to look at Lin Xingsui. She could easily tell from the look in her husband's eyes that he was eating her up hard. Although she was shy, she was still very happy. A sports-style short-sleeved shirt, a black sexy miniskirt, and flesh-colored stockings accentuated Xu Qingman's slender and beautiful legs. Qingman, come here and lie down on the sofa, Lin Xingsui shouted. Xu Qingman's expression froze for a moment. Is it that urgent? Aren't we going to Chen Meishu's place?
I haven't showered yet. Will there be sweat on my body, and will there be sweaty stink?
Xu Qingman became worried.
After taking a few steps, she once again quickened her pace. She could tell that her husband was in a hurry and couldn't wait to get down to business. Although she didn't know why her husband was suddenly so eager, and she wasn't wearing anything revealing or sexy, she quickly went over there to cooperate with her husband.
Xu Qingman muttered to herself. Qingman is taking so long to get a drink of water and hasn't come back yet, Lu Oyu asked.
Yes, what kind of drink is she getting? Why is she taking so long? Su Xiaolu also put down her gun and wondered.
Hurry up and practice your shooting.
If you don't practice well, you'll have to stay up all night practicing one-on-one.
That's no joke, Lu Oyu said.
The 3 of them continued to practice their shooting. After about half an hour, Xu Qingman returned to the shooting range with a flushed face.
It took you so long to drink some water?
Su Xiaolu teased with a wicked smile. Xu Qingman gave a derisive smile and rolled her eyes.
Don't laugh, you'll have a hard time tonight.
As soon as she said this, the other 3 women looked at Xu Qingman with a somewhat complicated expression, happy but also a little worried. In the end, the 4 of them turned around in unison and began to practice their shooting seriously. They worked very hard and seriously, as no one wanted to be the one making the least progress.
Qingman, why don't you go out and drink some more water? I think you're already very good at shooting, so don't work so hard, otherwise how are we going to survive?
Su Xiaolu said in her spare time.
Why don't you go, Xiaolu? Didn't you want to take a break just now? Luo Xiru interjected. Xiru, go.
You, like it, Han Xiu said word by word.
Xiu, amazing, you speak Chinese very well, Su Xiaolu praised with a thumbs up.
Luo Xiru's face flushed.
What do you mean, I like it? Who can beat Su Xiaolu? Your Chinese pronunciation is standard and you've hit the nail on the head. Amazing.
Xu Qingman also praised. Han Xiu's pure and beautiful face flushed, and she was a little embarrassed by the praise. Over here, Lin Changsu looked at Xu Qingman's still 99 favorability and didn't know what to say, so he just let nature take its course and waited and saw. Then Lin Changsu walked towards Chen Meishu's room, and this woman's reward had to be obtained. Just a few steps away, he felt the ground around him shake. It was another beast tide.
Lin Changsu stopped in his tracks.
Without the influence of the fog, he could see the various evolved creatures in the beast tide, and the illustrated book of the 10,000 tribes should be able to provide intelligence. Thinking about this, Lin Changsu then walked to this observation room and looked outside. After almost 2 minutes, Lin Changsu saw evolved creatures from this night vision device, in large numbers and moving fast. The sounds of panic and cries for help from the people outside were getting louder and louder.
This is nothing short of a chain reaction. The beast tide is coming much more frequently than before.
When the beast tide recedes at dawn tomorrow morning, I will go out and explore, and get to know these evolutionary creatures better. Lin Changsu made up his mind and turned around to go back to Chen Meishu's room.
A creak. The door opened. A thud.
The door slammed shut. Chen Meishu was startled, and her whole body immediately stood up from the side of the bed. She watched as Lin Changsu walked in, her whole body trembling. His calm and cold face looked much more serious, giving Chen Meishu a strong sense of oppression when Chen Meishu locked eyes with him, Lin Changsu's cold and merciless gaze. Chen Meishu was so scared that she instantly knelt on the ground.
Brother Changsu, I didn't mean it before. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scolded you, let alone netstorm you. I was just angry for a moment and then did something stupid. I didn't mean to harm you, I just got angry and did something stupid. Chen Meishu knelt on the ground and confessed. Stupid loser, right?
Lin Changsu said, while taking off his jacket and pants and getting into bed. He half lay on the bed and coldly looked at this scum-sucking woman. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I was wrong, Chen Meishu kept apologizing by kowtowing.
I'm willing to do anything, just give me a chance, Changsu brother, I'm really willing to do anything, Chen Meishu continued, while quickly taking off her bathrobe with her hands. Oh, really?
Lin Changsu's cold tone carried a hint of teasing. Then Lin Changsu clicked on Chen Meishu's panel and took a look.
Favorability, 63. Only 63 points? Is this because of fear of oneself? I heard that you caused someone to get jade disease. Is that true?
Lin Changsu suddenly thought of something he had heard before, and looked at Chen Meishu, who was climbing into bed, and asked. Chen Meishu's whole body trembled, her eyes full of shock and fear as she stared at Lin Changsu. Her mouth opened and closed. Then opened again. She seemed unable to say anything as the words formed in her mouth.
Finally, she nodded. Lin Changsu's eyes hardened.
He was sick himself, and he came to lick me himself, Chen Meishu explained, panicking.
Let's get started.
Lin Changsu reached out and gave a stop sign. What's there to argue about? He was able to expose Lin Changsu online and even get someone to clean up after him. Combined with the previous reviews, this Chen Meishu is both bad and rotten, there's no escape.
Bad girl, don't waste it. Finish it and get it over with. Just leave her for a few days. Lin Changsu was still a little hesitant.
On the one hand, Chen Meishu could bring in a tribute value of 3 points per day, while on the other hand, it seemed to Lin Changsu that people like Chen Meishu deserved to die. The main thing was that there were many women in Lin Changsu, and he didn't have that M&S fetish. It would be cleaner to just solve it with one shot. Now what was making Lin Changsu a little torn and hesitant was those 3 points of attribute value. Forget it, don't hesitate, just finish first and get the system reward.
Chapter 34, Actively Kill Over. Chen Meishu's body trembled.
She had never imagined that she would have a day like this, shamelessly serving and pleasing Lin Changsu like a criminal.
Lin Changsu looked at the rewards issued by his system. Reward 1, 2 million mole points. Reward 2, 100 attribute points, which can be freely used. Reward 3, Bond Bonus, 160,000 points per day.
Reward 4, a dagger made of a universal nanogold composite material. Note, in theory, it can break the physical defensive armor of creatures of the 8-star level and below. Note, 1 star corresponds to martial artist level F, 2 stars corresponds to martial artist level E. Currently, martial artist levels are divided into SSS, SS, and SNA, B, C, D, E, and F. After Lin Changsu received the rewards, he thought for a moment and then reached out and grabbed the dagger out of thin air, holding it in his hands and observing it curiously. Chen Meishu was startled and thought that Lin Changsu was dissatisfied with her and was going to strike. After receiving the reward, Lin Changsu moved his mind and grabbed the dagger out of thin air, holding it in his hand and observing it curiously. Chen Meishu was startled and thought that Lin Changsu was not satisfied with her and was going to kill her. As a result, she saw that Lin Changsu was carefully observing the dagger in his hand, which looked like a military knife.
Chen Meishu was extremely scared and trembling violently. She didn't want to die.
And after seeing Lin Changsu's post-apocalyptic RV in this underground safe house, Chen Meishu understood that the man in front of her was the superhuman from the various rumors on the internet before the network went down. Or rather, an extremely powerful superhuman.
Such a comfortable environment, and it's also safe.
In the post-apocalyptic world, it's almost like a paradise. Chen Meishu didn't want to die, she wanted to live a good life. Lin Changsu carefully examined the dagger made of cosmic-level material for a while, and then put it away. Tomorrow, when he went to eliminate the Doomsday cult's lair, he could use the dagger and try it out.
It should be able to cut through iron like it was paper.
Lin Changsu muttered to himself, gathered his thoughts, got up, and slammed Chen Meishu against the wall.
At 7:30 p.m., Lin Changsu arrived in the living room.
At this time, several women had gathered around Lin Changsu and excitedly discussed what they would eat that night. In the end, they ordered a buffet barbecue hot pot. The entire large living room, which was dozens of square meters, was full of all kinds of ingredients and drinks, as well as simulated robot waiters. It felt like going to a physical store to eat before the end of the world, except that there were only a few people, including Lin Changsu.
Shouldn't we call Chen Meishu?
Xu Qingman asked in a low voice as she came up to Lin Changsu's side. She's locked in her room, given bread, instant noodles and water. She won't die, Lin Changsu said in a flat tone. The four women didn't ask why, but from the moment Chen Meishu had denied knowing Lin Changsu in front of the car door, they could vaguely guess the reason and also knew the general character of this Chen Meishu. Here, the five of them happily ate their meal. Because they had to get up early the next day to observe various evolutionary creatures of the beast tide and deal with the Doomsday cult, after watching a little TV drama, Lin Changsu went to the large master bedroom to practice and rest.
Why don't we split up?
You go find Lu Qingjie and the others, and I'll go find the people in the Doomsday RV, the stunning police officer Yisini suggested. In the living room, Zhu Qingkai was standing behind the curtains, observing the outside world. After hearing this, he was shocked and angry, but quickly calmed himself down and suppressed his anger. Then he turned to the beautiful police officer Yisini and said seriously,
"The world is now completely broken.
There are people everywhere grabbing food and water, and all kinds of cults have sprung up.
There is now a tide of beasts outside. It will only be more dangerous if we split up.
Now that Lu Qingjie and the others have lost contact, they are the only ones who can contact the organization and know the final task that the organization has given us.
Finding them is crucial.
But on the way here, I kept thinking that this RV is really well prepared, like a superhuman. Isn't this the task that the leader gave us one day after the disaster, to observe and keep an eye out for any incredible information clues?
I was thinking of telling you about it after we met up. Since we didn't meet up with Lu Qingjie and the others, it's better if we act alone.
Both of these things are very important."
Yisini, the stunning police officer, continued in a low voice. "This woman. She's really annoying."
Xu Qingkai cursed in his heart, but there was no anger on his face.
After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Then go find Lu Qingjie, and I'll find the RV, okay? He likes beautiful women, so I'm a better fit."
"Don't worry, my martial arts and combat skills were my strong points at the police academy.
If he doesn't use a gun, he can't fight me at all. And I'm just doing some preliminary investigation."
Since he met those three beautiful women on the road without using coercion, it proves that this person is not very bad. We can find a chance to convince him. The stunning police officer Yisini continued. "If he is an extraordinary person, and I really get him, then I will infiltrate the organization and use my beauty to charm him into joining the organization and fighting for the survival of mankind."
"I think that would be worthwhile."
Yisini muttered to herself, with a determined look on her face. Her father had forbidden her to participate in Project Number 1, but she knew some of the details.
4 hours after the end of the world, there is already deductive logic.
It is impossible from a virus transmission perspective for all people in the world to become sick, because virus transmission requires a process. The sudden global appearance of heavy fog cannot be explained from a meteorological perspective. As for the sudden appearance of unknown terrifying creatures in the heavy fog, there is no scientific explanation. When, at present, science cannot explain it, it can only be explained from the perspective of high-latitude civilization science or theology or metaphysics. The preliminary analysis of this disaster concluded that the top-ranking possibility was the invasion of a high-latitude alien civilization, followed by biological evolution, followed by the recovery of spiritual energy, and then a list of other possibilities. At that time, missiles could not even be launched into space, and atomic bombs could only explode in place, having no effect on the fog. As for the armed forces entering the fog, they suffered heavy casualties, with a mortality rate approaching 100%. Since there was no way to resist, one of the most important plans was activated after just 4 hours, the laissez-faire plan, also known as the play dead plan. The logic is the same as a common survival method in the animal world: play dead when you encounter a natural enemy that you cannot escape. Important forces were transferred to the underground civilian community, which would observe the situation, conduct investigations and analyses, and wait for the right moment to act. Therefore, an organization was established, the Dark Shield Organization. That's why they let social media platforms go early and spread all kinds of rumors, without organizing effectively.
Instead, they secretly observed everything and prepared for the Dark Shield Organization.
However, the mortality rate of the virus was too high, especially among the elderly. There was also physical isolation between cities, and the Dark Shield Organization has now become fragmented. Xu Qingman, after hearing Yi Sini's words, only thought of one image in his head, that of a search officer in a Japanese drama going to deliver the grass.
Are you stupid? I forbid you to go.
Xu Qingman lost his temper and spoke loudly. Yi Sini froze for a moment.
Forbid her to go?
The two of them clearly had a very ordinary colleague relationship, and there was no superior-subordinate relationship at all.
You can't order me around.
I know what I'm doing in the worst-case scenario I might encounter. I've thought it through carefully before making this decision, Yi Sini said with a serious expression and a hint of anger. After saying that, Yi Sini walked into her room. Xu Qingman was acting a little strange, and Yi Sini could sense it. Today, when they were walking on the street, other people took the initiative to help Yi Sini, and Xu Qingman seemed to be the kind of person who, after being driven by a strong sense of ownership, showed hostility towards that person.
Could it be because of the end of the world that his personality had changed so significantly?
Yi Sini thought to herself after returning to her room.
Gradually, Yi Sini became a little wary of Xu Qingman. She was not stupid.
She knew her figure and appearance, and she was still a virgin. In today's world, that was definitely the treasure that men coveted and fought for desperately. Yi Sini stood by the window, looking at the chaotic city with fires everywhere, and muttered to herself.
It is true that the end of the world will bring out the evil in everyone's hearts.
It was late at night. Lin Xiangsu looked at Su Xiaolu and said, "Wake me up at 6:30 tomorrow morning.
I have something to go out and look around." Chapter 35, Evolutionary Creatures in the Tide of Beasts.
The city was noisy all night. It was all about fighting for food and water, as well as avoiding and escaping from the killing of evolutionary creatures in the Tide of Beasts.
LV2-level underground safe fortress houses have pretty good soundproofing, and basically you can't hear the noise outside.
In the morning, after Lin Xiangsu woke up, he enjoyed a comfortable 20-minute lie-in, then washed up briefly and left the underground safe house to go outside the city.
The park was quiet.
The sun in the east had just risen, and the sunlight, filtering through the sparse trees, fell on Lin Xiangsu's face, giving him a cool feeling. The city was much quieter at this time. After a night of turmoil, many people were too tired to carry on and had fallen asleep. Of course, fighting was still going on in many places.
Lin Xiangsu took a deep breath, feeling refreshed.
His whole body was in a healthy state that made Lin Xiangsu feel very comfortable. Full of energy and high-spirited, and in such good health, Lin Xiangsu felt that he could work from morning till night, and then from night till dawn, without any problem.
Lin Xiangsu walked quickly and quietly.
After walking for a while, he looked around while muttering to himself, worried that there would be one more person to wake him up in the morning. After about 3 minutes, an evolutionary creature resembling a kangaroo suddenly appeared not far in front of Lin Xiangsu, quickly crossing in the direction outside the city.
Name of creature: light blue jumping hair. Belonging race: insectoid.
Basic characteristics: resembles a rabbit, 90 centimeters long, 35 kilograms in weight. When in a state of rage, the whole body will turn light blue and can be eaten to replenish blood. Usually a small group of 40 to 50 individuals will survive together. Humans who have evolved into warriors can slowly and sparingly eat them. Means of attack: punching, kicking, biting.
Biological rating, F-level medium.
When Lin Changsu clearly saw it, the Wanzu illustrated book immediately sent a message.
Lin Changsu immediately gave chase. As long as it was not a large group, this lone one was something Lin Changsu could easily deal with. Bang!
Lin Changsu gave a hard push, and the entire person, with extreme speed, rushed out in the original place. There was a very obvious footprint. Lin Changsu felt like he was about to fly. With this full force kick, the entire person took at least a 30-meter jump off the ground. When Lin Changsu caught up, the lone light blue hair seemed to immediately sense the danger and accelerated to escape. Lin Changsu chased after it at great speed, as light as a swallow. When he was about to catch up, Lin Changsu took out the dagger made of cosmic-level material that he had obtained yesterday. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly exploded again.
Double acceleration. Pop.
A clean cut across the neck of the light blue hopping rabbit. Blood immediately flowed out, and it was killed in an instant by Lin Changsu. Lin Changsu picked up the light blue hopping rabbit, quickly rushed back to the RV, put it near the RV, and prepared to let Xu Qingman make a braised rabbit for dinner that night, to see if he could increase his attribute values. Then, Lin Changsu continued to go out for a stroll. Su Xiaolu was washing at the bathroom sink when she suddenly paused and looked at herself in the mirror. She was sure that she was more radiant than before, with delicate, smooth skin. Just now, when she walked over, Su Xiaolu felt that her body seemed to have become healthier and stronger, and there was a sense of obvious change. At this time, Lu Oyu yawned, with her hair fluffy, and walked over with her toothpaste and toothbrush.
Su Xiaolu reached out and grabbed it. Ah! Su Xiaolu, are you jealous of me and trying to scratch me to death?
It hurts, Lu Oyu exclaimed, backing out.
Su Xiaolu was dumbfounded.
She had not done anything unusual, just a little playful hand gesture, and yet Lu Oyu looked in such pain, as if she had used a lot of force.
I didn't use any force, Su Xiaolu said immediately.
Lu Oyu looked down and blushed. You did, you little flirt. Afterwards, Lu Oyu reached out to retaliate, only to discover that today, Su Xiaolu was motionless, allowing her to hold and play with her at will. At first she was happy, but then she lost interest.
There was no resistance, so what was the fun in it? What's wrong? Lu Oyu asked. Let me test it. I feel like I've evolved. It seems like I have more strength than before, and I feel more energetic.
I'll tell my husband when I get back, Su Xiaolu said with a surprised expression.
Ah, Sister Xiaolu, if you evolve, you have to take me with you, Lu Oyu said with a sweet face, looking at Su Xiaolu. At this time, Xu Qingman and Han Xiu rushed over after listening to the conversation between the two.
The four of them began to discuss it. Su Xiaolu tested it with a bench and really noticed a significant change in strength. Then the discussion became more intense and excited.
But they just couldn't find a reason.
In the end, they concluded that they would talk about it when their husbands returned, and it might just be that Su Xiaolu had a better physique.
Su Xiaolu muttered to herself, it can't be.
But she couldn't say anything like that, because she knew her friends would be ashamed of her if she did.
The four of them then chatted in the living room, waiting for Lin Changsu to return.
At around 9 o'clock on the second day of the second round of the End of the World, Lin Changsu returned to the underground safe house carrying the light blue jumping rabbit. The four beautiful wives were all astonished to see such a large rabbit in Lin Changsu's hands. Qingman, you take care of it and cook a meal tonight. You four can't eat it, remember, Lin Changsu said with a serious look, scanning the four stunning beauties. The four immediately nodded seriously whenever Lin Changsu said something seriously. They all listened very seriously and implemented it resolutely. Then Su Xiaolu told her own story. Immediately, Lin Changsu glanced at Su Xiaolu's attribute panel.
Favorability, 100 absolute loyalty, inseparable through life and death.
Then, the following appeared, the same panel data as Lin Changsu's after the martial arts had been opened.
Name, Su Xiaolu. Physical strength, 27 100 level F. Strength, 33 100 level F. Agility, 10 100 level F. Mental strength, 13 100 level F. Overall rating, F class.
Tell me everything you sensed again, Lin Changsu said with a smile. Su Xiaolu told him again. Lin Changsu understood that he hadn't heard Su Xiaolu's panel values, and realized that only he could see the martial artist attribute panel values.
And Su Xiaolu's activation of evolution must be due to her 100 loyalty points.
As for the reason, Lin Changsu thought about it carefully, and this Su Xiaolu was more active in cultivation. Apart from that, Lin Changsu could not think of any other reason.
As long as this Su Xiaolu has 100 loyalty points and has activated martial arts evolution, then Lin Changsu will be very satisfied.
At least the other 3 beautiful wives should not be far from activating martial arts evolution.
It's okay, you 3, it should be soon too. Pack up, let's go, it's time to go to the university town and find beautiful women. Lin Changsu said.
Xu Qingman, Lu Oyu, and Han Xiu all had happy and expectant smiles on their faces after hearing this. Looking for beautiful women again, it seems that my husband's supernormal ability must be related to beautiful women.
We can still get stronger, could it be some legendary male and female martial arts?
Lu Oyu's sweet face shone with admiration as she looked at Lin Changsu and muttered to herself. Lin Changsu then went to Chen Meishu's room and took the woman out of the underground safe house, while the 4 beautiful wives ate breakfast. Since his wife had started to evolve in martial arts and was absolutely loyal, the kind that would stick by him through thick and thin,
Lin Changsu felt that the initial snowball effect had already kicked in.
He had also received Chen Meishu's reward.
He didn't want the 3 attribute points she gained every day.
This kind of trashy woman dares to strike back at him, taking revenge on Lin Changsu. There is no need for Lin Changsu to keep her. Women, Lin Changsu is destined to have plenty of them, and he is not short of this one.
The next one will be even better. Bang!
In the woods, there was a gunshot. Then Lin Changsu bought a Luoyang shovel from the system and began digging a pit quickly.
He simply buried it. He is still doing well with others.
Lin Changsu returned to the post-apocalyptic bulletproof car, and at this time, 4 beautiful wives walked out of the underground safe house. Lin Changsu recovered the LV2 underground safe fortress house, and then started the post-apocalyptic bulletproof car and drove along the route he had replanned yesterday. Solve the post-apocalyptic cult before 2 p.m., and go to the university town before 5 p.m. to find that extremely delicate girl, Xu Qingman.
Lin Changsu simply planned today's arrangements. Chapter 36, Dealing with the End of the World Cult. After a night of rampage by the beasts, the city was even more dilapidated, and the roads were even more difficult to navigate. Lin Changsu's apocalyptic bulletproof car quickly attracted people's attention and discussion. Even many people openly discussed the matter on the radio. Because it was an open channel, Xu Qingman and others in the car, who were responsible for listening to the radio, could also hear the discussion of these people. It was almost noon when Lin Changsu parked the Armageddon bulletproof car by the roadside. I'm going out for a while. If anything happens, call me on the walkie-talkie. And no matter who it is, don't believe them and just kill them without hesitation, Lin Changsu said as he walked back to the cabin of the car and looked at his 4 stunningly beautiful wives. Okay, honey, Xu Qingman nodded and replied seriously.
Lu Oyu even directly took out her pistol. With a sweet face, she blew on the muzzle of the pistol and said, "No one who dares to have evil intentions towards us can escape my bullets."
Lin Changsu felt that Lu Oyu should not be a translator, but an actress.
Lin Changsu turned and walked out. "Hubby, be careful," Han Xiu suddenly shouted in Chinese, which she was not yet proficient in. Lin Changsu turned back and nodded, praising, "Not bad, I'll reward you with a bonus dinner tonight." Han Xiu had a happy smile on her face. She couldn't understand what Lin Changsu had said, but she understood that he must have been praising her, so she was very happy. Then she looked at Lu Oyu. As Lu Oyu finished translating, the smile on Han Xiu's face turned red with embarrassment. Lin Changsu was becoming more and more satisfied with this Han Xiu. Don't look at her as a top Korean wave pure and fresh female celebrity. Under the influence of Su Xiaolu and Lu Oyu, her personality is becoming more and more open and lively. She is not as shy and immature as before. Lin Changsu's communication with Han Xiu has progressed beyond body language to simple verbal communication. She understands and can speak basic phrases like husband, brother, open, eat, drink, turn around, sleep, and good night. Lin Changsu stepped out of the bulletproof vehicle and looked around. Someone was watching from a distance, but for the moment, Lin Changsu didn't sense any obvious hostility. Lin Changsu then walked over to a pile of abandoned bicycles stacked together on the roadside. After casually throwing away several of them one after the other, he pulled out a relatively new bicycle, sharing one from inside. Without scanning the QR code, he simply pulled the lock off with a single tug of his hands. In the past, when he went to work, he would take the subway and then ride a bicycle. After getting used to riding a bicycle, Lin Changsu developed a hobby of going to the park by bicycle on weekends. Now, apart from rushing around, Lin Changsu would rather experience the feeling of speeding through the city on a bicycle. The dilapidated city was even less crowded. Lin Changsu rode his bicycle at full speed with a casual movement of the bicycle handle. He sent the bicycle flying 20 or 30 meters. Lin Changsu was having so much fun that he rode his bicycle 90 degrees up a wall. Even Isaac Newton would have crawled out of his grave. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Changsu arrived at the lair of the End Times cult, near the foodie residential area.
He casually parked his bike by the roadside.
Lin Changsu climbed over the wall and strode directly towards the mansion area. 2 minutes later, he encountered the cultists of the End Times cult, who looked at Lin Changsu with curious and puzzled expressions.
Why did it feel like this person was different from them?
He wasn't wearing the red hairband of the End Times cult on his head.
Not an apocalyptic cult member? How is that possible?
The front and back doors are guarded, and there are patrols all around.
Lin Changsu didn't bother to pay any attention to the two men's doubts.
He quickly followed the signs and arrived at the location of this mansion, 203. The two men at the door looked at Lin Changsu, who was walking straight at them, with guarded eyes. The two men felt an inexplicable tension in their hearts, a feeling of their hearts beating inexplicably fast and a sense of panic.
Who are you, and why aren't you wearing a hairband?
One of the men shouted angrily. It's not important, Lin Changsu answered in a flat tone. Then, suddenly, he rushed over at an accelerated pace, while simultaneously pulling out his dagger. Push, push. A very simple and practiced movement. The dagger was held in the reverse hand, and the right hand followed the direction from right to left, before wiping the man on the right's neck. Then he pulled back his hand and drew a slash from left to right. The two men fell to the ground silently, blood spattering. Lin Changsu rushed quickly into the villa, his entire body focused, clearly sensing everyone in this villa. Then he walked quickly towards the second floor.
Ah!
A girl's shrill scream sounded outside. There's a dead person, there's a dead person.
At this moment, on the second floor.
In the room, the leader of the apocalyptic cult, Zhang Jinfeng, instantly sat up from the bed, awakened by the scream. After taking drugs last night, he was much more aggressive. He also indulged himself for a night, and only fell asleep when dawn broke. Zhang Jinfeng was drowsy, with a downcast face, messy hair, and an empty stare as he looked around the room, which was in a mess, and yawned.
Ah, who the hell is making so much noise?
A handsome man with a puffy face and bedhead sat up and cursed. Then several other sharp-tongued women woke up.
Who is it? What's the big deal? There are so many deaths these days. There's nothing to cry about when you die.
A woman with a butterfly tattoo on her chest scolded.
And just then, bang!
The door was kicked off its hinges.
Ah!
The several people in the room screamed one after the other. Zhang Jinfeng, Lin Changsu shouted. Zhang Jinfeng nodded instinctively, his head still in a blank state.
Bang bang bang!
The pistol's magazine was emptied, and Lin Changsu threw it away and replaced it with a new one, continuing to empty the magazine. Then with a flick of his mind, he pulled out a grenade and threw it on the bed.
Lin Changsu turned around and walked out without haste. Boom, an explosion came from the second floor, and flames shot up.
As Lin Changsu walked out of the villa, a dozen people rushed over, armed with clubs, long knives, and weapons. Lin Changsu took out his dagger and charged forward. Amidst the crowd, Lin Changsu moved with lightness, darting left and right. The cold light of the dagger flashed continuously.
Puff, puff, puff. One after another, they fell.
Lin Changsu's eyes sank, and the dagger slashed past the iron rod that someone swept over. This iron rod, which was the size of a baseball bat, was easily cut in half by Lin Changsu's dagger, and then the dagger was slashed across the man's head. His head exploded in half. What a sharp dagger!
Lin Changsu looked at the performance of the dagger in his hand and was very satisfied.
At that moment, another person hit Lin Changsu's shoulder with an iron rod. Lin Changsu swung his hand back and slashed. Pop! This person fell to the ground with his neck in his hands and his eyes wide with shock.
No feeling. Is this the effect of increasing physical strength? Should I shoot myself in the hand to see if I can resist a bullet?
Lin Changsu deliberately did not dodge the previous blow, testing his physical strength.
After Lin Changsu easily killed this living person, the remaining people who rushed over turned and scattered.
The foodie community was surrounded by the screams. Lin Changsu took out his pistol and shot each of the armed men in the head before walking out of the community. The rest of the people, Lin Changsu didn't bother to chase, he couldn't kill them all. After going out, Lin Changsu got on his bicycle and left. Lin Changsu suddenly felt that at this time, he should ride a motorcycle, which seemed more exciting. In front of a room, Zhu Qingkai opened the door very unhappily. In the morning, Yi Sini left quietly after leaving a letter. This made Zhu Qingkai very unhappy and he felt a strong sense of resentment. "What is it?" Xu Qingkai said impatiently. Then he stared straight at the beautiful woman in front of him. Although she was much less attractive than Yi Sini, she was still considered a 8.5-point beauty. Moreover, the way she was dressed gave Zhu Qingkai an urge to look down. Black shorts, purple black sexy stockings. "Handsome guy, I see that you are favored by fate. Why don't you join our apocalyptic cult?" The woman issued an invitation, while deliberately leaning forward, exposing her cleavage. Xu Qingkai's eyes lit up instantly, and his heart pounded. He had seen plenty of pictures online, but real ones he had never seen before. And now it was right in front of him. Xu Qingkai took a sharp step back and came to his senses. It must be a scam. "I'm alone, my colleague is in the next building," Su Qin said, looking at Zhu Qingkai with pure and innocent eyes, thinking to herself. This man looks strong and powerful. If he joins the End Times cult and behaves well and gets promoted, his merit points will increase a lot. Then she won't have to personally go out and do business, and she'll have a luxury car, a mansion, and food to eat. It would be great if she could become the harem of one of the core cadres. Or, in the early stages, seize a candidate who can become a core cadre. Thinking of this, Su Qin squeezed her body forward and said in a soft, gentle tone, "Can we talk about it inside? I'm afraid someone will see and bad people will set their sights on me." Xu Qingkai took 2 more steps back and went out again. Reason and desire were fighting fiercely in his mind. "No, don't come over," Zhu Qingkai refused after taking a deep breath. At that moment, Su Qin closed the door and, without further ado, began to undress. "My benefactor, you are a great hero. Look at the scars on my body, they were all forced upon me. Please let me stay here for a while," Su Qin said pitifully. Seeing that Zhu Qingkai did not refuse, Su Qin came forward and took Zhu Qingkai in her arms. "Will you take me with you? I'll do anything you want. I'll work like a horse to repay you, otherwise I'll die," Su Qin continued in a sad and pitiful voice. Over here, Lin Changsu quickly returned to his post-apocalyptic bulletproof car. In the distance, the stunning police officer Yi Sini finally saw the post-apocalyptic RV, and a smile appeared on her face, her eyes full of determination. No matter what, she had to get in the car and investigate to find out whether the owner of this modified RV was an extraordinary person. In Yi Sini's opinion, there is a high probability that the owner is a supernatural being. Even if he is not, he must have some kind of secret or come from a powerful background. Such a person, even if it means sacrificing oneself, must be put on the right track. Yi Sini was very determined in her thoughts. Chapter 37, Getting in the Car. "Honey, a lot of people are starting to discuss you on the public radio channel. They even came up with a name for us," Xu Qingman said as soon as Lin Changsu returned. This morning, Xu Qingman had been there the whole time, listening to the radio while processing the light blue jumping rabbit that Lin Changsu had given her. What? Lin Changsu was very satisfied with Xu Qingman. A good wife helps her husband and takes care of other chores. Brother RV in the End Times, Xu Qingman said. Nima, what kind of name is that? It's got no B factor at all. Lin Changsu was dumbfounded and didn't know which name was chosen, it was so uninspiring. It's not as domineering as Brother Changsu, Su Xiaolu tweeted. Lu Oyu, who was standing next to her, was dumbfounded. Looking at Su Xiaolu, a sentence was written on her face. Are you serious? That man, the end of the world killer, is more reliable than you, Lu Oyu said. No wonder you're such a high achiever, your education is impressive, Su Xiaolu said. My education is full of holes, lots of holes. Lu Oyu blurted out, flustered, blushing, glaring fiercely at Su Xiaolu. She cursed in her heart. Su Xiaolu, I'll blow the whistle on you tonight, don't even think about running. Xu Qingman didn't understand, looked at the two of them, and then reacted. Anyway, when you don't understand, just think of what Su Xiaolu said in a dirty direction. The four of them were chatting privately, and Su Xiaolu liked to talk about obscure topics, driving you crazy from time to time. Han Xiu was really confused, with a pure face and clear eyes. She looked at the three women blush, and she blushed too. Let's eat, Lin Changsu said at this time. Lin Changsu ordered a lunch from a restaurant in the mall in the system. As soon as Lin Changsu made a move, the dishes were brought out by the bionic robot. The dishes were 1,000-layer tofu and pork stir-fry, beef and cauliflower stir-fry, braised pork ribs, braised chicken wings with chestnuts, stir-fried vegetables and lotus pond sauce, stir-fried string beans with minced pork, mapo tofu, and tomato and egg soup. The food was still very hearty, and the main thing was that the food made in this restaurant tasted very good. Soon, the continuous black rain outside gradually became heavier and heavier, and it was about to become a storm. The crackling sound of rain came from outside the armored car of the end of the world. This ruined city became quiet. It's a rainy day, the weather for sleeping. That tall building in front of us is the high-altitude theme hotel, right? On a day like this, wouldn't it be great to sleep in the luxurious presidential suite up there? Su Xiaolu looked out the window and said, pointing diagonally in front of her at a tall building in the distance. That luxury hotel, I've heard of it before. It's only for rich people, and the regular rooms cost thousands of dollars a night, Lu Oyu said, looking at the tall building. Then Lu Oyu pointed at the tall building and asked Han Xiu if she had ever stayed there. In Lu Oyu's opinion, Han Xiu had the financial strength to do so. However, Han Xiu shook her head and said that she had never been there. Then let's go after we finish eating. We can take a look at the city from the tall building, Lin Changsu said. The four beautiful wives immediately beamed with joy. Really? Honey Su Xiaolu's delicate and pretty face revealed an expression of surprise, and she looked at Lin Changsu with expectant eyes and asked. Lin Changsu nodded, I've never been there either. While the building hasn't collapsed yet, it would be pretty cool to experience it. Besides, it would be pretty cool to take the four ultimate beautiful wives with him, stay in the luxurious presidential suite in the high-rise building, and rest with them on a rainy day. By the way, I will use my current perception ability to observe information from a high vantage point. Of course, the most important goal is that Lin Changsu really wants to go up there and enjoy himself. The five of them continued to eat and chat. The conversation was relaxed and pleasant, either talking about the food they had eaten that afternoon, how delicious it was, or about the food, or they would chat about what they would do when they went to the luxurious presidential suite in the tall building later. Red wine and delicious food, a comfortable bath. A window with a good view, where they can take some photos. Even in the end times, the ladies still like to take photos as a memento. They might even take these photos out one day in the future to reminisce. They will lie comfortably in bed together, chatting. They will play games and exercise together. Then they will sleep soundly. Wake up and look at the beautiful sunset again. The couple chat about the activities after going to the hotel's luxury suite in the afternoon. The more they chat, the happier they get, and the more they look forward to it. In the end, they feel an urgent desire to go there right now. Here, in the bulletproof car at the end of the world, the five people are eating delicious food, listening to the sound of rain outside the window, and happily chatting about the itinerary for the afternoon. On the other side, the stunning police officer, Yi Xini, is quickly running over here. She only had an umbrella, and her lower body and arms were already wet from the rain. Yi Xini felt cold and a little uncomfortable, as if she was about to catch a cold. Yi Xini had planned to take a break and have lunch, but she thought that if she lost sight of the armored car here, she would encounter an accident later and it would be troublesome if she couldn't find anyone. So Yi Xini hurried all the way over. Then, Yi Xini walked over to the window in the middle of the RV and looked curiously inside. The whole person suddenly stopped. Five people were eating a hearty lunch and happily chatting. She couldn't hear what the people inside were talking about, but from the faces of the four extremely beautiful women, who were just as beautiful as she was, she could tell that they were very happy and joyful. Yi Xini's eyes met Lin Changsu's. Cool and handsome, with charming eyes, what a charismatic and elegant man. Yi Xini, who has seen a lot of people and is used to judging a person's character from their appearance, could not see through Lin Changsu at all at this time. He gave the impression of being both good and evil, with a powerful aura and an unfathomable mind. Lin Changsu, on the other hand, had sensed someone approaching, but he had not paid it any mind. After all, no one posed a threat to him, and Lin Changsu did not sense any danger either. When Yi Xini walked in through the window and looked into the car, Lin Changsu's system immediately gave a score. Ding dong. Name, Yi Xini. Age, 26. Appearance, 9.6. Inner beauty, 9.5. Number of passengers, 0. Favorability, 0. Overall score, 9.6. Ding dong, meets system requirements. At this time, Su Xiaolu and the others also looked at Yi Xini outside the car window. What a beautiful woman, Su Xiaolu exclaimed. Xu Qingman, on the other hand, pressed the car window button and opened a small crack in the bulletproof car window, asking, "Did you hear the loudspeaker advertisement and come on board?" Yi Sini nodded instinctively, her thoughts still on the several people in front of her, especially these 4 stunning beauties. Face value, figure, no matter what, the 4 people in front of her absolutely do not lose to her. This makes Yi Sini feel that she has met a rival for the first time. Whether it is at school, at the police school behind, and then going to work, Yi Sini has always been the absolute #1 beauty. In normal life, there are rarely any other beauties like her. Of course, due to the nature of the work, there are relatively few beauties in themselves. First open the door and let her get in the car and talk about it. Lin Changsu, looking at Yi Sini's very light yellow mark, spoke up.
Okay, honey, Xu Qingman.
A certain house, in the bedroom. Put your hands behind your head and get down in the corner and reflect on what you've done, Xu Qingkai said angrily. Su Qin was dumbfounded, and it took her 3 or 4 seconds to do as Xu Qingkai said. She was speechless inside, though. He turns his back on me and doesn't admit his mistake as soon as he pulls up his pants.
Reflect? What should I reflect on? Why didn't he let me reflect in the first place? This guy. You cultists really have a way with people. I almost fell for it. But what can you do? The end is near, and it's really easy to be fooled. Well, you reflect on it, and in the future, you'll stay by my side. I'll take you in, Xu Qingkai continued, then looked out the window. He took out his lighter and cigarette. Pop. He lit a cigarette. Ha! He exhaled a cloud of smoke. Xu Qingkai noticed that his hands were shaking a little. At this moment, he was very confused and complex inside. He had already realized that he seemed to have been on the edge of an abyss and was slowly falling into it. The city was in ruins, the sky was gray, and it was raining. Xu Qingkai glanced at Su Qin, who was obediently listening, and exhaled another heavy puff of smoke. It's not bad, but it would be great if it were Yi Sini. Damn, it's the end of the world now, a chaotic world where the winners are the victors and the losers are the vanquished. One has to have one's own career. End of the world religion? No, change the name, Salvationism. Xu Qingkai thought about this, and pressed the cigarette but heavily onto the bedside table, his gaze looking out of the window becoming ever more fierce and determined. Chapter 38 Skydiving, the kind where you don't open the chute. Yi Sini watched as the door of the RV opened, and she lifted her foot, but hesitated. She had thought clearly about it before, and her heart was firm, but now she had a feeling. It seemed that if she took this step and got into the car, she would be on it forever. Hurry up, don't be slow, Lin Changsu waved at Yi Sini, urging her impatiently. Yi Sini took the step and got in the car. A slight sound of the door closing could be heard. Will you be my woman? Lin Changsu asked in accordance with tradition. Yi Sini surveyed the situation in the car and then looked at Lin Changsu and said, Can I think about it? Give me 3 days. I'll live with you for 3 days before formally replying to you. Lin Changsu's eyebrows furrowed, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes, before he pointed to the tall building of the high-altitude themed luxury hotel diagonally in front of him. We'll set off there now, and should be there in just over an hour. When we arrive at the hotel, you can give me your answer, Lin Changsu said. Yi Sini looked at the tall building in the distance in the heavy rain, her expression a little surprised. A hotel? That means in less than 2 hours, she'll lose her virginity? It's absurdly fast. Yi Sini wanted to refuse, but looking at Lin Changsu's resolute eyes that brooked no opposition, Yi Sini nodded and replied softly, Okay. Then take out all the weapons you have on you, and go take a shower and eat. There's still a lot of food left, enough for you, Lin Changsu continued. Yi Sini's face was slightly surprised, and then she took out the pistol she had hidden at the small of her back. Then she looked at the food on the table. What a sumptuous meal. Where did all this food come from? He knew the end was near, so he stocked up on food in advance? Yi Sini guessed in his heart, while unconsciously swallowing his saliva. Even if it was just leftovers, it was still sumptuous and delicious. In recent days, he hadn't eaten a single good meal, not to mention delicious. Even just getting full was a difficult task. I'll eat first, Yi Sini said. Okay, Lin Changsu nodded. Then, Lin Changsu took Yi Sini's sidearm and began to search her body. Every place where weapons could be hidden was searched, very carefully, without missing any details. After there were no problems, Lin Changsu let Yi Sini walk towards the table. Oh, did you hear the advertisement on the loudspeaker and come here? Lin Changsu asked. The loudspeaker ad, but I met a group of people on the way who were also discussing your RV, Yi Sini replied. Lin Changsu nodded and waved Yi Sini to go eat, while Lin Changsu walked over to the driver's seat and sat down, starting the car.
At this time, Han Xiu walked over to the front passenger seat and sat down. When Lin Changsu looked over curiously, Han Xiu blushed slightly and said in Chinese, "Honey, I'll keep you company." Lin Changchu smiled and nodded. He didn't need someone to keep him company in the front, and even if he did, he would need someone to talk to. Han Xiu couldn't chat, so how could she keep him company? If she had to, she would have to sit in Lin Changchu's arms, or squat in front of him, which was more or less the same thing.
In the back of the restaurant, Yi Sini was already tucking in.
"Delicious, wow, delicious, I haven't had hot food in a long time, and it's still such good food," Yi Sini exclaimed as she ate.
Yi Sini suddenly felt very happy. "It's fine, just follow us and listen to your husband, there's plenty of delicious food and fun. In the future, you can eat whatever you want," Su Xiaolu said. "What's your name? Why don't you introduce yourself so we can get to know each other?" Xu Qingman asked.
"Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yi Sini, a police officer who has just been working for a little over a year. It's not the end of the world yet, but I can't get in touch with any of the colleagues I know.
I guess they're all dead. Well, I heard that you provide room and board, so I came over to take a look.
I was thinking that maybe you were powerful supernatural beings, so that I could be safe too, ha.
Don't look at me as a cop, but I'm pretty useless and mainly do clerical work."
Yi Sini smiled, looking defenseless, but her eyes were secretly sizing up the others. In the end, whether to hide her identity and lie about her identity, or to directly reveal her true identity, Yi Sini had considered this in advance. It can only be said that there are pros and cons for each. In Yi Sini's opinion, a lie is often a statement in reality that is deceptive and misleading, and it is the easiest lie to deceive others. And revealing her identity as a police officer, in Yi Sini's opinion, if any of the three stunning beauties in front of her were forced, then the other party would definitely find an opportunity to secretly communicate and talk to her. In this way, she would have allies at the first opportunity and be able to learn more about the people in the RV.
Lin Changsu was driving in front and could hear Yi Sini's words.
He could guess some of the possible reasons for the other person getting in the car and was not worried. When they arrived at the hotel in the tall building later, they could just take it directly. If they listened, they would be fine, but if they didn't, they would be locked up and kept.
"You're not here to spy, are you?" Lu Oyi's sweet face was smiling very innocently and flawlessly at the moment.
If you want to pretend to be simple, innocent, and naive, then Lu Oyu has a natural advantage. No, it's all anarchy now, so I don't care about that, I just want to live well. If I didn't have something in my hands, I don't know how many times I would have been forced.
Yi Sini answered with a smile. "What are your names?"
"I don't even know your names yet," Yi Sini continued. She thought to herself, this sweet and pretty woman is a little too innocent to be trusted easily.
"I always feel that she is more capable."
Su Xiaolu looked at Yi Sini, and in the corner of her eye she glanced at Xu Qingman and Lu Oyu.
She thought to herself, what's there to worry about, a lurking search officer? Anyway, I'm not worried about this.
In the afternoon, I want to order a bottle of Lafite Rothschild to drink, lie on the comfortable bed, listen to music, watch a movie, and have a Western meal for dinner.
Wow, it's so beautiful.
At this time, the four of them were each thinking their own thoughts, but they also began to introduce themselves. Then Yi Sini ate while chatting. Han Xiu was sitting in the passenger seat, listening to the lively conversation in the back, but she couldn't understand it either, so she turned her head and looked at Lin Changsu next to her.
Unconsciously, she just stared.
As a Korean female celebrity, she has met many male celebrities, and most of them in this circle are handsome. But in Han Xiu's opinion, none of the male celebrities she has met before have the kind of charisma that her husband has, a cold and handsome man with a touch of domineeringness.
A masculine and cold killer. Han Xiu felt that this image was somewhat appropriate. Lao Gong.
Lin Changsu turned his head and looked at Han Xiu. Han Xiu came back to her senses, her face instantly turning red, and she quickly said, "I'm practicing my Chinese."
This sentence came out very smoothly and fluently. Lin Changsu nodded and praised, "Not bad."
Then, Lin Changsu looked at the tall building in the distance, and muttered to himself, "It's so high, with my current body, if I jumped, would I be okay?
I should be fine.
I'll find some time to go skydiving."
Without an umbrella. Chapter 39, Luxury Hotel in a High-Rise Building.
Lin Changsu was driving when Xu Qingman walked up to the front of the car, sat on the small platform behind Lin Changsu, and shouted, "Honey, I was listening to the radio and it seems that there is an official organization on the north side of the city that is broadcasting and organizing people to go there."
"It's fine, don't worry about it, just keep listening to the radio." "Oh, how's the rabbit meat coming along?"
I hope we can have braised rabbit for dinner tonight.
Just make enough for one person. Lin Changsu asked. I'll be able to clean the rabbit meat this afternoon. I'll ask Xiaolu to help, she's so strong.
Some of the rabbit meat had really tough bones. At first my hands went numb and I couldn't cut it.
Xu Qingman chatted away.
She muttered to herself, that slut, Su Xiaolu.
Finally, she's been of some use. Achoo. Who's cursing me?
Su Xiaolu sneezed from the back of the car and casually said.
Xu Qingman's hands went numb, her face turned red, and she became a little nervous. She muttered to herself, this Su Xiaolu has evolved, she's so amazing, can she also read minds? When will I be able to be like Xiaolu? Otherwise, I'll just be bullied by her in the future. I can only let my husband bully me at will. Even if she is a flirt, it's not okay.
Okay, you can rest after you're done, Lin Changsu continued.
Okay, honey, I'll go to the back and get busy, Xu Qingman replied, then looked at Lin Changsu and nodded before turning around and returning to the back of the Armageddon bulletproof car. After a while, Lin Changsu drove to the small square in front of the main entrance of this high-rise building, one of the landmarks. It was the end of the world, so it was convenient that the car could be directly parked at the door. Lin Changsu was about to get out of the car when a mother and daughter walked out of the building. The mother was in her 30s and still had her charm, while the daughter looked pure and innocent with simple makeup. However, it seemed that she was having a hard time surviving. The system did not pop up a score, so Lin Changsu knew that these two people must have failed, otherwise the score would have automatically popped up the first time. Lin Changsu manually looked it up and saw that the daughter had an overall score of 8.8, and the young woman with the remaining charm had a score of 8.1.
We are mother and daughter, can you take us in?
We can do anything, the young woman said with a flushed face, emphasizing the words mother and daughter. At the end of her sentence, her face turned even more red with shame. Is there anyone else in the building? Lin Changsu got out of the car and asked. The young woman was slightly surprised. Looking at Lin Changsu's expression, it seemed that he was not interested in their beautiful mother and daughter. Didn't he say that the buff bonus for mother and daughter was doubled? I don't know. We heard the advertisement and came right away. Maybe there are, but definitely not many. There's a power and water outage. This is a commercial building, so there shouldn't be many people, the young woman replied seriously. Lin Changsu nodded, looked at the young woman's yellow mark, smiled, looked into the commercial building, and focused his entire body. He was aware of any slight sound, an inexplicable smell, and an intangible sense of atmosphere. Lin Changsu knew exactly what was going on in the lobby of the building. Xiaolu, get your battle uniform on and come out, Lin Changsu shouted. The young woman was shocked when she heard Lin Changsu's words, and then tightly grabbed her daughter's hand, looking at Lin Changsu and continuing, handsome guy, big hero, take us in. We mother and daughter are very good at it. Regardless of the fact that these two people are unqualified, it is this mother and daughter who want to harm Lin Changsu, and Lin Changsu has no interest in playing. Otherwise, it's not impossible to have some fun and give it a try. Just give them some supplies and let them leave. However, that was now impossible. After a while, Su Xiaolu got out of the car wearing a combat uniform and holding a helmet in her hands. She looked heroic and beautiful, inspiring people to be full of energy. Can I not wear a helmet, honey? I don't even like wearing them, Su Xiaolu asked with a smile. Lin Changsu nodded and took the lead, walking inside. Su Xiaolu followed suit. The mother and daughter looked at each other with blank expressions. 2 seconds later, realizing that something was wrong, the young woman, who still had a lot of charm, began to shiver. At that moment, Lin Changsu had already arrived inside. Bang bang bang. A burst of gunfire. Wow, after strengthening my power, I become much more accurate when shooting, Su Xiaolu exclaimed. The 5 or 6 men inside with weapons were all easily dealt with by Lin Changsu and Su Xiaolu. Lin Changsu walked out. I'm sorry, I was forced by those people. The young woman instantly fell to her knees and kept apologizing. Lin Changsu walked over, raised his gun and aimed it, at close range at the young woman's head. It was just one shot. Bang. Blood splattered, staining the 16 or 17-year-old daughter's body and face. Ah! The high school girl screamed in fear, her body shaking uncontrollably and her eyes vacant. How can you kill innocent people? Yi Xini rushed out angrily and ran over after getting out of the car. Lin Changsu put away his pistol. At this time, Yi Xini, who had just run over, took the high school girl under her protection. Lin Changsu looked at Yi Xini with cold eyes,
then looked in the direction of the Armageddon bulletproof car and shouted, "Go, get off the car, go upstairs."
Xu Qingman, Lu Oyu, and Han Xiu got off the car. Lin Changsu pressed the car key and locked his Armageddon bulletproof car.
"Go, if you don't go, I'll kill this person too," Lin Changsu said, looking at Yi Sini. Then Lin Changsu turned around and walked towards the front, looking at Su Xiaolu.
"Xiaolu, you go last.
If anyone dares to get close, just kill them." "Okay, honey," Su Xiaolu decisively replied. "Ah, Xiaolu has become handsome, I have to become stronger," Lu Oyu said dejectedly. Then the several of them walked up the stairs and headed upstairs. Yi Sini looked at the young girl and said, "Hurry, get away, don't stay here." After saying that, Yi Sini hurriedly chased after her. She was a little angry, but she thought back carefully to the movements Lin Changsu made just now.
The movements were clean and simple, quick and decisive.
He shot the young woman in the head directly and killed her, but did not kill the high school girl. He was decisive in killing, but it seemed that he had his own standards. Yi Sini glanced at the several bodies in the hall. All of them were holding weapons, and one of them seemed to be holding something similar to a stun gun. Yi Sini looked at the back of Lin Changsu, who was walking in front of her. She felt very complex, and she couldn't guess the person's behavior for the time being.
Isn't it good to be a great hero in the end times? Humans are facing an existential crisis. If you have the ability, why can't you stand up and be that great hero? If humanity survives because of you, won't you be the supreme person who will go down in history, unprecedented and without a successor? Yi Sini thought to herself, and her heart was even more determined to find out Lin Changsu's abilities. At the same time, she hoped that she could influence him and become an able leader. Instead, she simply wanted to survive in this apocalyptic world carefree. Collecting her thoughts, Yi Sini quickened her pace and walked to the middle of the group. This building is over 300 meters high and has a total of more than 70 floors. The highest floor of the hotel is on the 69th floor. After climbing nearly 10 floors, Xu Qingman, Lu Oyu, and Han Xiu, the three beautiful wives, were a little tired. Yi Sini was still in good shape, and among the women, Su Xiaolu was still acting as if nothing had happened. "Qingman, Xiru, whoever of you wants to, I'll carry you on my back," Su Xiaolu said with a bit of a mean tone of voice. She couldn't have been more pleased. Xu Qingman rolled her eyes and rejected her offer directly. "No need. I know what you're up to. Honey, Xiru wants a hug from you," Lu Oyu simply cooed at Lin Changsu at this time. "It's better to let her husband carry her than to let Su Xiaolu carry her. It's quite comfortable with your body warm." Han Xiu only heard the words husband in the tone of voice that was even more coquettish than her own, and knew what Lu Oyu was probably talking about. Her Chinese proficiency was constantly improving. "Then come on, I don't want to suffer from climbing the stairs now, I'll suffer from something else later." Lin Changsu stopped and turned to Lu Oyu and said. "Then I'm willing," Lu Oyu replied immediately, then quickly shut up. She almost let the next sentence slip out. "Then the suffering can be enjoyed much more." "This can't be said, otherwise if you force yourself to suffer, what's the point?" Lu Oyu muttered to herself, fortunately not saying it quickly. Then, Lin Changsu put Lu Oyu on his back, took Han Xiu in his arms, and went up with two beautiful wives, one in front of the other. "Xiaolu, you wait here, I'll come down after I take them up," Lin Changsu said, and accelerated. Soon, he took Lu Oyu and Han Xiu to the 69th floor of the hotel. Chapter 40, Resting at the Hotel. Because it was dark, the only light in the hallway was the emergency light. Lin took out his pistol and shot it at the ceiling. Then he focused his attention on sensing any movement or breath on this floor. A few seconds later, Lin was sure that there were no living creatures on this floor. Then he led Lu Oyu and Han Xiu forward. "It's just that there's no electricity or water, otherwise staying in this kind of top luxury hotel is quite enjoyable." "I haven't stayed in one yet," said Lu Oyu with an envious tone. Lin Changsu has never stayed in one either. The most expensive hotel he has stayed in before was the kind that costs 500 to 600 yuan a night. As for presidential suites, he has never even thought about them. This time, of course, he just wanted to come and enjoy himself. At this time, Lin Changsu stopped and thought about his own system. Many of them can be bought. If he buys the presidential suite of this hotel for one night, will it be the same as before? Without hesitation, Lin Changsu immediately opened the system mall when he thought of this, and he really found this hotel and glanced at the price. 68,888 points for one night. If this were RMB, it would be a bit expensive. However, considering the end of the world, this price is considered affordable. Lin Changsu directly placed an order for one night.
At the moment, he had 80,000 points a day, which was quite wealthy. After taking Yisini, he would have 160,000 points a day. He would never have to worry about points in the future.
After Lin Changsu successfully placed the order, a bionic robot appeared and handed Lin Changsu a room card. Carrying a toolbox, it went to the floor's power distribution box.
Lin Changsu also ignored the robot and, with Luo Ziru and Han Xiu, went to the selected room.
In less than 3 minutes, the sound of the generator started.
Lin Changsu took out the room card. The room card was swiped.
Ding!
The door opened. The lighting was soft, the room was luxuriously furnished, and the room was spacious. Lin Changsu simply took a quick look at the facilities of the presidential suite, then looked at Luo Ziru and Han Xiu and said, "You go in first, I'll go pick them up." Luo Ziru's sweet face was full of surprise, and her gaze at Lin Changsu was full of admiration.
"Honey, you're so handsome."
Moa Luo Ziru excitedly gave Lin Changsu a kiss directly on the face. Han Xiu was also very shocked, but she was obviously a little shy, her face flushed, and she also praised, "Husband, you're awesome, so strong." Lin Changsu nodded in response to the two beautiful wives and turned to rush downstairs. "Come on, Qingman, it's not good enough for me to carry you on my back, there are so many places where you can put your hands." Su Xiaolu was still deliberately teasing Xu Qingman.
"No, I want my husband to carry me."
"Someone is awesome, but I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy my husband's services in the future, like cuddling and carrying,"
Xu Qingman retorted.
Su Xiaolu's expression froze for a moment, and then she thought, "Oh, I'm losing out." Just then, Lin Changsu met them downstairs, and slowly climbed up the stairs, chatting with Xu Qingman and the other two.
"Honey, carry me." Xu Qingman's eyes lit up, and she even looked at Su Xiaolu with a defiant and pleased expression. Su Xiaolu was so angry that she suddenly wanted to be spoiled. Who can't be spoiled?
Besides, with my figure, I'll still be comfortable if my husband carries me.
Then she saw Yisini and gave up.
If she were carried or hugged by Lin Changsu as well, there would be no place for Yisini.
"Sini, you go, I'm in great shape," said Su Xiaolu.
Yisini looked at Lin Changsu, a little shy. She had never been carried or hugged by anyone other than her father since she was a little girl. Her first kiss, first night, and first boyfriend were all still there. It could be said that although she was 26, she was brand new, very new. "I'm in great shape, I don't need help," Yisini said.
"Okay, you can come up slowly."
"I hope you still have the energy later," Lin Changsu said, carrying his wife Xu Qingman, the ultimate school beauty queen, on his back, before walking up the stairs. "Su Xiaolu, stay with her and come up slowly," Lin Changsu said, looking back at Su Xiaolu and giving her an order. "Okay, honey," Su Xiaolu replied with a nod, feeling a little sour in her heart. She muttered to herself, "It seems that becoming stronger isn't all good."
Then, with a look of "you're screwed,"
Su Xiaolu looked at Yisini. Yisini was inexplicably flustered by the look and blurted out, "What's wrong?" "I'm in great shape, don't bother climbing the 69 floors, I can climb back and forth again without a problem."
"Well, it's fine, you'll know before evening. If you really can't do it, just admit defeat and use other people's strength, got it?"
Su Xiaolu scanned Yisini's body with her eyes, focusing on a few parts. Yisini didn't quite understand, and was about to speak up.
"Well, what do you like to eat at night, red wine?"
Su Xiaolu immediately changed the subject, feeling that Yisini seemed to lack knowledge in this area. Then the two of them continued chatting as they walked up the stairs. Not long after, Lin Changsu arrived at the 69th floor of the hotel with Xu Qingman on his shoulders, in front of the door to the presidential suite.
What a luxurious suite!
The decoration is so beautiful, and there are mood lights. I've never stayed in such a luxurious hotel room.
Xu Qingman immediately exclaimed after entering.
When Xu Qingman saw the separate kitchen and dining room, she immediately exclaimed, "Oh no, honey, I forgot to bring the rabbit meat up."
"We'll spend the night here, right?" "It's okay, I'll go get it." "Is it in the kitchen of the caravan?" Lin Changsu confirmed again. "Yes, honey," Xu Qingman nodded. Lin Changsu then started the tour.
The luxurious bedroom is dominated by a warm and comfortable overall style, and the bedding is made of top-quality materials such as Egyptian cotton, silk, and velvet, which are delicate to the touch and offer the ultimate in comfort.
The bedroom also has a separate dressing room and wardrobe.
The entire suite uses the most advanced smart home system available, and everything from the lights and curtains to the air conditioning and stereo can be controlled via a smartphone or tablet.
There is an oversized enclosed balcony with floor-to-ceiling windows.
On the balcony is a parasol that looks just like the ones on the beach, and an exquisite glass round table with 2 adjustable deck chairs next to it.
Hubby, come quickly, it's so beautiful, the view.
Lu Oyu stood on the balcony, excitedly waving her hand towards Lin Changsu.
Lin Changsu walked onto the balcony and looked out the window.
The gray sky, the ruined city, the distant countryside, where one could see a purple patch of vegetation, and beyond that, a white fog. The fog outside the city was gradually dissipating, but some evolved plants in the wild had already begun to spread into the city. Unfortunately, it was raining. Otherwise, at this height, the desolate beauty of this decaying civilized city, coupled with the setting sun and sunset, would have made for a more beautiful view.
What a quiet city, Xu Qingman exclaimed as she walked over.
Then Lin Changsu brought several beautiful wives to buy a bunch of snacks, red wine, drinks, and beer, and placed them in the living room.
And then walked out. You guys stay in the room and don't go anywhere.
I'll go downstairs and bring up the rabbit meat. After saying that, Lin Changsu walked out of the room, and at that time, Su Xiaolu and the panting Yisini happened to walk over.
Lin Changsu heard the movement of Su Xiaolu coming up, and that's why he went out.
After all, with Su Xiaolu here, there is an extra layer of security. There's food and drinks inside, help yourself, and then go take a quick shower, Lin Changsu said to Yisini.
Yisini nodded.
Yisini suddenly reacted when Lin Changsu had already taken a few steps away.
Take a shower? What did he mean? He wants to eat me? That must be what he meant.
Yisini's face turned red. Her heart started to feel chaotic. When she had come here before, she had already thought about this kind of scene and outcome. But it had happened so quickly that Yisini still felt nervous, and even hesitated.
Over here, Lin Changsu arrived on the 10th floor, about 50 meters above the ground, and walked to the window. Without any hesitation, he gave it a quick push. Bang!
His body smashed through the glass, and he leapt out of the building, falling towards the ground. The strong wind blew his face, and he could feel the cold rain hitting his face. He felt the sense of weightlessness as he continued to accelerate, and his speed increased, getting closer and closer to the ground.
Boom!
Lin Changsu fell heavily to the ground, making a dull sound and leaving 2 small holes in the ground. His body felt fine, so Lin Changsu deliberately looked at his feet. He felt that his whole body, probably because it was the first time he had jumped from a building, was a little excited, but there was no discomfort.
It seems that falling from a height of 100 meters is fine.
Lin Changsu muttered to himself.
Get some equipment to test your physical abilities.
This simple test will let you know the power of your punch and how strong your body's ability to withstand blows is. Lin Changsu continued to think about these things, and walked from the back of the building to the front of his post-apocalyptic bulletproof car. The position where Lin Changsu just jumped was chosen to be the back, blocked by the angle of the building.
In this way, not many people can see it.
Although he is not afraid of being seen, in the future, after his martial arts have evolved, this kind of thing will not be uncommon. However, in the early stages, Lin Changsu also did not want to expose his abilities too much.
It is better to avoid trouble than to have it.
Lin Changsu returned to the post-apocalyptic bulletproof car, took the flesh of the light blue jumping rabbit, and the radio, and soon returned to the 69th floor of the hotel.
Chapter 41, The Ruled Sky. Xu Qingman took the rabbit meat and continued to clean it, preparing to use some of it for soup and some for braising.
Lin Changsu went to the balcony, lay down comfortably on the deck chair, and looked out at the beautiful cityscape.
At that moment, Su Xiaolu walked over with a glass of red wine and handed it to Lin Changsu. Honey, red wine, Su Xiaolu called out.
Lin Changsu took the glass and took a sip. This was the first time he had drunk this high-end red wine, and he savored it slowly. It felt comfortable and smooth in the mouth, with a faint, rich, and complex fruity fragrance. This kind of expensive, high-end red wine is quite refreshing in terms of quality and taste. It is not a wine in name only. Lin Changsu felt that this kind of life was quite good, and that life was quite comfortable. After a while, Yisini finally took a shower and came out. Just as Lin Changsu was about to get up and go back to his room to get down to business, he noticed a flock of birds in the distance, emerging from the fog and flying towards the city. Lin Changsu looked in the direction the birds were flying, and noticed a helicopter in the distance, flying low over the city. It seems they haven't learned their lesson yet and think they can fly now that the fog has cleared. Lin Changsu thought to himself, keeping a close eye on the helicopter. Less than a minute later, a huge, fast white bird suddenly broke from the flock like a missile and crashed head-on into the helicopter, blowing it up. Hiss! From the distance came the sound of birds chirping. It sounded like the sound of celebration for a victory. The white bird reflected a strange black light, celebrating as it circled above the helicopter that had exploded and crashed. At this moment, the illustrated book of beings within the forest's soul responded, and an introduction appeared.
Name of organism, spiked beak hawk. Belonging race, raptor race.
Basic characteristics: the raptor clan is one of the common clans, and it is hostile to all airborne birds within its own clan territory.
Edibility, edible, good for increasing agility.
Means of attack: flying and crashing, grappling with sharp claws, flying in groups.
Biological rating, medium, E class. Possesses the potential to grow, up to advanced, high-level C class.
Note: any edible evolved creature can steadily and slowly improve the physique of the human body, but it must be compatible. For example, if the food is too high in blood energy, it will have the opposite effect of strengthening the body. If the food is too low in blood energy, the cumulative effect will be minimal. For example, a level C martial artist who preys on level F food will have very little effect. Note 2: the evolution of martial artists, food supplements, and cultivation complement each other. It had been less than 3 minutes since the helicopter had crashed when someone immediately started a heated discussion on a public radio channel in the living room.
It's over, the city is over.
Our country is over, and mankind is going to be extinct this time.
Didn't you say there were supernormal individuals? Have they appeared? Isn't there an official organization in the north of the city? Did everyone go there? Is the official broadcast true? We're not really going to be extinct this time, are we?
It's all fake, don't believe it, don't go to the so-called official organization in the north of the city.
Just enjoy your life as much as you can, we've been abandoned by God, there's no hope.
On the public channel, there are at least 7 or 8 radio stations talking and discussing. It's always been the radio station in our city. So far, no one from other places has appeared. It seems that the fog has even blocked the radio signal. Yisini, wearing a bathrobe, sat on the sofa in the living room, analyzing as she dried her wet hair with a towel. At that moment, Xu Qingman walked over with a hairdryer, sat behind Yisini, and started drying her hair. Even if we can contact people in other big cities, I guess the situation there is probably similar to ours. Xu Qingman continued the conversation.
Who cares?
Our lives are not that uncomfortable.
We don't have to go to work, we eat well, drink well, sleep well, and don't worry about anything. And it seems like we can experience everything with our husbands. Maybe we can travel the world together in the future. It's pretty cool not to have to go to work. Lu Oyu lay on the sofa, eating snacks and fruit while chatting with Han Xiu and teaching Chinese.
She occasionally interjected a few words to chat with Xu Qingman. After 3 minutes, Lin Changsu walked from the large balcony to the living room and looked at Yisini, who had just dried her hair.
Have you thought it over? Are you willing to be my woman?
Lin Changsu asked seriously, as per usual. The beautiful wives, coincidentally, recalled the images of their respective first times. It felt like déjà vu. Different scenes, similar words, and the same actions that would happen next. Yisini opened her small, rosy, and seductive mouth. At this moment, her red lips glistened faintly, and her beautiful and delicate melon-shaped face, with an air of royalty, blushed shyly, and her delicate white skin looked even more beautiful.
Her lively eyes stared nervously at Lin Changsu.
Yisini hesitated for about 3 seconds, nodded, opened her red lips slightly, and whispered the 2 words "I do." When Yisini opened her mouth for the first time, she wanted to negotiate a small condition, which was for Lin Changsu to tell her what superpower Lin Changsu had. Otherwise, with such good physical strength, and also being able to come up and use the generator to power up this floor, it was clear that when she came up here, there was no generator.
But after thinking about it, Yisini didn't ask, she knew it was taboo.
Now she just needed to know that Lin Changsu was definitely an extraordinary person, and she could stay by his side and observe him slowly, and then try to persuade and influence him.
If he had the ability, then how could he not lead people out of their predicament?
Yisini agreed with a nod, holding such thoughts.
Lin Changsu didn't know what Yisini was thinking at the moment, and he didn't care.
At this moment, Lin Changsu just wanted to take Yisini in, get the reward from the system, and have a good time at the same time. Yisini is a beautiful woman, a rare and exquisite beauty, and her style of beauty is different from that of Lin Changsu's other wives. She has the melon-shaped face of a young lady. Unfortunately, she doesn't like to wear jewelry. Otherwise, with earrings and a necklace, she would be even more charmingly beautiful. After seeing that Yisini had agreed, Lin Changsu walked up to her and picked her up, walking towards the bedroom and the back room.
I remember you saying that you have good stamina, right?
Then let me see just how good your stamina really is, Lin Changsu said, looking at Yisini, who was now shyly looking down and afraid to look at him. Yisini was already nervous, really nervous about what was about to happen, and she didn't really understand it. She had even had her first kiss. After hearing Lin Changsu's words, she thought back to the scene on the stairs and muttered to herself, does he seem a little vindictive? Is he serious? The four stunning beauties in the living room smiled at each other, took some snacks and fruit, and walked out onto the large balcony outside the living room. Drinking red wine, enjoying the food, and overlooking the city from a high building, this beautiful view at the end of the world. It's pretty good, Su Xiaolu said. The four sat in a row, looking out the window, chatting while eating, and laughing happily from time to time. The topics of conversation were also varied, and they talked about everything. The conversation got more and more open, especially with Su Xiaolu there, who would occasionally give you a hard time. In the end, the topic was brought back to the room. Xu Qingman's face flushed, and she opened her mouth to retort, but after thinking about it, she changed the subject. Su Xiaolu, go quickly and cut out the remaining pieces of rabbit meat and ribs for me. I want to cook for my husband tonight. Qingman. Well, wait a bit, Qingman good sister, take a break for a while, it's still early in there anyway. Qingman good sister Su Xiaolu immediately embraced Xu Qingman's arm next to her and said coquettishly. Xu Qingman nodded in satisfaction. Lu Oyi's sweet face smiled even happier. She muttered to herself. Qingman sister, a little bit of belly black. Chapter 42 First time consuming. Lin Changsu dragged the pillow away from where his butt was pressing, changed the other side, placed it on the bedside, then half laying in bed, began to check and receive his system rewards. Reward 1, 2 million mole points. Reward 2, 100 attribute points, freely disposable. Reward 3, a set of dagger assassin techniques, hidden stabs 36 styles epiphany. Reward 1 is now useless to Lin Changsu, but the latter two rewards are quite good. After receiving reward 3, Lin Changsu felt that he had become smarter. Many images of actual combat flooded into Lin Changsu's mind. A minute later, Lin Changsu got off the bed, stepping on the soft and comfortable carpet, and went to the end of the bed, to the large area of free space. Then Lin Changsu began to perform the Hidden Thorn 36 styles, a set of exercises that specifically used daggers. Each move was a deadly strike, simple and unadorned, all attacking the enemy's weakest vital points with speed and accuracy. After performing it for almost half an hour, Lin Changsu felt a little warm. Looking at the bed again, Yisini was still sound asleep, mumbling something in her mouth, and occasionally shaking her head slightly. Lin Changsu looked at the time, it was past 5 o'clock. His stamina was indeed very good, but the hard-headed person's fate was that no matter what method you use, you will have to make you tired. Lin Changsu wore big underpants and simply wrapped a bathrobe around him, opened the door and walked to the living room. At this time, Su Xiaolu, Lu Oyu and Han Xiu were still on the large balcony, lying on deck chairs, drinking red wine and happily chatting. From time to time, the hearty laughter of the two beauties, Lu Oyu and Su Xiaolu, could be heard. Lin Changsu looked towards the kitchen, where Xu Qingman was tying an apron and working in the kitchen. The black short skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and slender long legs wanted to be caressed. The supple black long hair was draped over her shoulders. Xu Qingman seemed to sense something, and looked back, while with the right hand holding the kitchen knife, she used the back of her hand to arrange her hair by the forehead. Honey, Xu Qingman called out happily. Lin Changsu nodded and walked over, concerned, and asked, why are you busy alone? Didn't you ask them for help? Xiaolu just finished preparing the ribs of the rabbit meat, and Xiru and Xiuan I asked them to come over and help later, Xu Qingman explained, with a happy smile on her face. For Xu Qingman, cooking is her forte. If she ordered takeout every day, Xu Qingman would feel that she had all the skills to cook but no place to use them. Xu Qingman feels very happy to be able to cook for her husband. Oh, don't eat the rabbit meat, Lin Changsu said softly as he walked up behind Xu Qingman and put his arms around her waist. He knew that Xu Qingman had a habit of tasting food, and although it shouldn't be a problem to take a small bite, it was better to be careful after all. This food is only for Lin Changsu to eat, and Su Xiaolu can barely eat some. Xu Qingman tensed up for a moment, nodded, and reminded herself in her heart. Xu Qingman has always listened to Lin Changsu very much. As long as Lin Changsu emphasizes something, Xu Qingman will take it very seriously. This wife is very obedient, the gentle and virtuous kind. Hungry? Honey. It'll probably take another hour to get ready, so I'll start preparing now, Xu Qingman asked. I'm hungry again, Lin Changsu said, suddenly picking Xu Qingman up and sitting her on the kitchen counter. After a while, Lin Changsu returned to the living room sofa, turned on the TV and watched a movie. After 2 minutes, he got bored and went out onto the large balcony. At this time, the three beautiful wives, Su Xiaolu, Han Xiu, and Lu Oyu, had already gone to the kitchen to help Xu Qingman make dinner. Lin Changsu stood in front of the large glass window, his eyes deeply gazing at the night scene outside. After dark, all that could be seen were the silhouettes of the city's buildings and the starry night sky. The bright moon in the distance looked like a silver disk. What a quiet city. After the first day of the beast tide, people have learned their lesson and it has become much quieter at night, but some people still take advantage of the darkness to quietly come out and collect food and water, especially since some people have discovered that some plants are rich in water. Lin Changsu looked ahead in the direction of the university town and revealed a wry smile. He had originally thought that he would arrive before this afternoon, but then Yixini joined in, and then there was this high-rise hotel on a whim. They spent the afternoon playing, and they didn't want to go out. It can be said that the lower house controls the upper house. I'll go there tomorrow morning. There should be a lot of beautiful women there. Then I'll settle down, go it alone, explore the various powers, collect as many beautiful women as I can, and then head north. Hey, can't I just go to the Yangtze River, sail downstream, enter the sea, and then go to South Korea and Japan directly from the sea, and then go to the United States? Not bad, that's a good plan. Lin Changsu thought about this, and immediately looked inside his own system mall to check out luxury cruise ships. There really is a LV1 level luxury cruise ship, the Sea Fortress. The price is much higher than that of an underground safe fortress house of the same level, starting at 5 million points. However, the security is higher, and it can defend against 3-star biological disasters. Lin Changsu then walked back into the living room, took out a map, and began planning his itinerary. Going by sea, he could also pass through many cities. He would visit all of them when the time came. Soon, Lin Changsu had planned the itinerary behind him. He felt great and went back out onto the large balcony, where he lay down comfortably on a deck chair, sipping red wine and eating fruit while enjoying the night view of the city beneath the high rises. It was almost 7 o'clock when dinner was ready, prepared by Xu Qingman with the help of Su Xiaolu, Lu Oyu, Han Xiu, and others. The sumptuous dishes were served on the table. Lu Oyu ran into the bedroom to wake Yixini up. Then Lu Oyu pre-selected the next song list and played soothing, gentle and beautiful music. Lin Changsu sat down at the head of the table. At this time, Yixini, wearing conservative pajamas, walked out. There were still traces of tears on her beautiful and delicate face. Although she had woken up, she was still a little tired and sleepy. At this moment, she saw everyone looking at her, and Yixini blushed shyly, looking a little cute with her rosy cheeks. Sit down, it's time to eat. Xu Qingman waved her hand, took the initiative to pull out a seat for Yixini, and called enthusiastically. Have you recovered your strength? If you can continue tonight, Lin Changsu said with a wicked smile and a bit of dark intent. Yixini's rosy face was shocked. After staring at Lin Changsu blankly, she immediately buried her head and shook her head again. She answered in a very small voice, No, I don't. The other beautiful wives rolled their eyes at Lin Changsu, as if to say, Hubby, you're so bad, you didn't see that Cindy's sisters are all dressed so conservatively. This was practically their first day together, and they were almost identical. They felt the same happy and miserable times and emotions. Yixini lowered her head, sat down in her seat, and said softly to Xu Qingman, Thank you. Then, smelling the delicious aroma of the food, she suddenly felt very hungry. When she looked at the table full of delicious food, her mouth watered. How happy! Yixini suddenly had this thought in her heart. These 2 dishes, Cindy's sister can't eat, we can't eat, it's for your husband, Xu Qingman reminded her at this time. Yixini nodded without thinking too much, her gaze scanning the other dishes. She really wanted to start eating right away, but she noticed that everyone was sitting politely without moving their chopsticks, so she also resisted the urge to start eating right away. Lin Changsu picked up his chopsticks and said, Let's eat. After saying this, Lin Changsu took the lead and picked up a piece of rabbit meat to eat. This was the first time Lin Changsu had eaten the meat of an evolutionary creature, so Lin Changsu deliberately chewed slowly to savor the aftertaste. It was delicious, especially delicious. Xu Qingman, the virtuous and virtuous wife, is good at cooking, and the dishes she makes are delicious. Lin Changsu nodded in satisfaction. Xu Qingman, who had been watching her husband, let out a sigh of relief. After all, she had never tasted the braised rabbit meat, and she didn't know if she had gotten the seasoning and heat just right. Seeing Lin Changsu nod, Xu Qingman was satisfied. As Lin Changsu started to eat with his chopsticks, the wives of the several top beauties also started to eat with their chopsticks, relaxing and chatting casually.
The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant, warm. It felt like one big family. Chapter 43, Playing League of Legends.
It was clear that Yisini, the stunning police officer who claimed to have great stamina, was really exhausted, so exhausted that her stomach was empty. At this time, the other women were eating and chatting at a leisurely pace, while Yisini, the stunning police officer, nodded in agreement while gobbling up the meat and showing off her rice. After eating for a while, Lin Changsu discovered that the more he ate of the rabbit meat, the more he could gradually perceive subtle differences.
The meat was indeed tastier, tender, and had a different texture.
After almost half an hour, Lin Changsu looked at his own panel attribute values and saw that there had been no change.
Su Xiaolu, you should eat some too.
Finish this portion, Lin Changsu said, looking at Su Xiaolu and pointing at the rabbit meat.
Su Xiaolu nodded curiously and excitedly, and started eating.
Lin Changsu deliberately looked at Su Xiaolu's panel attribute values and memorized them. Eating this kind of food that nourishes the body can definitely help people who have evolved as martial artists to improve their physical fitness, but how significant the effect is, Lin Changsu has no idea, and can only find out by testing. The remaining beautiful wives, especially the three other than Yisini, were all looking at Su Xiaolu with envy at this time.
If you want to eat, just drink more millet porridge, I think, said Su Xiaolu, suddenly looking at Xu Qingman and Lu Oyu with a smile.
The two women blushed instantly.
Han Xiu didn't understand, but looking at the two sisters' performance, she understood. It seemed that they had learned this word in the afternoon when they were chatting. Only Yisini was showing off her rice and enjoying the food.
Your millet porridge is nowhere near as delicious as this.
This Kung Pao chicken is so good.
Qingman yo, you're amazing, your cooking is so good, Yisini praised Xu Qingman at this time.
Xu Qingman shyly nodded in response to Yisini's praise. Have you all had enough to eat?
Yisini looked up and noticed that everyone was looking at her, and asked in surprise.
Do you eat this much every day and still have such a good figure? Lu Oyu asked with a little envy.
Not as much as today, but I do like to taste good food. My biggest dream is to never gain weight no matter what I eat, Yisini replied quite seriously. You're not gaining weight, I think you're just growing in all the right places, Su Xiaolu said, while looking at Yisini's impressive parts and raising an eyebrow. Yisini's face flushed slightly, and she didn't say anything, muttering to herself, yours isn't small either, so what's there to be envious of? At this moment, Lin Changsu suddenly remembered something. He hadn't checked Yisini's favorability yet.
He immediately clicked on the panel information and took a look. Favorability, 92 points. Not bad. Although it's not as high as Xu Qingman's or Su Xiaolu's, 92 points is pretty good. As long as it's not like Chen Meishu's 70-80 points, it'll be fine. What are you doing tonight? Watching a movie?
Xu Qingman asked Lin Changsu as she looked at him.
Lin Changsu stood up and walked towards the balcony.
You guys choose, I'm fine with whatever. Lin Changsu came to the large balcony and looked down, and on the streets of the city, there were waves of beasts crossing over one after the other. Lin Changsu noticed that these days, the direction of the beast tide was generally the same, from the southeast of the city, crossing northward. As long as the city did not become too chaotic, Lin Changsu was still relieved to spend the night in this high-rise building during these quieter beast tides. Otherwise, he would have to go back to the ground and live in a level 2 underground safe house. After observing the beast tide for a while, Lin Changsu returned to the living room and looked at the several beautiful wives on the sofa who were bored in choosing movies. He suddenly wanted to play a game.
League of Legends.
He hadn't played in a long time, and he was with 4 sisters, 5 rows of cars, and they were all top-notch sisters, something he never dared to think about before.
Does anyone know how to play League of Legends?
Let's play for a while, Lin Changsu said, then deliberately looked at Yisini's body for signs of hostility.
Green.
Before, it was a very light yellow, but after the transformation, her favorability rating had increased, and the very small hostility in her guard had disappeared. So, there was no problem revealing a little of his abilities. After all, he could keep an eye on Yisini's status at all times. Thinking about this, Lin Changsu didn't hide it and directly took out all 5 sets of esports equipment from his LV2 underground safe house. Lin Changsu thought about it carefully. He hadn't played games seriously in his luxuriously decorated esports room, but he had played real-life games twice. I want to play, honey, I'm really good at it.
I'm a great nanny thief. You choose ADC Ashe, and we'll be invincible on the bottom lane.
Even though I'm a crazy caster, I'll shoot hard.
Su Xiaolu raised her hand and shouted the most enthusiastically. For this game, Su Xiaolu had deliberately studied it.
There was no other reason, except that when she was studying, she saw that many boys liked to play it, so she played it with a learning attitude, and finally found that the game was quite fun. She played it quite a bit. Xu Qingman and Lu Oyu also raised their hands. Both of them knew a little about it and had played it before, but they were quite bad at it. Lu Oyu and Han Xiu communicated with each other through translation, and Han Xiu's eyes lit up.
She immediately shouted towards Lin Changsu, "Hubby, I can do it. Come on, let's do it." Lin Changsu looked at Yi Sini. Yi Sini looked a little embarrassed, looked at the group, and shook her head. "I can't do it. How about I cheer you on?" "It's okay, just in time. There are 5 of us, that's enough," Xu Qingman reassured. At this time, Su Xiaolu, already with a bad look in her eyes, looked at Lu Oyu and asked in a doubtful tone, "Did you teach me the word get to work?"
Lu Oyu blushed, shook her head, and then rolled her eyes.
"You're the one who talks the most. Which one of you do you think says this word the most?"
Lin Changsu walked over, slapped Su Xiaolu's pink butt, and then walked to the middle of the group and sat down.
"Come, sit down and play a game."
After Lin Changsu finished speaking, he went to the system mall, purchased 5 game accounts, and bought skins for all of them.
After spending a wave of money, the game can be played. This system is pretty cool.
Yi Sini sat on the sofa, looking at the 5 people in the living room, her expression shocked, her eyes staring straight at the back of Lin Changsu.
Her husband really is a supernatural being, and he's so powerful. Does he have a space? No, is this League of Legends a standalone game? What kind of ability does my husband have?
Just as Yi Sini was full of question marks in her head, Lin Changsu shouted, "Sini, just turn on the radio and listen to the chat. Or, come sit in front of me and watch me play the game."
"I'll listen to the radio."
"Husband," Yi Sini's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke, and her face unconsciously turned red with embarrassment.
Wow, it seems like I suddenly accepted this identity. I didn't even resist inside, and I even kind of like it?
Yi Sini suddenly realized that she had become Lin Changsu's wife and a member of this big family, and she had easily accepted and approved of it. Before she came, she had hesitated and struggled for a long time before making up her mind. Maybe it was because she had been psychologically prepared beforehand. Yi Sini explained to herself like this, and then turned on the radio and started selecting channels one by one.
Just then, someone was publicly shouting on a channel 89.5. "Hello, this is the Doomsday Messenger. I think you can see the Jianqing building, the tallest building in the city. There is light in a room on the top floor. Is there electricity there, or is someone burning fire for warmth? It's so high up, and there are people living there. Do they have any food or water stored up?"
The man, calling himself the Doomsday Messenger, was shouting and communicating. Upon hearing this, Yi Sini instantly became nervous.
Wasn't this referring to them? It seems like an accident.
Yi Sini muttered to herself, and the first thing she did was shout at Lin Changsu, "Honey, the lights here have been seen by other people, and someone is discussing it, as if they have an opinion about us."
"It's fine, don't worry, just listen. If they come, they'll die."
Lin Changsu heard the content of the radio broadcast clearly. Not to mention, how dare this group of people who want to do bad things come over at night, breaking through the tide of beasts. Even if they came, they would have to climb a 69-story high-rise building. In the end, they came up tired and exhausted, only to find that they were all here to collect peanuts. Lin Changsu just finished speaking.
"By the way, is anyone joining me against that post-apocalyptic RV?" the Doomsday Preacher said on the public channel again. "Come on, I'm starting the game."
Lin Changsu didn't even bother with this person, and now he just wanted to have some fun and relax. Kill some time until it's time to go to bed, and then have a happy party movement, and today will pass by in a relaxed and happy way.
It's another happy day. Chapter 44, When the Supreme Being of the Human Race
entered the game, Lin Changsu found that his operational response had improved qualitatively, which was obviously the effect of his own agility improving. After playing for a while, he stopped playing. He had a lot of fun, except that after Lin Changsu's skill level improved, he went crazy in the game. The emotional value of the several beautiful wives, especially Lu Oyu and Su Xiaolu, was at its maximum.
They kept praising him. "Husband is so great, husband is so strong," they kept saying this.
Lin Changsu put the esports equipment back in his own LV2 underground safe house, while the beautiful wives prepared to take a shower one after the other.
"When are we going to play King of Glory, honey?"
"I'll be Meng Tian, and you can be Daji," Su Xiaolu said, smiling at Lin Changsu. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Xiangsu said, turning and walking towards the large balcony to observe the situation outside again before going to bed.
Su Xiaolu's expression froze for a moment.
She didn't expect that this fire of hers would still burn itself out.
She muttered to herself, who's afraid of whom? There are so many people here now, so I might as well seek help.
The group went to the bathroom together. It was a shower and bathtub combination, and it was very large, so there was no problem with several people washing together. Yi Xini looked at Lin Xiangsu's back at this time, hesitated for a moment, and then walked towards Lin Xiangsu on the balcony and came to his side. Lin Xiangsu observed the situation in the city and judged that there should be no problem with spending the night tonight. It was just that the direction of the beast tide's migration was so consistent that it was worth checking to see if there was any reason for it.
The current beast tide is still considered passive. It will actively attack people when it makes a move, and it mainly moves at night. Honey, do you think it will become more violent in the future, and will we humans become extinct?
Yi Xini said with concern. The beast tide should gradually intensify. As for whether mankind will become extinct, I don't know, Lin Xiangsu replied in a flat tone. Yi Xini gazed at Lin Xiangsu, and apart from seeing that cold face with deep, unfathomable eyes, she couldn't read anything else.
Yi Xini felt that she couldn't guess Lin Xiangsu's thoughts. Honey, you're so strong, aren't you going to stand up for yourself? Yi Xini ventured to ask.
As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiangsu turned his head and looked at Yi Xini.
His deep, penetrating gaze made Yi Xini feel inexplicably nervous.
Just as Yi Xini was feeling nervous and confused, wondering if she had brought up the subject a bit too soon and had offended Lin Xiangsu, Lin Xiangsu took Yi Xini into his arms while tasting the beauty with one hand and looking at the night view of the city. He said,
"What's wrong?
If you want to whisper in my ear, then you have to work hard in the future. When I'm satisfied, I think I'll take some of your advice." Yi Xini's face instantly turned red after hearing this.
Her thoughts had been completely guessed. What did he mean by work hard? I have my own plan. At this stage, I just want to become stronger. Whoever gets in my way will be killed. As for the extinction of the human race, I will definitely do my best to prevent it. What's the point of dying out?
It's more fun to be the supreme being of the human race, sit on the throne of the human emperor, lead the rise of the human race, and step on the stars, isn't it?
Lin Xiangsu said. Don't you agree, beautiful Xini?
Lin Xiangsu rested his head on Yi Xini's fragrant shoulder and continued.
Yi Xini nodded shyly and whispered, my husband is right. I'm going to take a shower, honey.
Yi Xini suddenly held down Lin Xiangsu's hand and hurriedly pulled away. Yi Xini's face turned red, and she felt like her head was about to explode from the heat. It was almost 2 or 3 minutes before Yi Xini was able to calm her emotions down. She muttered to herself.
It seems that my husband is not completely selfish or without ambition. Humans are supreme, they even aim for the stars. Why does it sound a little far away? As long as there is a plan, as long as it can save more people and prevent the extinction of the human race, that's fine.
But I still have to capture this man's heart. I can't let him fall into the abyss of darkness. Stay by your husband's side and support him fully.
Yi Xini thought about this and, without realizing, walked into the bathroom.
She hadn't even had time to undress when Su Xiaolu suddenly came running over, excitedly saying, Quick, Xini, come quickly, the new couple ritual, give us a kiss.
With that, Su Xiaolu started helping Yi Xini undress. In no time at all. You graduated from the police academy, didn't you?
Su Xiaolu exclaimed.
Xini, don't listen to Xiaolu's nonsense. There's no such thing as a newcomer ceremony. Don't let Xiaolu take advantage of you, Xu Qingman reminded her from the side.
Yi Xini then came out of her state of shyness and reacted. Lin Xiangsu sat on the sofa in the living room, listening to the commotion inside, especially Su Xiaolu's noisy and joyful voice, and suddenly became interested.
It's so lively, should he go join the fun?
At that moment, the radio broadcast the voice of the Doomsday Prophet again.
Isn't there any alliance? It's just a modified RV. Let's screw him over and get rich together. The food, water, and the gorgeous women inside are all ours. We can do whatever we want with them. It'll be so much fun.
Just imagine the scene of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 people flying around, how happy it'll be. The Doomsday Messenger, with an excited and lewd tone, chatted.
Most likely a trap. Lin Xiangsu's head was very clear.
This kind of open provocation, with the united front against a very strong person, is more or less a bit of reckless behavior.
I'm in. Codename Killer 7. How do we cooperate? Lin Changsu walked over to the radio and responded to the other party. The other party was silent for almost a minute. Okay, tomorrow afternoon before 4 o'clock, you come to the Wanda Plaza at 8, Shigue Street, Fuhua Avenue, the main entrance. I will send someone to contact you quietly, and we will talk in detail then. How about it? Please reply if you receive this, Killer 7. I am the Doomsday Messenger, the Doomsday Messenger exclaimed excitedly. Okay.
Then it's settled, Lin Changsu said, and then directly turned off the radio.
Anyway, he was going to approach these gangs to see if there were any eligible beauties. Since this Doomsday Messenger kept running into Lin Changsu's crosshairs, Lin Changsu would grant his wish.
Lin Changsu took out a map and looked at the location agreed upon with the Doomsday Messenger.
He briefly planned his itinerary for the next day.
He would go to the university town in the morning and go to this Wanda Plaza alone in the afternoon to find the Doomsday Messenger.
It happens to be in the north of the city, so can I just drop by and follow the direction of the beast tide and walk towards the suburbs to see if there is anything wrong?
Lin Changsu muttered to himself.
Forget it, don't think about it anymore.
After dawn tomorrow morning, buy binoculars and head towards the northern suburbs of the city and observe it some more before deciding.
What if it's just an ordinary migration of beasts? Do today's things today. Tomorrow's things, we'll talk about later. Chapter 45, Hard Work Pays Off.
It was late at night, and the cold wind outside the window was blowing furiously. The bright moon, like a shy girl, hid behind the clouds from time to time.
Happy times always pass in a flash.
The beautiful night passed. In the morning sun shone on Lin Changsu's face, and Lin Changsu woke up, yawned, and stretched. He got out of bed barefoot and went to the balcony on this side of the bedroom to look down. He could still see some of the isolated beasts and evolutionary creatures in the tide. Lin Changsu then purchased a set of military binoculars in the System Mall, which were high definition, high-powered, foldable, and easy to carry. It cost 13,000 points. As Lin Changsu saw these evolved creatures, the illustrated book of all species in his possession began to automatically pop up information. Lin quickly memorized the characteristics of these creatures. In particular, important information such as whether they were edible and their means of attack. This way, the next time he encountered them, he would be able to react immediately without having to read the introduction. After looking for a while, Lin Changsu looked through his binoculars at a group of people on the ground in the distance, armed with pistols and assault rifles, wearing bulletproof vests and special police uniforms. They were rounding up a light blue jumping rabbit. Judging from their coordination, it didn't seem like the team was entirely made up of former special forces. The person leading the command, Lin Changsu could tell, was a soldier. Some people have started trying to prey on evolved creatures.
That's good, but for this group of people, it's not necessarily so. The blood in this kind of food is too high, and for the human physique nowadays, it is poison.
Like the flying sparrow ant that Lin Changsu saw for the first time, starting with this kind of food, allowing the body to gradually adapt, and then accelerating the adaptation process, combined with the cultivation of the human body.
This is more suitable. Of course, some people quickly responded.
The martial artist's evolution entered the fast lane, starting from the third stage. In addition to the human body's enhanced adaptability, the third stage of the wild fog, except for special areas, all other places had dispersed, and the fog of various colors had also disappeared. Although human beings had not yet achieved geographical communication, they had achieved information communication through the radio. After large-scale communication, various experiences were popularized, and everyone knew how to improve their physical fitness and start the evolution of martial arts. It was the most exciting period, but it was only the beginning. The sooner you get excited, the greater the disappointment may be. Evolution is not that simple. Lin Changsu took out his binoculars again and observed the city for a while, especially the location of the northern suburbs of the city, before stopping to observe and returning to the living room. Suddenly, Xu Qingman excitedly ran out of the kitchen, looked at Lin Changsu, beaming with a happy smile, and exclaimed excitedly, "Honey, I think I have it too." Lin Changsu was stunned for a moment. Although he had sown many seeds, he had bought the kind of long-term cloud avoidance medicine that was harmless to the body. Then he came to his senses. Xu Qingman meant that her system had evolved. He then looked at his own system and checked Xu Qingman's panel attribute values. Indeed, martial arts evolution had been activated.
Name, Xu Qingman. Favorability, 100. Absolute loyalty, inseparable in life and death. Physical strength, 23-100 F class. Strength, 2100 F class. Agility, 18-100 F class.
Mental strength, 21-100 F class.
Overall rating, F class.
Lin Changsu's mouth curled up into a smile, very satisfied, not in vain for his hard work.
Sure enough, there is no gain without pain. My husband is so strong and handsome, doesn't that mean I can also unlock my superpower?
Lu Oyu was happier than anyone else, excitedly raising her fists and waving them in the air. Yi Xini looked at the reactions of her sisters and combined some of the information from the chat to broadly determine that it seemed that the more they exercised with Lin Changsu, the more likely they were to unlock their superpowers. It's just martial arts evolution, your physical fitness becomes stronger, not supernatural powers, Lin Changsu explained. Now both of them are absolutely loyal, and Lu Oyu will be soon. Therefore, Lin Changsu can gradually reveal more information. Lu Oyu excitedly ran towards Lin Changsu, rushed into his arms, and shouted in a relatively coquettish tone, "Husband is awesome." Lin Changsu could see that Lu Oyu really wanted to get stronger, or rather, she also hoped to become as fit as Su Xiaolu and have skin that was more delicate, smooth and elastic. "Eat breakfast, and after we're done, we'll set off and arrive at the university town before noon," Lin Changsu shouted at his several stunningly beautiful wives, before putting his arm around Lu Oyu's delicate waist and walking towards the dining hall. In a moment, Xu Qingman came out with a happy face, carrying a simple bowl of noodles with a fried egg.
You said we're going to the university town later, are we going to wear those school uniforms, all the same as the school flower? Su Xiaolu chatted at this time.
The ultimate school flower, Lu Oyu added with a sweet smile.
Indeed, Su Xiaolu nodded confidently and chatted.
Yi Xini was a little envious as she listened to these words. She hadn't brought much clothing.
At this moment, Xu Qingman obviously thought of this and looked at Yi Xini and said, "Xini, you don't have much clothing, right? Let your husband buy you some.
After breakfast, let's all choose a set of school uniforms to wear and set off. We'll do some shopping again tonight," Lin Changsu arranged.
"Okay, honey," the others replied. "Okay, honey."
Yi Xini heard everyone, especially Han Xiu, nod their heads and reply in Chinese, and then she replied a beat later, her voice not loud. After a while, after breakfast, Lin Changsu sat on the sofa in the living room, and the several beautiful wives sat around Lin Changsu, one on each side of the sofa, and two simply sat at Lin Changsu's feet. The last few of them chose the same style and color of school uniform, white shorts, with white stockings, standing in a row, on the big balcony, taking a group photo to commemorate.
Only then did they start to go downstairs. "Hubby, I want you to carry me."
Lu Oyu took the lead and ran towards Lin Changsu, happily shouting in a coquettish tone. Her sweet and pure face, wearing a white school uniform, exudes the breath of youth. The uniform, bearing the pressure it shouldn't, has long, slender legs, paired with white stockings, looking like it's tempting someone to commit a crime.
"Let's go, then. Qingman and Xiaolu, each take one person."
"I'll carry Zyru and go down first," Lin Changsu said, carrying Lu Oyu on his back and walking out of the room. The weight of this beautiful wife's entire body was almost entirely placed on Lin Changsu's back. Lin Changsu walked downstairs at a fast pace. After all, his physical strength was much better than Su Xiaolu and Xu Qingman. Just after descending more than 30 floors, Lin Changsu felt a thief's hand reach towards his chest. "I really like my husband's pecs and abs." Lu Oyu turned her head twice, but didn't see the figure of the person coming from behind, so she became bold and said in a sweet voice, whispering in Lin Changsu's ear.
Lin Changsu turned his head and looked at Lu Oyu. Was this woman trying to seduce him into committing a crime?
Lu Oyu's sweet face wore a seductive smirk, staring directly at Lin Changsu, her seductive eyes full of lust, not avoiding him in the slightest.
"Good guy, you had a plan.
That's why you shouted at the beginning that you were carrying the burden." Lin Changsu reacted and understood that Lu Oyu was afraid that he wanted to give her extra meals and training. Lin Changsu then slapped Lu Oyu's soft body and whispered, "Come, switch positions." Lu Oyu's expression froze for a moment, and the next moment she understood and her face turned red. She muttered to herself, My husband, I am innocent. I just want you to look at my beauty more. I hope to have more meals and practice, but not at this time in this place.
I hope it's at night.
If we wait, when Su Xiaolu, Xu Qingman, and the others come down, and they bump into us, we're done for.
For the next 3 days, we'll definitely be the butt of their jokes. Especially Su Xiaolu."
When she thought about this, Lu Oyu's face turned even redder. She was so shy, it was even a little embarrassing, but Lu Oyu still obeyed and did as Lin Changsu said. After all, Lin Changsu was her husband, and whatever her husband said, that was what it was.
Just do what your husband says, thought Lu Oyu. Chapter 46, Ambush by a Fake Government Organization. Dawn. Several people were walking downstairs.
I think that Korean-style school uniform is also quite nice, Su Xiaolu suddenly said, then stopped. Xu Qingman also stopped, carrying the innocent movie star Han Xiu on her back, and said, well, let's chat here for a while.
Han Xiu couldn't quite understand, so Xu Qingman gave a brief hand signal, took out the translation app on her phone, and communicated briefly.
Go ahead, wait for us, Yisini said doubtfully. At this moment, Su Xiaolu shook her backside dramatically while carrying Yisini.
Ah, Yisini screamed.
Wow, Cinny, you're so full of surprises. If I took you out for a ride on a motorcycle, I'd have to keep on stepping on the brakes, Su Xiaolu said with a wicked smile.
Yisini blushed.
After chatting for a while, the group began to head downstairs. Yisini passed by the suspected crime scene and blushed. She muttered to herself, after opening the martial arts passageway, it seems that all kinds of abilities have improved quite a bit.
Especially hearing.
For a while, she could only hear the sound herself. From what I hear, there is also an underground safe house.
How is it?
Very comfortable, very safe, and very luxurious?
Yisini asked curiously at this time.
Among these people, she is the only one who has not lived in an underground safe house of level LV2. It's pretty much the same as a luxury villa, just a little different. There's also a couple's room, Su Xiaolu said, her tone rising as she finished. Yisini blushed, and muttered to herself, this must be true, and it matches her husband's personality. Over here, Lin Changsu, carrying Lu Oyu on his back, arrived in the first-floor lobby and was walking towards the outside of the building. At this time, Lu Oyu, who was on his back, was red-faced, lying on Lin Changsu's back, panting heavily and resting. Lin Changsu stopped in his tracks, and the entire person instantly went on alert, and the terrifying murderous aura on his body immediately radiated out. Lu Oyu obviously sensed something unusual about her husband. She looked up and looked outside in front of her. There was no one there, it was quiet, and there was nothing unusual.
Honey, what's wrong? Lu Oyu asked in a low voice.
Lin Changsu carried Lu Oyu on his back and took a few steps back to the stairs.
He whispered, there are people ambushing outside.
Lu Oyu's eyes shone with admiration as she looked at Lin Changsu and praised him again from the bottom of her heart. My husband is really strong, he can sense it.
You stay here and don't move.
I'll go out and take care of it first, Lin Changsu said, before putting Lu Oyu down from his back. Lin Changsu could feel the hostile atmosphere outside, and his sixth sense told him that the people in this ambush most likely had guns.
Sure enough, if you make a big noise, you will easily be targeted by various forces.
Fortunately, they are superior in strength, so they are not afraid. But if it continues like this, it will be a bit like a fly and annoying. Various forces will emerge from behind, and once the territory is divided, they will directly come to the door to take the resources they want, without the need for loudspeakers and other high-profile methods. Of course, they will also have to start planting and establishing their own forces.
Then let's start with this group of forces.
Lin Changsu muttered these words to himself, took out his pistol, and waited for Su Xiaolu and the others to come down. After a while, Su Xiaolu and the others arrived on the third floor while chatting.
Lin Changsu went up to them specifically to tell them to get ready, and to tell Su Xiaolu and Xu Qingman to get ready. Later, when Lin Changsu called them, they came out to settle the remaining battle.
Then Lin Changsu jumped off the second floor and walked towards the back door. This group of people were all at the front door, ambushing around the end of the world bulletproof car. It was still very easy for Lin Changsu to launch a surprise attack by going around behind this group of people. There were a total of 8 people, all in uniform, and the ambush was spread out behind the flower beds, under the big trees, and behind 3 abandoned cars. 4 of them had handguns, another had a compound bow, and the remaining 3 had machetes and improvised spears. Outside of this group, Lin Changsu deliberately sensed that there were no other people around. From a street tree, Lin Changsu lightly jumped to the middle of the road, and after landing, none of the group noticed.
Are you ambushing me? Lin Changsu's hands held a pistol, and his cold and calm voice sounded.
The 8 people, almost at the same time, turned around in shock and looked at Lin Changsu.
Bang, bang, bang. Lin Changsu fired.
His aim was fast and accurate. He killed 4 of the gunmen, crippled the one who looked like the leader in all 4 limbs, and as for the remaining 3 guys who fled in panic with cold weapons, Lin Changsu handed them over to Su Xiaolu and Xu Qingman.
Xiaolu, Qingman, these 3 are yours, Lin Changsu shouted.
Su Xiaolu and Xu Qingman, armed with guns, quickly chased after them. Lin Changsu followed behind to prevent any accidents. The battle was quickly resolved. After Su Xiaolu and Xu Qingman had gained strength, their marksmanship had improved a lot, and they did not hesitate as much as before when killing people. They had matured mentally. I need to teach them some combat techniques. Lin Changsu muttered to himself, looking at the two perfect wives. At this time, he was still a little excited. After all, it was the first battle after the martial arts evolved. Hubby, I'm so excited, I feel so much stronger, at least I can protect myself in the future, Su Xiaolu said happily. Xu Qingman, on the other hand, seemed a little more calm.
Let's go.
Once your strength has improved and you have more practical experience, you can help me with some tasks, Lin Changsu said, turning and walking towards the location of the post-apocalyptic bulletproof car. Okay, honey, Xu Qingman replied firmly, her expression and attitude very serious. Back near the post-apocalyptic bulletproof car, Lin Changsu shouted to the remaining wives inside the building, Xiru, come out. As soon as he shouted, Luo Xiru rushed out excitedly, shouting, husband is so handsome. Her sweet face, adoring eyes, and sweet, lovely smile were full of emotional value, and made people feel happy unconsciously just by looking at her.
Introduce yourself. Which organization are you from? Well said. You can be spared, or else you'll know what it means to be in hell.
Lin Changsu looked at the leading man panting heavily under the abandoned car with fierce eyes and said, we are the official police force, we are not hostile, don't kill me, we need to unite to survive the disaster.
The man argued cunningly. No hostility, holding a gun, ambushing around my apocalyptic bulletproof car, waiting for me to come out and shoot me full of holes.
Lin Changsu would never believe this nonsense, and he stepped on the man's hand.
Pop. The sound of a broken bone rang out. Ah! A scream sounded. Where is the lair? Who is the boss? Are you the official organization in the north of the city? Lin Changsu's cold tone continued to ask.
The police station on Hohot Street in the north of the city. Our boss is Chief Zhang Hui. The official organization on the radio broadcast is us. This person's forehead was sweating, and he nodded in reply, his eyes full of fear.
Lin Changsu looked over and walked over to Yi Sini and asked, do you know him?
Yi Sini tried hard to remember, and after a few seconds, she shook her head and said in an uncertain tone, I don't remember such a person, or maybe he's just an ordinary colleague, there's no such a leader.
Then you'll know when you go. Just give him a quick death.
Lin Changsu finished, and handed Yi Sini the pistol. Yi Sini froze, looking at the pistol, then at Lin Changsu, and finally at the man on the ground, full of the desire to survive, shaking his head and shouting, don't kill me. Killing someone, even though she had mentally prepared for it many times before, and had even taken a psychology class. She had thought that there might come a day like this, but when it actually arrived, Yi Sini was still shocked, nervous, and scared.
Later, I started to build up my influence. When it came time to consolidate, we had to fight. If you want to kill someone, don't hesitate. They didn't hesitate at all.
Lin Changsu said, while pointing to the rest of his wives.
Yi Sini's body trembled slightly.
This group of people ambushed him first and should be killed. I must show my abilities and become my husband's right-hand woman in order to influence him in key decisions and prevent him from becoming a strong person who only knows how to enjoy himself. Yi Sini reminded herself, keeping her original intentions in mind. Joining in was a way to recruit Lin Changsu, but now that was impossible, so she would guide Lin Changsu onto the path of a righteous leader.
Yi Sini took a deep breath, took the pistol firmly, and shot it skillfully. Bang! A headshot.
Yi Sini's hands trembled slightly, and her proud parts obviously rose and fell. Lin Changsu nodded with satisfaction, looked at his several beautiful wives, and said, let's go, get in the car, and go to the university town.
Chapter 47 University Town, a dormitory full of beautiful schoolgirls. Lin Changsu was driving the bulletproof car to the university town.
Inside the car, Xu Qingman was listening to the radio, gathering useful information. She had just tuned to a new channel when she heard a woman screaming for help.
Is anyone there? Can you hear me? This is the girls' dormitory on the campus of the East Normal University in University Town. We need help. Can anyone hear us?
A voice with a very pleasant tone and an urgent tone shouted. The woman's voice sounded very much like someone who studied broadcasting and hosting. You need to tune to the channel of that official organization and contact them to call for help, said another woman. Lin Changsu heard the content of the message on the radio for the first time and was a little surprised. He didn't expect someone from the female dormitory of this university to be able to get a hold of the radio. Qingman, ask them for their exact location and building unit number, and we'll go save them, Lin Changsu shouted. Okay, honey, Xu Qingman replied at the first opportunity.
I can hear you.
We have a police officer in our team.
What's your exact building unit number?
We're nearby and will come save you immediately.
In the meantime, tell us more about your current situation.
Xu Qingman's speech was neither fast nor slow, and her tone was steady and calm, giving a sense of safety and reliability.
Ah, thank goodness, finally someone responded. Wang Qini let out a sigh of relief. Isn't it better to find the official organization in the north of the city?
They've been broadcasting for days, and quite a few people have gone there, a woman next to her said worriedly.
Oh, what's the point of caring? As long as a team of police comes to save us, that's fine. We just can't fall into the hands of those people outside. At this point, Song Yuyo interrupted with a very anxious tone.
If you fall into the hands of those animals, you will only be gang raped, and you will have to eat things you don't want to eat every day.
Think about the consequences for yourself. What else is there to worry about?
I think that person in the apocalyptic RV is very good, but unfortunately you don't agree.
Song Yuyo continued to loudly express her opinions. Okay, stop fighting. Can you hear me? What should we call you? We are currently in room 506, building 8 of the women's dormitory at Dongshida University. How long will it take for you to arrive? Wang Qini turned around, shouted at her noisy accomplices, and then continued on the radio. We are Officer Ye's team. Tell us about the situation there. Xu Qingman glanced at Yi Sini next to her and casually said a name.
There is a group of men outside, about 20 to 30 people, all armed with homemade weapons. Among them, there are 6 or 7 people with homemade bows and arrows. The leader is called Brotherly and has a compound bow. This group of people is right outside our women's dormitory building. Right now, we are looking for an excuse to stall them, but I don't think we can do it for long.
The half hour they gave us is now down to 8 minutes.
Wang Qini spoke quickly, giving an overview of the size of the group outside, their weapons and equipment, and the situation they were currently facing.
Xu Qingman quickly turned off the microphone and looked in the direction of Lin Changsu, shouting, "Honey, there's only 8 minutes left, can we make it?"
Tell them not to worry, we'll be there soon, in 10 minutes, Lin Changsu replied in his head. He already had a concrete plan of action.
Okay, honey. Xu Qingman. Hang in there, we can be there in 10 minutes.
Those guys outside probably don't have radios, so they can't hear you calling for help, Xu Qingman continued to inquire. I don't think so, we've been calling for help for a while now. If they had radios, they would have been shouting outside already. Wang Qini answered in a relatively fast speaking speed with very clear enunciation.
Okay. Hang in there. Xu Qingman nodded and then muted the microphone.
At this time, Lin Changsu heard the sound of the mute button.
Sini, can you drive? Who can drive? Lin Changsu shouted to the back.
I can, I'll do it, Yi Sini replied immediately and then walked quickly towards the front. I see too, it's a pity that yours is manual, otherwise I would like to try driving this car too, it feels really good, just run over the roadblocks directly, Lu Oyu chatted in a tone of slight regret. You just continue driving according to the route, if you have any problems, contact me via the walkie-talkie. Qingman and Xiaolu, you are in charge of safety, don't get out of this bulletproof car, you two will still be hurt by people with guns. Lin Changsu deliberately reminded Xu Qingman and Su Xiaolu, lest the two of them become stronger after opening the martial arts evolution and rush out to solve the problem when they encounter the enemy. Although there is probably no chance of an accident, I'm afraid that if we encounter the enemy with guns, they will also shoot back. Okay, honey, don't worry, Su Xiaolu replied in a very certain tone. We'll be fine, honey, just be careful, Xu Qingman habitually reminded Lin Changsu to be careful when going out. Okay, Lin Changsu replied, then looked at Yi Sini, who had walked to the driver's seat.
If you don't know how to drive, just stop and wait for me to come back. Don't drive this bulletproof car into a deep pit, Lin Changsu said. Don't worry, honey. I won't let you down.
Yi Sini's delicate and beautiful face was very serious at the moment, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a firm determination to complete the task. Lin Changsu nodded, very satisfied with the serious and determined energy that Yi Sini exuded when doing things. Behave well, and I'll take good care of you when you come back. Lin Changsu gave a wicked smile on his face, then stopped the post-apocalyptic bulletproof car and got up to move aside from the driver's seat. Yi Sini's beautiful face suddenly flushed, and she wanted to refuse, saying, "Who cares?" But after her red lips parted, she closed her mouth again. Yi Sini found that she simply couldn't refuse. There was a very important reason, and that was the ability to improve her physique and start the martial arts evolution that Lin Changsu had mentioned, becoming stronger. This was something that Yi Sini simply couldn't refuse. Yi Sini blushed and lowered her head. Just as the two of them passed each other, Lin Changsu smoothly put his arms around Yi Sini's waist and embraced her in his arms. She had a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery. The ultimate policewoman, an absolutely stunning woman with a great figure, exuded a faint, very pleasant body odor. At this moment, her face was bright red, and she looked up at Lin Changsu shyly and in surprise.
What's wrong? No answer. Is this a refusal? If you don't want to, then forget it.
Lin Changsu's mouth curled into a wicked smile, and his eyes stared directly at Yi Sini. His bold and fiery gaze was straightforward, looking recklessly and randomly wherever he wanted.
Yi Sini's face remained red and hot, unable to cool down.
Yes, I'm willing, my dear, Yi Sini answered in a very shy voice. There was no hesitation at all.
My dear, aren't you in a hurry to save someone?
Yi Sini felt Lin Changsu's predatory gaze, which was about to make her feel it herself, and suddenly her head cleared up, and she immediately reminded him.
What's the rush? There's still time. I don't believe in your husband's abilities.
Lin Changsu looked at this beautiful police wife. The more she blushed, the more he wanted to tease her.
No, my husband is the best. How could I doubt his abilities? Yi Sini immediately answered anxiously.
In her mind, she instantly thought of a moment from yesterday, when she had been defiant and had retorted, and then she had fallen asleep.
Shame, an unspeakable image.
Yi Sini shifted her feet and walked towards the driver's seat, while continuing to say, "Go ahead, honey, so as to avoid accidents.
I'll wait for you to come back."
After she finished speaking, Yi Sini felt her face turn even redder. She had never imagined that she could speak so naturally such shy, gentle words like a little girl.
Okay.
You look very good in your school flower outfit today, Lin Changsu nodded and praised, before walking towards the car door.
Lin Changsu glanced to the side.
At this moment, his four wives, Xu Qingman, Su Xiaolu, Lu Oyu, and Han Xiu, all of them stunning beauties, were wearing the same school uniform and standing in a row, looking at him with gentle and concerned eyes.
Chapter 48, To the University Girls' Dormitory.
Hubby, be careful out there, the four wives of the ultimate beauties shouted in gentle and pleasant voices. Hubby, be careful, Yi Sini shouted a little slowly.
I want to arrange activities for tonight. At the karaoke, everyone will show their talents.
Those who don't do well, I will punish them with my love, Lin Changsu looked at the row of ultimate beauties and said. After saying that, he opened the car door and got out.
The five wives of the ultimate beauties instantly blushed. This performance of talent, isn't that Han Xiu's home court?
After all, Han Xiu is a top Korean wave female star, very strong at singing and dancing, and can do the splits.
Oh, and she can even do the sexy dance. This is a secret only the people in here know.
She looks pure and innocent, but when she dances, she can seduce people to death, and her charm is irresistible.
Who can compare with her? Han Xiu heard the keyword KTV. After all, she had played with everyone twice before, and it was still an English acronym, so it was easy to remember. Combined with the context, she generally understood. Han Xiu's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head. She was very shy without the stares of the other girls next to her. Lu Oyu's sweet face looked out the window, staring at the back of Lin Changsu, who was running away quickly. She muttered to herself. If I can't be first, I'll be last. I'll be first anyway. Besides, is that a punishment? As she thought about it, Lu Oyu's sweet face flushed. Blushing, it seems that someone likes to improve a lot, Su Xiaolu's slightly mischievous giggles sounded. Usually, Su Xiaolu likes to stir up trouble. The few of them get along well and can all joke around. You're the one who's been getting private lessons, and you're still talking about it. Just wait, when I get stronger, I'll see if you still dare to sneak up on me in the shower, Lu Oyu said, looking at Su Xiaolu. Ha ha, now that my husband's not here, ha ha ha. Su Xiaolu's laughter became unrestrained. Ah, let go, no, Lu Oyu's shy voice. Ha ha, it's useless to shout your lungs out. I know where your sensitive parts are, and I'll make you beg for mercy as I tickle you, ha ha ha. Su Xiaolu's wicked and cheap laughter sounded. Qingman, hurry, sisters Qingman. Lu Oyu called for help. Xiuan, sneak up on her, quickly. The chance for revenge is here, Lu Oyu shouted, switching between Chinese and Korean fluently. Yi Sini listened to the sounds of laughter and playfulness behind her, and she felt a little envious and fond of this atmosphere. Suddenly, she felt that this was the end of the world? After feeling the arrival on this car, the kind of feeling of being on tenterhooks and worrying about the future was completely gone. Eat well, sleep well, and have fun. This kind of life seems quite happy.
Yi Xini was distracted and thought. At this time, the Armageddon bulletproof car hit a large tree that had fallen on the road, making a dull sound. The Armageddon bulletproof car ran it over. Yi Xini then came back to her senses and reminded herself.
I'd better drive carefully. If I hit a building or drove into an alley and couldn't get out, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'd probably be knocked unconscious.
Yi Xini took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts and drove carefully. Just then, she felt someone sneak up on her proud part.
Now you can't run away, Su Xiaolu laughed. Su Xiaolu, I'm driving.
Yi Xini shouted immediately, then stopped the car. Inside, it was a madhouse. Lin Changsu, on the other hand, was walking lightly and quickly, sometimes jumping, sometimes dodging, sometimes scaling walls.
Finally, Lin Changsu gave a sharp kick. Bang!
The sound of the pavement being crushed was very faint, and a small circular pit was formed with a little longer footprints. At the same time, a layer of white circles spread outwards from where his foot had been and disappeared. Lin Changsu was launched like a cannonball, and in one bound he jumped to the roof of a building dozens of meters high, landing smoothly and standing firmly. Lin Changsu looked around, especially standing on the edge of the wall, looking down at his feet. The fear of heights was gone. The comfortable cool breeze blew against his face, and the morning sun shone on Lin Changsu's body, bringing a warm and gentle warmth. Lin Changsu took a comfortable, deep breath of fresh air. After the city stopped running, the evolution of plants in these days has made the city's air much fresher, and it can be said to be better than the previous mountainous countryside. Not being afraid of heights seems to be because one's mind can realize that even if one falls, one will be fine, so there is no longer a fear of heights. Lin Changsu simply guessed the reason why he no longer had a fear of heights, and then looked ahead. A large campus park was in disarray, with traces of the activities of a wild tide everywhere. Around a lake in one part of the park, purple grass grew all around, giving off a desolate, post-apocalyptic beauty at a glance. Among the grass were several corpses. The purple grass had gradually grown all over the bodies, passing through the eyes, arms, and stomachs. Judging from the appearance and degree of decay of the bodies, they had only been dead for a day or two. Finally, Lin Changsu set his sights on a group of people with cold weapons under a dormitory building in the distance.
Just a bunch of minions.
Lin Changsu jumped off the roof of this building and then jumped down. The wind was blowing strongly, and Lin Changsu was in the air, suddenly giving a hard push, trying to do an aerial step to achieve a second jump.
But it didn't have any effect. Thud. The sound of a not too loud landing.
Lin Changsu's toes touched the ground, and then the organs of his entire body, especially the muscle tissue, quickly coordinated to release the force. In the end, Lin Changsu bent over and squatted, then stood up again. Lin Changsu walked forward. Therefore, the improvement in his physical attributes so far is, in a sense, still the strengthening of the physical strength at the macro level. It is not yet at the level of aura or the force, or the atomic force. If I can use that kind of power, then I can easily accelerate again in midair without the help of other objects or forces.
Do I have to become a S-class martial artist before I can make a further, essential breakthrough?
Originally, the evolution of martial artists is a gradual process of improvement and evolution. Lin Changsu pondered these questions as he walked forward. At the same time, he had a stronger and brand new expectation for continuing to improve and constantly break through the martial artist rating.
Damn it, do you guys think I'm patient?
I'll finally count to 10, and if you don't obediently open the door and come down,
we'll break in and pick a few of you at random to eat as food. I'll make sure you're gang raped for 3 days and nights without rest.
Scarfacely, the leader of this group of powerful gangsters, shouted as he looked at the upper floors of the dormitory building.
He had originally thought that if this group of people ran out of food, they would be unable to resist coming down, and in this way they would be taken without any cost to the group. But from the news that the younger brother who went out to find out came back, it seems that the so-called official forces in the north of the city are expanding their territory, and one of their targets is to come to the university town, targeting the high-quality female college students here, as well as the male college students. Young, strong, different genders, different roles. We'll be right down.
We've agreed, we can be your women, but you're not allowed to use a wheel, and you can only choose one person. Song Yuyang then went to the window and shouted downstairs. When Scarfacely heard this, his expression instantly revealed a gentle and bright smile. He nodded and his voice softened considerably as he shouted, "Okay, I promise." Damn it, after tricking them down here, who knows what will happen in the future? What's the point of playing alone? It's more fun to play together.
However, when it comes to choosing a wife in the future, that's something you have to do on your own.
Scarfacely muttered to himself.
Okay, then you guys wait a little while, we'll put on some makeup, okay?
Song Yuyan tried to keep her expression calm, but she couldn't help showing her disgust when she saw the disgusting group of guys downstairs. She still remembered seeing them doing the filthy things that were worse than animals on the school playground yesterday afternoon.
Just thinking about it makes me feel sick and afraid.
They were violent and abusive.
These people are really not human.
They vent their negative emotions through violence, fearing strange creatures in the beast tide.
Why don't they go and deal with the beast tide violently? What a bunch of animals.
I hope that group of Yi police officers can arrive in time.
Song Yuyan muttered to herself. Chapter 49, Two Beautiful Schoolgirls.
After hearing Song Yuyan's words, Scarface Lee, although a little upset, thought that they had already waited for half an hour, so they would wait for another 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you another 15 minutes.
If you give me an excuse after 15 minutes, I'll come charging up and be the first one to fuck you until you foam at the mouth.
Scarface Lee pointed his finger at Song Yuyan and warned her loudly.
Song Yuyan turned pale with fear and turned around and walked towards the house.
After entering the dormitory, she anxiously asked, "Did the people I suggested contacting from the official organization respond? And what about the people from the post-apocalyptic RV? Contact them all. I don't want to end up in the hands of these people. We've contacted everyone.
The people from the official organization in the north of the city told us to wait, and they've already sent someone.
We couldn't get in touch with the people from the apocalyptic caravan," Song Yuyan's roommate replied. "Will it be bad if we call several groups of people at the same time? What if they all come at the same time? What should we do?"
One of them worriedly asked.
Song Yuyan rolled her eyes. "It's not good if they're all here. We'll see which one is reliable and go to that one.
Get out of the way, I'll contact the guy from the end of the world RV.
I like this guy anyway.
Since he dares to collect beautiful women so blatantly and says they have to be very beautiful, he must be very powerful.
He provides food and accommodation, so there must be plenty of food and it's safe. I have to contact that person,"
Song Yuyan said as she walked over to the radio and started operating it herself.
The 20 or 30 girls here were silent and didn't say a word, each with their own thoughts. A beauty of Song Yuyan's caliber naturally didn't worry about her appearance. Although she spoke directly, her words made sense. The end of the world RV was indeed a priority option. But that was only Song Yuyan's, not theirs.
Oh, no, Wang Qini was still one of the priority options. I think it's better to follow the official organization, Wang Qini said, noticing that many people had turned their attention to her.
This made many people feel relieved and happy.
A beautiful schoolgirl of Wang Qini's caliber, as long as she goes to a slightly more formal place with basic order, she will definitely be the boss's woman. Then by following Wang Qini and pleasing her, these people can rely on her and will not suffer too badly.
"Qini, we'll follow you," said someone immediately.
Then, one after the other, others declared their intention to go with Wang Qini. Song Yuyan listened to these declarations and muttered to herself, thinking that she had to get out of there quickly, and that she couldn't stay with Wang Qini anyway. To put it nicely, she was a saint, but to put it less nicely, she was just not very bright.
Big-breasted and dumb?
No, I'm still very capable, but I'm also smarter. Official or not, if they were a righteous group of people, there would definitely be people from other radio stations, broadcasting the news, or the group of people who went out a few days ago, and someone should have already come over.
Song Yuyan gathered her thoughts and continued broadcasting on the radio.
Lin Changsu walked under a row of willows, crossed the small stone arch bridge, and arrived in the square outside the cafeteria, then continued straight towards the dormitory building. Unhurried, Lin Changsu observed the changes in his surroundings. The illustrated book of all living things in his body was constantly flashing and shrinking, displaying information about various evolved creatures. Lin Changsu basically only looked at the key points, and only for special plants would Lin Changsu deliberately try to remember them. It was obvious that after the city's fog had dispersed, plant evolution had been most obvious, with grass plants being the first to evolve. Soon, Lin Changsue arrived at the girls' dormitory building.
"Wow, look, here comes a handsome guy, so charismatic, a lone killer in the end of the world? How about you, do you have that kind of charisma?"
A woman on the girls' dormitory building was the first to spot Lin Changsue and exclaimed. At this time, a young man from Scarface Lee's side ran over. "Boss, the sentry said that a very cool and handsome guy is walking over," the young man reported.
Scarface Lee was very unhappy when he heard this. Cool and handsome? The fuck does he think he's cool and handsome?
He doesn't know how to talk, so shut the fuck up.
Scarface Li was very unhappy.
In the past, with this appearance, apart from looking fierce, he could only secretly feel sad. Now, he felt that this kind of end-of-the-world atmosphere made his face the coolest, most ruthless, and most manly. Anybody who's not wanted, just get lost. If you're not listening to reason, and you've got a bad brain, I'll show you why flowers are so red today.
Scarface Li continued to rant.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, brotherly.
The little guy nodded repeatedly, turned around, and ran outside. It took less than a minute. Ah!
The little guy who had run outside let out a terrified cry and turned to run in the direction of Scarface Li. Everyone in the girls' dormitory building rushed out and looked outside. The girls who were the first to see Lin Zhangsui were stunned and speechless. So strong, so fast, this person is really a killer. It seems that he suddenly charged over and killed the man with the machete with one slash. One of the girls exclaimed in shock after she came back to her senses. At this time, Song Yuyao saw that everyone had rushed out, shook her head, and continued to shout on the radio, "Is there anyone, people from the RV in the end times, can you hear me?" Song Yuyao, this person is really strong, like the superhuman in the rumors, Song Yuyao's roommate shouted at this time. After hearing this, Song Yuyao put down the radio, turned around, and ran to the balcony outside. Then, looking at Lin Changsu, she walked with a confident and unrecognizable pace towards the group of people led by Scarface Li Gu. His masculine and handsome face with well-defined contours, deep eyes, and tall and handsome body type made him look strong and powerful. Even in the past, this kind of guy would definitely be the top handsome guy. His face was not the feminine beauty of the Korean wave, but masculine and handsome. There was an aura of strength and power all over his body. It was heart-stopping to look at.
Song Yuyao was mesmerized for a few seconds, then quickly came back to her senses.
She quickly took out a small mirror from her pocket and looked at her beautiful, delicate, fair face to see if she needed to touch up her makeup anywhere. Lin Changsu simply glanced at the gang of Scarface Li Gu and then looked at the dormitory building, his gaze quickly locking onto Song Yuyang and Wang Qini.
The system immediately prompted. Name, Song Yuyang. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.3. Inner beauty, 9.5. Number of lovers, 0. Favorability, 88. Overall score, 9.4. Ding dong. Meets system requirements.
Lin Changsu glanced at her and saw that Song Yuyang, at first glance, had a likability rating of 88. From the outside, she was also a stunning beauty, but if you were to rate her, she might be slightly lacking in terms of skin, so she was about 0.12 points lower than Lin Changsu's other beautiful wives.
Name, Wang Qini. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.6. Personality, 9.4. Number of lovers, 0. Favorability, 79. Overall score, 9.5. Ding dong. Meets the system requirements. Lin Changsu was very satisfied with the two women who met the system requirements.
2 or 3 of them also looked quite good, and after Lin Changsu took a look, they were only slightly lacking in terms of the score. One person was a little worse than Song Yuyang, but the number of romances was 2. The score was directly lowered, and it did not meet the requirements of the system. "Come down, I'm here to save you," Lin Changsu pointed at Song Yuyang and Wang Qini and shouted.
Song Yuyang, Wang Qini, Lin Changsu added, shouting the names of the two.
He also didn't bother to care about what these people would think, and how he knew their names. After gaining strength, there was some concern, but there was no need to worry.
What if he knew? Who else could deal with him? Kid, is there someone behind you?
Ignoring us like this is a bit disrespectful to me, Scarface Li.
If there really is someone, I don't have a problem with you taking the 2 most beautiful women with you.
Scarface Li, after repeatedly weighing his words in his mind, said. This not only shows that he has the bearing of a big brother and doesn't lose his prestige and face, but also speaks softly and leaves room for maneuver. Scarface Li felt that what he said was still of a high standard.
Who the hell is this guy? Does he have a gun? Scarface Li guessed in his heart about Lin Changsu's specific strength and background. Chapter 50, this is developing in the direction of the Emperor.
Song Yuyang and Wang Qini, who were called by name, both froze for a moment, wondering how the other knew their names. In the end, Wang Qini thought that maybe she was famous. After all, she was the school flower, a very famous school flower, and it was normal for many people to know her name. Song Yuyang didn't think about it at all, and then shouted to Lin Changsu, "Okay, I'm coming down." He could come over so casually and directly ask for someone, without even glancing at the gang of Scar-Face Li Gu. This guy was very strong, ridiculously strong.
Absolutely.
Song Yuya was very confident in her own judgment. Then she returned to her dormitory, quickly grabbed her luggage, and then glanced at her roommate who had just shouted for her to come out.
Wei, if there's a chance, I'll take you with me.
If there's no chance, take care. Song Yuya looked at her best friend with a serious expression and said.
Zhang Wei nodded and gave a forced smile.
She was suddenly going to leave and was a little reluctant. After all, these days in the end of the world, they had still experienced the disaster together.
Song Yuya nodded and turned around, leaving quickly.
After walking out of the dormitory, Song Yuya looked at Wang Qini next door and shouted, "Let's go. If you go, I'll go down with you. If you don't go, I'll go down first."
Who are you? Are you from an official organization, or are you with Officer Ye's group? Wang Qini looked back at Song Yuyan outside the dormitory in the corridor, then looked at Lin Changsu and asked loudly.
Song Yuyang ignored the rest of the people's complicated looks at her and walked downstairs directly.
Isn't it good to follow the official organization? You're not sure if that person is okay, and you just killed someone.
The girl who saw Lin Changsu kill someone at the beginning reminded Song Yuyang.
Upon hearing this, Song Yuyan's expression immediately revealed a smile. Then that's him. Listen to me.
The world has changed.
Where is there still an official?
If there is, it will not call people over, but send troops out to save people in each area.
After saying a few more words, Song Yuyan left quickly.
She had said this many times before, so there was no point in saying it again. Lin Changsu looked at Wang Qini and replied in a calm tone, "Officer Yi sent me."
Come on down.
After hearing your broadcast, we rushed over here the first time. Lin Changsu communicated with the people above, and from beginning to end, he never even glanced at the group of men with Scarface Li. Although there were many of them, each armed and with fierce expressions, in Lin Changsu's eyes they were insignificant ants.
Our boss is asking you a question. If you don't answer, are you ignorant? You don't think you can scare us by putting on airs, do you?
One of Scarface Li's henchmen shouted in a fierce tone. Scarface Li, with a fixed gaze, surveyed Lin Changsu and was satisfied with the shouts of his henchmen.
If you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost, or you won't know when you're dead, Lin Changsu said with a cold glance in the corner of his eye, addressing the group in a flat tone.
Big brother, let's go. Just now, he suddenly rushed over and killed Brother Wei with a dagger. He came at such a speed, it was too fast. The little brother shouted in fear after seeing Lin Changsu kill someone. So, that means he doesn't have a gun, said Scarface Li's henchman, who at this time revealed a fierce and smug smile on his face. At this time, the door to the dormitory building opened, and Song Yuyan walked out carrying a suitcase, looking at the two underlings of Scarface Li at the door.
You guys move aside, I want to go over there, Song Yuyan shouted, a little afraid, daring to do so.
She had just walked over, when these two suddenly rushed over and took her hostage. These two immediately turned their heads and looked at Scarface Li, waiting for his orders. Scarface Li, with a straight gaze at Lin Changsu, was a little unsure in his mind.
A supernatural being? Scarface Li didn't believe it.
He controlled this area and didn't encounter a so-called supernatural being.
Just as Scarface Li hesitated,
Lin Changsu reached behind his back, moved his mind, and pulled out a pistol from his waist. He opened the safety catch, raised the gun, aimed, and fired. His movements were fluid and seamless.
Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Ah!
The girls in the dormitory screamed. Lin Changsu took the lead in killing the person who had been the most noisy at the beginning, and then shot and killed the scarred face Li Gu.
Then came the two people guarding the entrance to the dormitory.
Then the shooting continued. Lin Changsu, like a cold-blooded and ruthless, incredibly powerful killer, took out his pistol and shot each of the fleeing people in the head.
There were 20 bullets in a magazine. Lin Changsu only emptied half of them before stopping shooting.
He didn't bother to chase after the people who had escaped. He could have killed them all if he wanted to. But there was no need. In this post-apocalyptic world of evolutionary elimination, Lin Changsu had no need to intervene. After all, in the end, only a minority would survive, even if they were heinous villains. As long as they did not violate Lin Changsu's interests and did not come before Lin Changsu would not bother. Because those who survived to the final round, in a sense, had a rationality of existence. He would not save those who did not need saving, and would also try not to kill those who were irrelevant, until the final round of the end of the world.
This is Lin Changsu's principle. It can also be said to be respecting fate.
But in Lin Changsu's opinion, he is respecting this evolutionary elimination. That said, when Lin Changsu retrieved his pistol, many girls were still screaming in shock. Song Yuyao reacted quickly, carrying a suitcase, leaving the door, and then dragging the suitcase. She walked quickly towards Lin Changsu, with a happy smile on her face, a smile that simply could not be hidden. Lin Changsu took a look at her and saw her favorability rating.
Favorability rating, 96.
She had revealed some of her strength and her favorability rating had increased so much. It was much more convenient to be able to see the favorability rating. Otherwise, whether a woman liked you or not, only she would know.
After all, women are made of water.
Brother, what should I call you? Song Yuyao asked happily, trying her best to make her voice sound nice and gentle.
Don't worry about it, just speak normally, and when you need to, you can squeeze, Lin Changsu reminded her, then looked at Song Yuyang and introduced himself seriously.
Lin Changsu.
Call me whatever you like.
Follow me, but on one condition, Lin Changsu continued.
I'm willing, Song Yuyang nodded enthusiastically, before Lin Changsu could finish the rest of his sentence. She's sensible.
This woman, Lin Changsu really likes her. She has a juicy figure.
Lin Changsu tilted his head slightly to indicate that Song Yuyang should stand next to him. Song Yuyang nodded, came to Lin Changsu's side, and then asked, "What's the condition?" "You're willing, so what condition are you asking about?" "I'm a little curious, even though I said I was excited."
"As long as it's what you say, I'm willing," Song Yuyang answered.
"Am I being too proactive? Am I being shy and reserved, or reluctant but still willing?"
It would be better to have some sort of tug of war. But this person feels a bit like the one from the post-apocalyptic RV. His style of doing things is a bit like what the rumors on the radio say. After Song Yuyao finished speaking, she muttered to herself.
"It's nothing. Just follow me."
The conditions are very simple. Be my woman, and I'll provide food and housing.
Lin Changsu added. Song Yuyang's expression froze for a moment, and she suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken.
Song Yuyang's expression on her face instantly changed from surprise to happiness as she looked at Lin Changsu. "The RV in the end times, you are the man," Song Yuyang shouted excitedly. Then she hugged Lin Changsu.
Excitement is excitement, and there is something to be excited about. What needs to be done still needs to be done.
Lin Changsu took a deep breath, controlled his state of mind, and felt that he didn't know if it was due to his constitution or because after having tasted it, it was so good that he was easily excited. After taking 2 deep breaths in a row, Lin Changsu calmed himself down, and then nodded his head in response to Song Yuyao.
Then Lin Changsu looked in the direction of the dormitory building.
On this balcony, Wang Qini was still looking at him, in a daze, not moving at all.
"What are you still daydreaming about?"
"Hurry up and come down," Lin Changsu shouted. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "There are 2 more women of school flower level, and I'm developing towards an ancient emperor.
The rhythm of the harem of 3,000 beauties. Maybe if there are a lot of women behind me, I won't be able to remember who is who. Oh, that shouldn't be the case. With my current memory, I should be able to remember everyone.
It's just that I'm afraid that women will be like in ancient times, with a hierarchical division of concubines."
"That's a long way off. Why think about it so much?"
"Anyway, as long as I'm having a good time, that's all that matters. Just like Lao Tzu, I don't care if they're having a good time, I'm going to have a good time first.
Whether it's 3 seconds, 3 minutes, 30 minutes, 3 hours, or however long it takes.
As long as I'm having a good time, that's all that matters."
Shit, I've gone too far again. Lin Changsu gathered his thoughts and looked in the direction of the dormitory building.